Luke always believed that he and his teammates were partners. They all went out together for another battle with the monstrous monster. Luke drew his sword and charged at the fire dragon. The team, remaining behind, provided support for the attack. Ellie shouted to Luke that she was now joining the fight. The sage Artrum shouted to the saint to support the fighters with magic. Leisha replied to Artrum that she was creating a magic circle of enhancement for Luke. And now, Luke was hovering over the head of a giant fire-breathing dragon. The little fairy shouted loudly to Luke that they believed in him and his power. The guy replied that with this support, he could easily finish off the monster. He rushed at the fire-breathing monster and dealt it a fatal blow with his sword. The rest of the team rejoiced. Another monster had been defeated. Luke kicked the severed dragon head and calmly sheathed his sword. The fiery eyes of the defeated monster almost died out. The guy was ready to continue fighting monsters forever and defeating them. He asked Master Artrum what work they had to do next. The sage replied, "Another dragon, a tough nut to crack, just like the previous one." Leisha, blushing slightly, said she was sure Luke could handle it. The saint's answer surprised the guy a little. He asked Leisha. Apparently she meant that they could handle it together. Luke didn't understand why everything ended this way, why his comrades betrayed him. The guy, bleeding, looked at his friends in confusion. Those with whom they had fought monsters shoulder to shoulder for so many years had dealt him a vile, sneaky blow. Sage Artrum told Luke that this is where they parted ways. Luke asked in confusion what the hell, why did they do this to him? Ellie Claire noticed that as expected of an S rank, even after such a wound, he was still alive. Artrum added that it was no surprise that the kingdom rewarded Luke. Trying to put pressure on the wound, the boy demanded that they answer his question. Saint Leisha Marenti asked Luke to forgive them. She looked down and sighed, saying that it was painful for them too. But Luke shouted. He asked why this happened. Leisha Marenti answered in an angelic voice, "Because Luke is a monster." Luke stared at his comrades in shock. Since when did he become a monster? Leisha explained that he, Luke Othide, was the only S-rank holder in the country. Thanks to him, their squad was able to prevent the threat posed by the monsters. But now the number of monsters has dwindled and the next threat has become clear. According to the saint, now their kingdom could be threatened by Luke himself. Leisha frowned and concluded that he was the scariest monster. Artrum said that just one dragon could put an end to the kingdom, and he, Luke, was destroying them single-handedly. So it's obvious that Luke could have destroyed them too. The guy shouted that they were crazy. He would never do that. Leisha replied that maybe that is true, but who knows what will happen next. The saint reached out and took her golden sword from Ellie's hands. Luke couldn't believe that all this was actually happening to him. He looked up at Leisha and asked in confusion if she was seriously pointing the holy sword at him. The boy reached out a trembling hand to his sword to defend himself. But Artrum, who had not taken his eyes off Luke, snapped his fingers. At that very moment, magical shackles enveloped the wounded boy's body. The sage told Luke that it would be hard to die at the hands of his companions, but this way they would show mercy to the entire kingdom. The guy looked up at Artrum, frowned, and said that this was all the sage's idea, his work. The little fairy smiled slightly as she looked at Luke. The little girl asked if this is what rank S really looks like. How pathetic it is, Ellie Claire said quietly. The master's magic is simply incredible. Suddenly, Luke turned to Ellie and the girl flinched. The guy asked her if this was probably just a mistake, nothing else. Tears streamed down the face of young Ellie, a high-level mage. Artrum, looking at the girl, ordered Elle to finish off Luke. Choking back sobs, Ellie Claire approached the wounded and magic-bound Luke. Obeying the master's command, she waved her magic wand. Luke looked at the girl and said bitterly, "So she went there too." Elle shuddered. She didn't know what to answer her faithful friend. The magic wand in her hand trembled. She could not deliver the final blow. Luke groaned quietly, and bitter tears ran down the sorceress's face. Leisha Marenti lowered her head. Everyone felt uneasy. Everyone looked intently at Ellie. Artrum sighed heavily. Finally, Leisha said, "It seems this task is still beyond Elle's capabilities." The saint asked the master if she could replace Ellie. Artrum told Leisha to just get it over with. She took her golden holy sword and walked resolutely towards Luke. Raising her sword over the boy's head, Lisha asked what his last words were. The holy sword hung over the boy's neck. Another second and his head would fly off his shoulders. Lisha Marenti gritted her teeth and raised her sword over Luke. The boy's eyes flashed, and he told his former comrades to remember him. The golden holy sword whistled as it struck the boy's neck. Everyone shuddered, and a scarlet stream of blood gushed from the huge wound. Luke was still kneeling, but his head had fallen into a pool of blood. The eyes of the renowned knight dimmed, and his eyelids quietly closed. A fiery phoenix feather fell unnoticed to the ground. There is such a thing as blessings in this world. Luke's companions were all very powerful adventurers, each possessing a miraculous power bestowed by a blessing. The sage Artram Hashpel possessed the blessing of the Great Spirit. Mage Ellie Claire possessed the blessing of the Demon Lord. Saint Lisha Marenti possessed the blessing of the Goddess. Despite the devastating power of the Holy Sword, Lisha could not kill Luke completely. It was not for nothing that the guy said before the murder that the traitors would remember him. Because he, Luke Othide, possessed a special blessing, the blessing of the Phoenix. The miracle granted by this divine bird is immortality. In other words, Luke absolutely cannot die. Soon, in the distant lands of Azema, a new resident appeared in a small village. This mysterious man's name was Lugo. He always wore a mask. Lugo wasn't very sociable, but he protected the village from monsters. The beautiful Lilim, a local apothecary, informed Lugo of another attack. This time, the village was attacked by a swarm of demonic bees, Killer Bee. Lugo told Lilim to stay away from the swarm. The masked man extended his hand and concentrated a clot of energy in his palm. He said quietly, "Parasite control begins." The next second, a stream of fiery energy burst from Lugo's palm. The flames destroyed the swarm of monsters. Some of the parasites died immediately, some soon after. The powerful blow caused the entire swarm to disappear, although a clearing formed in the forest. The locals fell silent in amazement, but after a couple of seconds they were already joyfully shouting, "Wow!" Mr. Lugo took out the entire nest of monsters with one shot. Only Lilim was perplexed. She had never seen such powerful magic before. The girl looked in confusion at the wide rut and the remains of the flames in the forest. Who really is this mysterious Mr. Lugo? She guessed that this man in the mask was far from simple. Lilim went to the village elder with questions. The girl loomed over the elderly village chief. She exclaimed that something was definitely wrong here. The old man calmly looked up at Lilim and asked what had happened. The pharmacist said that Mr. Lugo was too strong. That spell he used on Killer Bee was stunning. He took down a pack of wolves single-handedly, and even earlier he scared off the Cyclopes with a single glance. 3 weeks ago, Lugo took down a gang of thieves in one night. The leader smiled. Thanks to Lugo, the village could sleep peacefully. But Lilim found all this very strange. S-rank adventurer. Lord Luke died unexpectedly 3 months ago, which is when Mr. Lugo appeared in the village. Lilim is sure that Lugo killed Lord Luke and received a blessing, which is why he never takes off his helmet, hiding his identity. The pharmacist girl was very worried about this strong, mysterious man. The elder thought, if this was true, then the Lilim wouldn't have a chance against him. The girl exclaimed, "That's exactly it!" The headman thought for a bit and said that in any case, it was not in his principles to drive away those who came to them. The old man smiled. The more young people they have, the more lively the village becomes. And, to be honest, nothing bad happened after Mr. Lugo arrived. An angry Lilim decided to sort things out herself and asked the village chief where Mr. Lugo was now. The old man replied that he had asked Lugo to deal with the black bear. The girl pharmacist bravely went into the forest. She waved her hand, summoning a magical assistant. Lilim asked the dear little spirit to take her to Mr. Lugo. At that very second, a glowing spirit appeared on her index finger. The girl also asked the spirit to let her know if any monsters appeared nearby. Lilim was sure that everyone loosened their grip when alone, and Lugo should be no exception. Today, she will definitely find out the truth. The spirit led the pharmacist to a large forest clearing. To her surprise, Lugo was sitting calmly right in the middle of the clearing. The girl was puzzled whether he was sleeping or listening to who was coming. Suddenly, Lugo's voice was heard from behind. He said that he did not expect to see Lilim here. The girl screamed in horror, but he had been in the clearing just a second ago. Lugo explained that this was his afterimage. There it was, slowly disappearing. The pharmacist exclaimed that no ordinary resident of their village was capable of such a thing. Lugo laughed and asked what Lilim was doing in the forest. The girl blushed. She heard that he went to deal with the black bear and became worried. Even the royal knights cannot cope with this monster. Lugo shrugged. With traps, it's not that hard. He pulled out a large hive of honey that he had recently received. Using gravity magic, he can make a trap. Lilim was surprised that Lugo could use advanced magic so easily. There was a noise. Lugo told the girl to hide. The monster was approaching. The two of them hid behind the bushes at the edge of the forest. Soon, the bushes began to rustle and bare ears appeared among the greenery. The giant black bear stood up on its hind legs and sniffed the air. And then he saw his favorite delicacy in the middle of the clearing and opened his mouth. The monster rushed with all his paws towards the sweet and fragrant hive of honey. But once the bear put his paw into the trap, he could no longer get out. The trap caught the monster, and it lay helplessly on the ground. All this time, the pharmacist was beside herself with fear. Lilim couldn't believe it. It couldn't be that fast. Lugo warned that the second bear was already on its way. After a while, there was already a whole mountain of monsters in the clearing. Lugo noticed that it seemed like there would be bear stew for dinner today. The girl was perplexed. Defeating one animal was already impressive, but more than a dozen bears at once. The pharmacist turned to Lugo and looked at him questioningly. She couldn't understand who he really was, but the black mask reliably kept the secret of its owner. Lilim kept her diary with notes. She noted that 3 months after Lord Luke Othade's disappearance, there had been a sharp increase in dire threats everywhere. The kingdom's inhabitants' harvests were ruined. Livestock thefts have become more frequent. Food supplies and trade were in chaos. And naturally, the consequences of this even reached the distant village of Azema. First of all, the unrest that ensued affected supplies. Lilim was horrified that their trading carriage had been attacked. The merchants said that they were surrounded by sylphs. They somehow managed to defend themselves, but the goods were lost. The girl rushed to the pharmacy order box. It turned out that their medicines and remaining herbs were hopelessly spoiled. Lilim lowered her head. She can't work without this. Suddenly, the girl heard a piercing scream. The old lady was screaming, "Where are my sweet buns? They have disappeared!" Lilim tried to calm old Hamal down. There were still buns in the village. Grandma was indignant. What is Lilim talking about? These buns are ranks in the bun world. The girl was amazed. Are they really that good? She has to try them. Hamal lamented that this was a real gastronomic masterpiece. She simply couldn't live without them. Lugo's voice was heard from behind, asking what the noise was. The girl explained to him that the carriage had been attacked and robbed by sylphs. Suddenly, Lilim saw that Lugo was carrying some boxes. The merchant exclaimed, "This is his stolen cargo." Lugo said that he accidentally saw the sylphs making a fuss at the edge of the village, and there were these boxes there. Lilim was delighted. Now she could make medicine, and offered to look at what was inside. The villagers began to unpack their boxes and look inside. The pharmacist sensed Lugo's anger and asked what was wrong. The masked man replied, "These boxes are not enough." Considering the size of this carriage, there was more cargo there. Suddenly, Lilim heard Hamal's piercing scream again. The old woman was complaining that her buns had disappeared. The girl had a bad feeling. It couldn't be. With trembling hands, she opened her box. Her herbs were also gone. The slits of Lugo's black mask flared with anger. Those damn sylphs. The man convulsively clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly, everything around began to shake. People asked if it was an earthquake. Lilim realized with horror that it was Mr. Lugo's anger. So the sylphs dared to hide something. The girl tried to calm Lugo down. But he turned around and went into the forest, saying that he would return everything no matter what. The apothecary followed him. Lugo asked Lilim why she was following him. The girl answered casually. Just like that, she thought she would join in and watch for a bit. In fact, she was very afraid that if Lugo got angry and blew up the entire village, it would become a problem. They walked through the forest in silence for some time. Sylpha laughed softly. Mr. Black Helmet returned. She smiled. Last time the man caught her, but now she has a lot of traps. This time everything will be the other way around. But Lugo extended his hand towards Paisha and cast a spell. A burst of fiery energy erupted, and the sylph screamed in pain. She fell onto the forest road, and Lilim thought it would be better not to anger Lugo. The masked man took Paisha by the head and ordered him to be taken to his queen. He tied a magic rope around the sylph's waist, and they walked through the great forest. Paisha said that their queen lives deep in the forest. She marked all the traps along the way on this map. Sylph, with tears in her eyes, begged the Black Helmet to let her go. Lugo answered negatively. Paisha burst into tears, begging for mercy. The queen would kill her. She was terrible. She will rip out her wings, burn them, and then feed her to the frogs. Lilim asked Lugo if he should really let her go. They had a map. The girl felt sorry for Paisha. Sylph exclaimed, "Look, her good sister understands her?" Lugo pulled the wailing sylph towards him and looked at her. Suddenly, she started tickling her. Paisha laughed until she cried from laughter. Surprised, Lilim quietly approached her companion. The girl saw a pink lump and told Miss Fairy that she had dropped something. But when she unwrapped the lump, Lilim discovered with horror that it was her swimming trunks. The girl blushed deeply and asked Paisha why she needed her panties. Lugo said that it was a classic sylph move. She probably wanted to play a joke on Lilim to find a weak spot. The angry pharmacist asked the fairy if this was true. She chirped that she would never do such a thing. It was probably all the Black Helmet's doing. Lilim exclaimed, "It's a lie. Mr. Lugo may be suspicious, but not in that sense." Lugo said that there was no truth in the sylph's words and that she should not be trusted. Paisha tried to justify herself, but Lilim cut her off. The girl advised the sylph to hurry and take them to the queen. Finally, the travelers reached the nest of the sylphs. Lugo fired several shots of fireballs. The sylph screamed, "It's over! Kurokabuto, Black Helmet of Despair, has arrived." Many fairies were injured or killed. Paisha burst into tears as she watched her friends die. When the resistance was broken, the captive sylph led them to the queen's chambers. They stopped near the high stone doors. Lilim asked if these were the queen's chambers. The girl asked the sylph if there were any traps there. Paisha giggled. "This is a sacred place, what other traps?" But this chuckle seemed very suspicious to Lilim. Lugo agreed with her and decided to check what was behind the door using fire. Realizing what the Black Helmet was about to do, Paisha tried to stop it. A stream of fire blew apart the stone doors and swept through the chambers. Paisha was horrified. She sadly lowered her ears. What happened to their queen? The sylph queen Tamia lay on the floor, completely burned. Lugo was surprised that she wasn't even blown away by this, which was expected from the queen. Lilim was amazed that she was able to withstand Mr. Lugo's magic. Fairy Tamia, the queen of the sylphs, rose and introduced herself. She said angrily that magic of that level had no effect on her. Blood immediately burst from the queen's mouth. Lilim noticed that it didn't seem like the magic hadn't affected her. Tamia frowned and angrily repeated that this magic didn't work on her. She jumped up, clenched her fists, and flushed with rage. Lugo asked Tamia if this was apparently the blessing of the Fairy King. She answered, "That's right. No one can touch her with a finger." Lilim was shocked. This can't be. A pleased Paisha exclaimed, "Her Majesty is in her element." Sylph hastened to bow to her queen. The masked man told the queen that he had questions for her. Lugo growled menacingly, "Where is the cargo they stole?" The queen chuckled. Who knows? She couldn't understand what kind of pressure this was from an ordinary person. Lugo changed the question. Tamia watched the stranger with interest. The masked man asked what they were going to do with the weapons and medicines they had stolen from the people. The queen's face broke into a smile. And isn't that obvious? Tamia exclaimed, "They are going to start a war!" Lilim hiccuped, the queen said. "The damn top-ranking adventurer Luke is dead. This is the perfect opportunity. They will crush these people and proclaim this sylph. And she, Queen Tamia, will become the queen of demons." As she spoke, she extended her index finger towards Lilim. The girl gasped, and a bright golden ball began to glow near the fairy's finger. Lugo called out to Lilim, but it was too late. The girl's pure soul fluttered out of her chest and ended up with the fairy. The pharmacist closed her eyes and began to fall, losing consciousness. Lugo managed to pick up his companion in his arms. Tamiya asked the stranger with a grin. He seemed surprised. She clenched her fist around the soul and said that her stealing magic could even get someone else's soul. Pasha clapped her hands. Her Highness Tamiya is the best in the world. The queen extended her hand to Lugo and said that now she would take his soul. The fairy directed a stream of thief's magic at the masked man. Lugo's body glowed, revealing a pure and bright soul. Tamiya laughed. Now this would be the end for the stranger. But to the queen's surprise, Lugo's soul did not succumb to her. She exclaimed, "What is this? Why can't she steal the soul?" Confused, Pasha asked the queen what this meant. Lugo explained that this type of magic does not work on those whose magic level is higher. Pasha muttered, "It couldn't be that an ordinary person could be more powerful than a queen." The masked man said he was not ordinary and began to take off his helmet. Soon the red hair, familiar to all monsters, appeared. Tamiya exclaimed in surprise, "This can't be." Pasha quietly asked Her Majesty what was wrong. When Tamiya was still little, she once heard advice from the previous queen. The queen said that among people there are those who are best not approached. The only S-rank adventurer, the natural enemy of all monsters. Tamiya heard that this man was dead. Pasha said in confusion, "It can't be. Could this guy really be Luke Othed?" Lugo took off his black helmet, and everyone saw that Luke really was hiding behind that name. He frowned and told the queen that he would return Lilim's soul and the stolen cargo. Luke reached out and began to influence the fairies. Tamiya screamed in pain. She couldn't resist this magic. Soon, the queen fell powerlessly to the floor and clenched her teeth. Poor Pasha screamed that she was about to be crushed. She had no more strength. The queen held on with all her might. Suddenly, Luke stopped the impact and asked her if they had thought about the past at least a little. There were tears in Tamiya's eyes. What must she be thinking about? The fairy's hands were shaking if she gave in now. If she submitted to this, she would not be fulfilling her royal duty. She cursed. If only she hadn't run into this monster! But what to do now? The queen shouted that she could not lose to someone like Luke. But the guy continued to look at Tamiya silently. She sat up and asked why he had reversed the spell. He could have killed her. Luke suddenly remembered that he wanted to ask the queen a question. The fairy grimaced. What else did he want? The boy asked Tamiya why they would start a war at all. They could just stay in the nest, live peacefully, occasionally steal candy or something like that. The queen asked if Luke Othed really didn't understand anything. Since he disappeared, the monster's activity has increased, and as a result, weak races like them have been driven out. And when the sylphs asked people for help, they turned away. People, as well as powerful monsters, looked at them with disdain. The fairies were simply left to die. Therefore, the sylphs decided to destroy the human kingdom. Luke asked, "Apparently the fairies want to use people as a shield." Tamiya sighed. Even if the sylphs had failed, the war would have made people think about the threat of monsters. So people would fight monsters instead of fairies. Sylphs are weak monsters and will be constantly in danger until they fight back. Luke smiled, and they really had thought it all through. The fairy chuckled but was stopped by him. The queen made a request to Luke. She is ready to give him her life even without resistance. But in return, she asked for mercy on her subjects. She looked at the almost dead sylph Pasha with tears in her eyes. The guy thought for a moment and said he had a proposal. Her sylphs can come with her to the village of Azuma. Tamiya's mouth dropped open in surprise and she stared at Luke. He promised that he could protect them all. And in exchange, the sylphs won't attack people. Her plan was pointless from the start. Even if Luke weren't there, they still wouldn't have been able to defeat many of the people from the capital. The sylph queen asked if Luke was serious about the village. The guy confirmed. Sylphs are liars, so she can tell that Luke isn't lying. The queen agreed. Okay, they won't attack people anymore. But only if Luke would protect them. Tamiya extended her hand to the boy. Luke Othed took the fairy's small hand and said, of course, he would protect them. 2 weeks later, big changes took place in the village of Azema. Lilim brought the medicine the village chief asked for. Seeing the old man's joy, the girl said that she should thank Mr. Lugo for this. Thanks to Lugo's efforts, the medicinal herbs and the rest of the cargo were returned. The villagers were overjoyed to receive their goods. Now Lilim can continue her work as an apothecary in safety. The girl asked the headman what he now thought about their village. The old man smiled. He thought the village had become prettier. He asked his pleased Hamal if this was true. The old woman confirmed that it was indeed so and asked Temia if she liked the buns. The queen exclaimed that she had never eaten such white and chewy things. There are now many sylphs living in the village of Azima. They help the locals carry things. A special winged squad patrols the village's borders. They also take care of the elderly by giving them massages. Before anyone could notice, the fairies had settled comfortably among the people. The leader noted that, just like Mr. Lugo had said, this relationship with the sylphs could really help their village. And yet the Lilim felt uneasy. They were small, but still monsters. They stole her underwear and even tried to steal her soul. The girl was really harmed, and she simply couldn't trust them. Suddenly, she felt someone calling her and pulling at her dress. Tamia noticed that Lilim was quite close to Lugo. Maybe she knew if he liked buns. The girl wondered if anyone could not love them, and why the fairy was asking. The queen laughed. Wasn't it obvious she wanted to eat with him? Fairy smiles are so cute, to be honest. It's a problem. Lilim herself didn't notice how she hugged Tamia. Sylph started wailing, demanding to be let go. The girl apologized sheepishly. The smiling leader asked if Lilim and Tamia had forgotten what day it was. The girl exclaimed, "Of course! They need to get ready!" She told the queen that federal agents were coming from the capital for an inspection. If the sylphs misbehave, the feds may destroy them as monsters. The chief was confident that the inspectors would like the village, but it was still better to be on guard. Lilim told Tamia that they were counting on her as the leader of the sylphs. The fairy took the bun and cried out, "In the name of the honest king!" With these buns and the cuteness of the sylphs, they will show the inspectors the best hospitality. Meanwhile, the carriage with the inspectors was already approaching the village. Inspector Luluel noticed that the path to Azima's village was smooth, and they had not seen a single monster. Their main task as researchers is to study the ecology of monsters. But this time the research is rather unusual to study how the villagers and the sylphs interact. The inspector's companion was sure that the villagers were being deceived. The inspector asked Garam why he thought so. Garam replied that the sylphs were cunning, evil, and much more dangerous than they seemed. Adventurers of rank C or lower cannot stand against them, and common people have no chance against them. That's why Luluel took him along as a B-rank adventurer. Luluel's companion wanted to achieve results and rise in rank. He declared that if these sylphs seemed suspicious even for a second, he would cut them out. There was a tense silence. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply. The adventurer asked what it was. Luluel pointed out the window, telling Garam to look there. A huge black shadow was approaching them. The inspector suggested that it might be a sylph trap, although it would be too complicated for them. Garam's eyes widened in horror. It couldn't be. He shouted to the driver to urge on the horses and rush at full speed. The carriage rolled as fast as possible. Garam worriedly told his companion that they were being stalked by a deadly worm. Luluel was shocked. She had never seen such a huge one before. Garam warned that if he caught up with them, he would crush them in this carriage. The girl demanded that Garam do something, but he replied that even a higher-ranked seeker would not win. Suddenly, it became completely dark in the carriage. The guild inspectors looked around in fear. Suddenly, the head of a deadly worm appeared in one of the windows. Garam groaned. The monster was much larger than he expected. The guy grabbed his head. In a situation like this, you won't even have time to write a will. They're finished. The inspectors heard their carriage creak, and Luluel screamed and burst into tears. Garam grabbed his sword and jumped out of the carriage. If the monster gets to the horses, they will definitely die in this forest. The deadly worm bared its toothy mouth and hissed. The adventurer rushed towards the monster. Suddenly, Garam saw a man flying to their aid. The slits in the eyes of the black helmet flashed furiously with a scarlet flame. The monster froze, sensing powerful magic. Before Garam could say a word, the stranger cut the monster in half. The stunned inspector looked at the stranger who had killed the worm. Luluel said with delight that Garam was really that strong, but he replied that it wasn't him. The monster was killed by that strange man. Luluel thanked Lugo for accompanying them, and he invited them to meet with the village chief. The inspector quietly advised Garam to thank their savior. Luluel smiled. It seemed like Garam's ego was hurt because he lost to an ordinary villager. The adventurer barked at his companion to shut up. Garam was sure that it couldn't be that this guy was a simple citizen. The inspectors, accompanied by Lugo, approached the head's house. When the door opened, the surprised feds saw an old man and a fairy. They all exclaimed in unison, "Welcome, dear guests from the guild." Curtsying dramatically, the village chief and the fairy introduced themselves to the guests. The inspectors also introduced themselves. Garam is responsible for security, and Luluel will conduct the inspection. Luluel suggested getting down to business right away. The inspectors would like to inspect the entire village. They have never heard of monsters and humans living together in peace. It is a very rare case and needs to be investigated. Tamia exclaimed, "Of course, let them take a good look," the leader said. When the sylphs arrived, the village was very lucky. The queen asked Mr. Lugo to come too. They will show how cool they are. The fairy took Lugo by the hand and pulled him forward. Smiling sweetly, Tamia invited the inspectors to follow her. "Garam said this fairy calls herself the Sylph Queen. She seems to be unusual." He watched her. She did not allow herself a single weakness. Luluel guessed that Mr. Lugo's strength came from the same vigilance. The inspector decided to test the waters. She aimed her lenses at the smiling Tamia. Luluel then activated Hayaki, the blessing of 100 schemes. Screens with information immediately began to spin around the girl. She finally found the information she needed. It turns out that Tamia has a blessing, so she really is strong. Luluel exclaimed, coming to such a faraway place was definitely worth it. The head said, he told them, "Tamia is the cutest. They won't find such a beauty even in the capital." The inspector really wanted to know more about the fairy, but she also really wanted to know everything about Mr. Lugo. Luluel aimed her lenses at the black helmet, but for some reason, only a digital code appeared on her screens. She couldn't understand why she couldn't even find out his name. The inspector flipped through the screens one after another but didn't understand anything. She found it strange that she couldn't read anything. Suddenly, she screamed in surprise, and all the screens shattered into pieces. Lugo appeared on the screen in front of her, wearing a black helmet. He told a bewildered Luluel that he would prefer that she not push any further. The inspector didn't understand anything. Could it be that her blessing for hundreds of schemes wasn't working? She threw the screens around in her anger. Black Helmet Lugo asked Luluel, "So how about she keep her nose out of things?" The helmet flashed with bloody slits for eyes. The inspector's legs gave way. Lugo picked her up and asked her to be careful. She turned her head towards him and quietly asked who he was. Lugo repeated that it was better for her not to know. Luluel flinched. There was something frightening about the man in the helmet. She pulled herself together and stepped forward. Garam asked Luluel if she was okay. She replied that her head hurt a little. Maybe she was just tired from the long trip. Tamia, who heard her words, said that she knew where they would go first. Of course they need to go to the best pharmacy in the village. The inspectors approached a small house. The fairy exclaimed that they were there. This was the best pharmacy in the village. Garam snorted. This place had clearly seen better days, but Luluel cut him off. The inspector looked closely at the pharmacy. This pharmacy, of course, doesn't even hold a candle to the capital's pharmacies. Lugo knocked on the door and told Lilim that she had an urgent patient. The girl opened the door. Lilim was surprised. Could this girl really be a pharmacist? But she was just a child. Lilim asked with a smile. She was Luluel after all. The inspector's face fell and she muttered that it was indeed her. Lilim explained that she had already been briefed. Everything was ready. She could proceed. The pharmacist placed the patient on the couch and began the examination. Garam asked if there was a real doctor here. Tamia hissed at him. He was very rude. Lilim smiled. That's right, she's not a doctor at all, the queen exclaimed. But Lilim is an incredible apothecary. Luluel reassured Garam. Everything was fine. The scent of healing herbs could be felt. The inspector realized that this girl had more experience than she seemed. Lilim asked the patient to lie down and relax. The pharmacist waved her hand and called for assistance. She asked the good spirits to show her where the man was wounded. The inspector opened her eyes in surprise. Was this a blessing? Lilim confirmed that she has the blessing of the minor spirits. She is an apothecary who works with them. The blessing of the honest king is already the third blessing that has happened in this village. Lilim reported that the energy flow was interrupted, which seems to be the cause of the headache. The pharmacist called Pisha and asked her to bring medicines number 6 and 17. Garam was stunned. This girl even has an assistant. The inspector almost jumped in surprise. It was a sylph. Lilim thanked Pisha. Garam's expression was distorted. The human and the sylph were communicating by name. The pharmacist got the medicine Luluel needed. She explained that one evens out the flow of magic and the other alleviates headaches. The inspector was surprised that Lilim had so many medicines. If they really help, it's amazing. Even in the capital, it's very difficult to get such things. The pharmacist explained that it was all thanks to Pesha and the other fairies. Sylphs are simply incredible when it comes to forest herbs. They always know what grows where. Lilim mixes what they collect and gets medicine. Now they can have rare and expensive drugs in stock, whereas previously they would have to order them from the capital. Luluel understood that there was some logic to it, but sylphs were still monsters. She wondered if the monsters would really show her where the healing herbs grew. The inspector looked at the pills. One sip and she would know the truth. The patient swallowed the drug Lilim. She suddenly felt her energy restored. Luluel was stunned. All the pain went away in just a second. Garam looked at his companion in surprise. This couldn't be. It's incredible. Medicines with such power are very rare even in the capital. Lilim smiled. Of course, she made them herself. Pesha also helped. The inspector thought, this girl is young, blessed, and her skills and knowledge are amazing. Leaving her in some village would be a mistake. Luluel turned to Lilim. Has the girl thought about visiting the capital? With her level as an apothecary, Lilim will be in great demand in the capital. The guild would support her, and she could run a large clinic. Lilim thanked and declined. The inspector couldn't believe it. But why didn't she want to go to the capital? Luluel insisted that they had high-quality equipment and a very high salary. The pharmacist said with a smile that she loved her village very much. Of course, she would like better equipment, but only to help people here. Moreover, Pesha and other sylphs are with her, and here she grows as an apothecary. The sylphs are incredible. They know everything about medicinal herbs. They even warn her in advance about visitors like today. Tamia added that they fly around the village and say if something is wrong. The queen is also not interested in the capital because the safest place is near Lugo. After seeing him in action, Garam agrees with Tamia. Garam asked Lugo to show him what he usually does, and Luluel was also interested. The mysterious villager became thoughtful. Then he replied, of course, only if they could keep up with him. Lugo rushed into the forest. The inspectors ran after him. Luluel was sweating profusely, already regretting getting involved in this. Garam's condition was only slightly better, but they themselves asked to see Lugo's daily routine. He agreed on the condition that they would be as fast as he was. Luluel screamed that she couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, 2 deadly worms appeared behind the inspectors and they picked up their speed. And behind the 2 monsters, a gigantic, deadly worm appeared. The sight of him made the inspectors' hearts sink into their boots. Seeing the village chief in the forest, Luluel shouted at him to run away. But the old man chuckled. This happens to them often. He offered the guests tea. The inspectors were horrified. What kind of tea? Garam shook the old man by the shoulders, saying that this thing was much more dangerous than he thought. And suddenly, Luluel realized that their pursuers had gone silent. She turned around carefully and saw that the worms were lying motionless. Both monsters were dead. The inspector asked, what the hell? How did this happen? Queen Temia responded by killing them with stealth magic. The fairy laughed. She didn't care about anything. The frightened Luluel did not understand anything, but Garam realized that this was the radiance of the soul. The queen confirmed that even the souls of monsters were not protected from her magic. Garum was delighted. He pointed at the crawling giant and asked to deal with him. The fairy said that a monster of this class seems to be immune to her magic. The queen turned to Lugo. The man in the helmet said that the worm's core was on the forehead, but with such a size, magic simply wouldn't be able to reach it. Garum insisted that retreat would be a wise decision. Lugo noticed that Garum had something interesting. The adventurer didn't understand what Lugo was talking about. A villager asked the inspector to borrow his sword. Taking up his sword, Lugo prepared to fight the giant monster. Tamiya screamed for Lugo to finish off that worm in one hit. He turned around and answered the queen, "No problem." The monster's eyes flashed with fire at the sight of the man with the sword. The worm hissed, spraying green slime. Luke said quietly, "Well, it's been a while since I've gotten into that position." Luluelle's face fell. This stance, she had seen it before. The inspector said in confusion, "This is the same stand that Luke Othide owned." Luluelle shook her head, thinking she saw Luke in front of her. As before, Luke waited for a moment and pushed off from the ground. He instantly soared upwards above the fanged monster. The worm couldn't understand where this impudent fellow had gone. And the next second, the monster's head, along with the core, was chopped off. The giant body of the deadly worm split in half. Lugo actually killed the monster with one blow. Tamiya cried out with delight. Nothing less was expected from Lugo. The village head asked the inspectors if they understood now. There is a strong protector in their village. The feds looked at Lugo's returning smiles. Yes, now they understand all this perfectly well. The inspectors set off on their way back, and Luluelle began writing a report. There were no sylphs in the great forest near the village of Azima. They live with the villagers, and the sylphs have shared their knowledge of agriculture with the people. The sylphs' secrets of blacksmithing advance the industry, and their mobility facilitates the rapid dissemination of information. For the village of Azima, with its rather old population, the help of the sylphs was a real blessing. The reason why sylphs help people is because it is the safest place for them. And it was all thanks to… Luluelle paused at this point. The inspector wondered if it was worth writing about Lugo, but Garum was sure that they had to tell the guild about Lugo. Luluelle chuckled. It was funny how Garam's attitude towards him changed. He became embarrassed. Well, Lugo is just really cool. Garum decided to tell everything to the guildmaster and let him come to the village himself. The seeker dreamed of studying with the mysterious Lugo, but Luluelle realized that this man was hiding for some reason. Then in the forest, she asked Lugo if he wanted to visit the capital. He refused. The inspector was upset. Tamiya and Lilim also refused. Lugo said they might agree if Luluelle continued to insist. But it won't work on him, Luluelle thought. But if she kept insisting, it might work with Lugo too. With Luke Othade gone, they need a new hero. Garum agreed. That guy from the village was a potential contender for his place. Luluelle said these were the words of her friend, Lisha Marenti. Garum asked if this was the strongest saint who was in Luke's squad. Luluelle confirmed that she was going to tell her about Lugo. A few weeks after the inspection, Lilim and Paisha fought a monster outside the clinic. The female pharmacists were determined. This monster was an overgrown weed. She grew behind the clinic after being left alone. But now it's time to deal with the weeds. Armed with scythes, the girls rushed into battle. 3 hours later, they were exhausted, their backs ached, and there was still a lot of grass. Paisha asked Lilim why she suddenly decided to mow the grass. The pharmacist thought of making a garden here and growing medicinal herbs. Sylph was surprised, but they can collect them in the forest. The sensible Lilim explained that if the monsters attacked and one of them was injured, it would break her heart. Paisha burst into tears. Lilim cares so much about the sylphs. The fairy said that in that case they need help. She asked Lilim to wait while she called for help. The girl looked questioningly at Paisha, asking what she was up to. Soon the sylph returned with Lugo. He took the scythe and said that he would do everything himself. Lilim thought, without a doubt Lugo is the strongest, but it might be difficult for him too. He told the girl not to come near him. It was dangerous. The pharmacist wondered what was dangerous about mowing grass. Lugo swung his scythe, and a tornado swirled across the clearing, tearing up the grass. Lilim and Paisha's eyes widened in surprise. In a couple of seconds, the clearing was completely free of weeds. Lugo pointed to a pile of torn grass and said that everything was ready. He asked Lilim what she was going to do here. Paisha replied that they were going to plant a garden here. Lugo liked the idea and asked what to do next. The girl replied that it was necessary to plow and remove stones and other foreign objects. The man in the helmet waved his hand, and a layer of earth in the clearing rose up. Lilim was stunned. This is gravity magic. Lugo twisted his finger, and all foreign objects separated from the ground. He asked the pharmacist if this was normal. The girl nodded and asked to return the soil back. She needed to plant seeds. Lugo asked what seeds they would plant. Lilim handed over the seeds of doom, an ingredient for mana-restoring potions. Lugo said it was very helpful, as expected from a pharmacist. He asked what other seeds were there. Lilim answered, some for endurance potions and healing herbs for wounds. Lugo planted the seeds himself and said it sounded good. Working on the soil was actually fun. Lilim's face flushed with embarrassment. She sat down next to Lugo and said that he was a great help. Paisha smiled. Everything was going so well. Magical and medicinal herbs began to grow green in the treated area. Lilim thanked Lugo and said that she was in his debt. In response, he said that if she needed male help, she could just let him know. The girl looked at this strange man in confusion. She remembered her previous fears and suspicions. Of course, the black helmet still frightened Lilim. But Lugo never harmed her or anyone in the village. The pharmacist thought maybe she could trust him at least a little. Lilim replied with a smile. She would probably ask for help again. In return, she promised to help Lugo if it was within her power. The black helmet thought. He said that when the time comes, he will count on Lilim, but very soon the girl regretted these words. The next day, Lilim's house suddenly shook. A frightened Paisha flew to the girl and asked what had happened. The pharmacist invited her assistant to look at her desk. He was inundated with a pile of letters asking for medication. Almost all of them contained complex formulas that require careful balancing. Paisha was sorting through the letters when the customer asked for a powerful aphrodisiac and another poison for sleep. Lilim couldn't understand how this had happened. At that moment, Lugo appeared on the threshold and apologized for the intrusion. Looking at the table, he noticed that Lilim had also received such letters. It seems Luluel announced their names in the capital. Lugo was very angry. One letter especially angered him. He handed Lilim the envelope. The girl was stunned. This letter was from the Holy Church of Arat, but it was wonderful. There is Saint Lisha Marenti. She was in the squad with Luke Othade. Lugo reported that Lisha invited him to join her squad, and she writes that she will soon come to Azema. The girls read Lisha's letter. Lilim exclaimed that this was a great opportunity. Lugo should accept the offer, but he replied that he could not do so. He explained that he had a bad relationship with Lisha, and if they met face to face, she would do something terrible again. This explanation surprised the girl very much. She assumed it was a romantic drama. Lugo said it didn't matter. He just didn't want to see her. He reminded Lilim of her words that he could ask her for help. Well, that means he's asking for help. He wants Lilim to meet Lisha instead of him and refuse her. The girl was very worried. Lisha was such an important person. Lugo said that it was his request, but she could refuse. Lilim's hands were shaking with excitement as she carried the tea to the saint. The girl really did tell Lugo that she would help him, but she didn't think that everything would turn out like this. Lilim handed Lisha Marenti a cup of tea. The saint kindly thanked the girl. Lisha smiled sweetly at the apothecary and the sylph queen Tamia. Lilim already knew something about the saint, but she still couldn't believe it. That sweet smile, that golden hair like silk were mesmerizing. Moreover, Lishi's entire being emanated an amazing grace. The holy knights next to her were clearly very powerful. In front of Lilim sat the saint of the church, Arat Lisha Merengi. Lilim asked Saint Lisha what brought her to them. The guest told Lilim that she shouldn't be so nervous. Tamia exclaimed, "That's it, Lilim! Stop shaking already!" She has the sylph queen herself with her. She should be proud of it. Lisha told Lily that she had heard about her success in medicine. And of course, rumors about Queen Timia reached the saint. Well, Now Lisha would like them both to go with her to the capital. But what about the brave Lugo? Lilim and Temia looked at Lisha as if enchanted. Suddenly, Lilim came to her senses and said that she had already given up on the capital. Temia added that she also liked the village. In response, a sword flashed right in front of Lilim. The knight accompanying Lisha glared angrily at the girls. The saint told Liz that this was enough. Lisha sighed. The knights were just like bloodthirsty beasts. If their candidate for Saint Lilim gets hurt, it will end badly. The pharmacist girl's eyes widened. Did Lisha really mean her? Saint Marenti smiled. Indeed, Lilim is so smart that she runs a clinic at such a young age. Her skills have greatly impressed Luluel and she is respected by the villagers. And the Lilim's gift of healing is a real miracle. Lishi took the girl by the hand and said that Lilim needed to be made a saint. She can lead the Holy Church of Aratus to great glory. Lilim shook her head. No, she didn't understand anything at all. So, everything is happening exactly as Lugo warned. He said that most likely Lisha would insist from the very beginning. If Lilim allowed her to control her heart rate, she would take advantage of it. But the girl didn't believe it. She had heard a lot of good things about Lisha. But Lugo insisted that pressure was Saint Lishi's tactic. She uses the idea of her to catch her off guard. If that happens, Lilim will have to be persistent. Lilim realized that if she did nothing, everything would happen as Lugo said. The apothecary told Lady Lisha that she had something to say. The saint was surprised and asked if something was wrong. Lilim replied that they refused to move to the capital, both she and Temia and Lugo. The pharmacist apologized and asked Saint Lisha to leave. The guests stared at the impudent girl in surprise. It turned out that this village healer was not so simple. Lilim looked at Lisha Marenti persistently. The saint sighed, saying, "It seems there was a misunderstanding." She raised her finger, demanding silence. Lilim exclaimed what was happening. Lisha said it was a teleportation magic circle. It would take them straight to the capital. The saint was confident that as soon as the girls were presented to the church, all misunderstandings would disappear. A pleased Lisha Marenti laughed. Temia shouted at Lilim to run away now. Lisha was dangerous. But the saint held Lilim tightly by the hand and did not let go. She told Tamia that she was glad to see her too and hoped that the queen would join them. Tamia was taken aback. What the hell was Lisha saying? The magic teleportation circle shone brighter and brighter. Lisha told Liz that they were leaving. The knight stepped into the circle. Lilim frowned. This is bad, very bad. She remembered how the day before she had told Lugo that it couldn't be that bad. He was exaggerating. Lugo replied that Lilim only says that because he doesn't know Lisha. He said then that if things didn't go according to plan, she should call him. Lilim called Lugo's name loudly. At that very second, he flew into the house, breaking the window. The Sylph Queen was very surprised to see Lugo here. He said he was nearby just in case, but he didn't think Lisha would use the teleportation circle. The saint looked at Lugo. He seemed familiar to her. Lilim asked Lugo to help them. The masked man rushed towards Lilim and Temia. Lisha was delighted. How convenient, all three gathered together. This would save her time. Then she would simply transport the three of them to the capital in one go. Lilim and Temia's mouths dropped open in confusion, as if they were in serious trouble. Lugo cursed. He came too late. A bright light flashed in the room, and the portal transported everyone to the capital. The room in the apothecary's house was empty. Paisha burst into the room, shouting that she had hamal pancakes for the guests, and then the sylph saw that there was no one in the room. She called out to Lilim in confusion, asking where they could have gone. Meanwhile, they were already in the residence of the Holy Church of Arat. Lilim looked at the saint's clothes with interest. This is what the saints wear in church. The girl found the outfit quite elegant. She was afraid to wear it, but to wear nothing, that would also be strange. Lilim remembered how Lisha had forcibly brought them here. Lugo then said that once this magic is activated, even he cannot cancel it. He also said that they were in enemy territory. Lugo warned her that she should do as she was told and not make a scene. He promised to protect her at any cost. A few minutes later, Lilim was already admiring her reflection. Everything wasn't so bad. She could never afford an outfit like that. And the gold details look real. Yes, being a saint is something special. The girl exclaimed with a smile, "I am the holy Lilim, obey me." At that moment, Tamiya flew in and asked Lilim how much longer she would have to change clothes. The fairy asked the girl what was wrong, and Lilim showed her the outfit. The queen also showed her dress, saying that today she was Tamiya's sister. Lilim admired. Tamiya looks so cute. Suddenly, the fairy remembered that she wanted to show Lilim something. She invited the girl to follow her. After leaving the room, Lilim and Tamiya went out into the corridor. A knight was waiting for them there. The apothecary recognized Lugo. The Sylph Queen laughed. White doesn't suit Lugo at all. Lisha appeared in the corridor and saw that her guests had already finished changing. The saint exclaimed that their new outfits suited them all very well. First, Lisha offered to show them the chapel. They entered a huge hall with a large organ. Lilim exclaimed in delight at how beautiful it was here. It was the girl's first time in such a large chapel. She walked slowly through the hall, looking around. Everyone approached a huge painting that depicted a girl and a phoenix. Lilim asked if this woman in the painting was probably a rat. This is the goddess worshipped by the Holy Church. But what is this bird on a rat's hand? Lilim wanted to make a suggestion, but Lugo interrupted her. He said it was a phoenix, Vinix. The pharmacist was amazed. Amazingly, this bird looks as if it will heal all wounds. But if that were the case, pharmacists would not be needed. Lugo explained that no matter how many times you kill the phoenix, it is reborn and comes for revenge. This is a very problematic bird. Lisha was surprised. Lugo knows a lot about this. He objected. Everyone knows about this. Tamiya was so impressed by the painting that she wanted to be painted like that too. Lugo told the fairy that both the Winx and Arat were just legends, but they existed in the form of blessings. Tamiya has the blessing of the Fairy King, and if she promotes her name, she can also become a legend. Then she will be drawn. The queen hugged Lugo's hand and exclaimed, "Then we must work even harder." Lilim and Lisha looked closely at Lugo. Lisha asked Lugo if he didn't want to become a legend. With his knowledge and power, this is quite possible. Lugo replied sharply that he had no interest in such things. Lisha took his hand and asked him not to say that. She offered him to become a holy knight, then he could become a legend. The saint's eyes sparkled as she insisted that Lugo join their church. She exclaimed that Lugo would also be in the painting, standing proudly next to the saint herself. Lilim thought, Lugo still looks like a legend. He turned away from Lishi and repeated that he was not interested. But she wouldn't let him go, saying that white suited him. If he likes the helmet so much, why not make a white one too? Lugo pulled away from Lisha's arms, pushing her away sharply. He shouted that he refused. He would never become a holy knight. Lilim and Tamiya froze, silently watching the two. Lisha asked in confusion. Maybe this was a misunderstanding. Saint Merenti was at a loss, and she invited Lugo specifically to become a holy knight. Tamiya quietly told Lilim that it was a strange invitation. No one had asked them. Lugo stubbornly said that he would not become a holy knight in any case. He turned and walked away, suggesting they move on. Lisha rushed after him, shouting that they were going in the other direction. Lilim and Tamiya whispered to each other. Something was wrong here. The girl remembered that Lugo said that he had met Lisha earlier. However, Lisha acts as if they are meeting for the first time. What does this even mean? The saint continued to show the guests the residence. Lilim repeated thoughtfully. So Lugo knows Lisha. Tamiya added, but Lisha acts like she doesn't know him. And then it dawned on Lilim that maybe she wouldn't recognize him because of the helmet. But still, his voice and gestures are hard to miss. The queen exclaimed, yes, it was the helmet. Some armor becomes enchanted with a spell that prevents voice recognition. In other words, the helmet hides the real identity. Lugo probably wears this helmet on purpose to hide from this woman. After all, Lisha is so bossy, it's no wonder he wants to stay away from her. Lilim wondered if Lugo was really that cunning. Looking back at Lugo, Lilim and Tamiya's mouths dropped open in surprise. One of the saints pressed her ample breasts against his hand. Another one clung to his shoulder, whispering how strong and sturdy his body was. The girls asked Lugo if maybe they should have lunch together. Lisha smiled blissfully. Lugo is very popular now. Tamiya noticed. but in the village no one was hitting on him like that. The saint said the church was full of young girls, and opportunities to interact with men were rare. In the Holy Church of Arat, men are expected to remain celibate for the sake of the goddess Arat. But women can do whatever they want. Tamiya was indignant. It was still too much. Lugo was simply discouraged. The fairy exclaimed that she would get rid of these girls. But Lisha objected. It seemed that this was not necessary. Lugo took the most persistent saint by the hand. He took a step back to break free from the girls' clutches. Lugo pushed them away sharply, causing displeasure. Lisha told the guests that Lugo managed on his own. He bowed and apologized to the girls, saying that he was on duty and asked them to understand. The nuns started chattering. What a gentleman he is. He's not just strong, he has such good manners. Lisha and Tamiya were outraged by this attack on Lugo, and he resolutely headed towards Lilim. The girl looked at the mysterious man in the helmet in confusion. Suddenly, he dropped to one knee and extended his hand to Lilim. Lugo told her he knew it might be unacceptable, but he was asking her to take his hand. He explained that if they were apart, he would not be able to protect her. Lilim blushed with embarrassment. Everyone looked at them. The nuns started whispering who this girl was. She was from the same village as Lugo. He said that he, of course, felt sorry for these girls. But in unfamiliar territory, you never know where danger might lie. Lugo asked Lilim to think of it as helping him. The girl muttered, "Okay," in confusion and took his hand. Tamiya asked Lugo if he wanted to hold her hand. He replied that if both hands were busy, he would not be able to protect them at all. The queen snorted. It was unfair to say that. Lisha suggested continuing their journey. Everything went smoothly after that, and in the main cathedral they admired the ancient statues. We looked at the altar where sacred rites take place. In the choir room, the saints gathered to sing hymns together. Lilim exclaimed, "The Arat church is amazing. It's like a sacred park." The queen quietly remarked how stupid Lilim was. Lugo agreed with Tamiya. This place is not a park, it is a fortress. There are a lot of holy knights around this place. Lisha said it was to protect the holy sisters. Sometimes force is necessary. Lilim thought, she really is so naive, but it is so beautiful here. They continued walking in silence. The saints stopped near the high doors and said that they had arrived. This last room is the sanctuary, Ladilna. The doors swung open and they walked inside. Lilim gasped. Everything here is so snow white, but it is so empty. Lisha Marenti said this is the most important place. She pointed up. This is where the holy scriptures are kept. At the very top of the long staircase, there was a book lying on a pedestal. For some reason, Lilim suddenly felt uneasy. Lisha extended her hand and invited her to follow her. The girl stood next to Lugo and did not move. She looked at him and mentally asked, "Everything will be okay, right?" Lilim let go of Lugo's hand and followed the saint. Tamiya asked Lugo what that thing was up there. It would still be okay. He replied that he didn't feel any danger, but it was definitely dangerous to refuse. He would be on guard. Lisha told Lilim to come closer to the book. The girl looked at the writing. There were blank pages. The saint suggested that Lilim pray to the goddess Arat. The pharmacist girl was taken aback. The two of them stood at the top of the stairs with the saint, so far away from Lugo. Lilim told Lady Lisha in confusion that there was nothing written there. And indeed, the pages of scripture were clean. Lisha explained that only those who have the qualities of a saint pray, then the prophecy of Arat manifests. She invited the girl to place her hands on the holy scripture. Lilim understood that this was the sacred revelation Lisha had spoken about in the village. The saint said that she received 3 revelations. First, a girl born in a monster village will bring salvation to the kingdom, that is Tamiya. Secondly, the one who has been awaited for a long time should appear. It is probably Lugo. Now Lilim must pray. But the pharmacist looked at the saint with concern. She asked what about the 3rd revelation. Lisha tensed up. The 3rd one was quite problematic. Lilim looked at Marenti with fear. The saint said that the one chosen to play the role of saint must be a beautiful girl with an unusual talent. Lishi's eyes gleamed suspiciously. She whispered. They spoke so little with Lilim, but her charm and talent captivated her. The saint gently ran her hand over Lilim's. The The girl pulled her hand away and shouted at Lisha, "Enough already!" But Marenti caught Lilim's thin hand again. She asked her if she knew that to become a saint, only girls can do it. Horror froze in Lilim's eyes. Tamia asked Lugo if he thought it was weird. When Lilim and Lisha became so close, Lugo agreed that something was wrong. Lisha voiced the third revelation: the girl from the village of Azema, who is visiting the shrine today, is actually a monster. The saint was curious as to who this would be a problem for. Frightened, Lilim recoiled from Lisha. She tried to run, but the saint stopped her. She ordered her not to move. Lugo and Tamia would not get up here quickly. A magic circle began to spin in the saint's hand. She said that if Lilim runs, then she is a monster. Lisha told Lilim to go to the scriptures and pray if she didn't want to die. She grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the book. The girl must prove her innocence before the goddess. Now Lilim needs to hurry. Lisha placed the apothecary's trembling hand on the holy book. Lilim realized she had no choice, and she turned to the goddess. The room suddenly became incredibly light. Tamia asked what kind of light it was. Lugo understood everything. This light came from a book, a golden glow streaming from its pages. The burning letters said that this girl was not human at all. Lisha stated that it was all true. Lilim, drenched in tears, looked at the saint in confusion. Lisha said that Lilim is a monster and must die. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, a very bright light flashed near the holy scripture. Lisha narrowed her eyes and looked questioningly at the writing. Lilim opened her eyes and realized that she was in Lugo's arms. He apologized. It must have been terrible. The girl noticed that Lugo's hand was bloody, but he reassured her that it was just a scratch. Lisha yelled at Lugo to step aside. The saint screamed, "Lily is a monster imitating a human. They must destroy her." Lugo asked the saint what kind of nonsense she was talking. Lilim whispered, "This is all not true." The girl was shaking with fear and crying. Lugo hugged Lilim and said tenderly that everything was okay. They had to leave this hellish place sooner. Lisha Marenti asked if he thought they could escape. Lugo raised his hand and gave a sign to the fairy. Tamia immediately flew up to him. He took hold of her little hand. The Sylph Queen immediately lifted him and Lilim into the air. The saint understood their move and called for help. Lilim apologized to Tamia, but the fairy objected. It was all the fault of this crazy saint, and now it was time to run. All three quickly headed towards the high door. But then magic circles began to swirl in front of the door. The Sylph Queen asked what the hell this was. Holy knights began to emerge from the teleportation circles. Soon, there was a whole squad in front of Lugo and his companions. The saint smiled. Their holy knights will not let them escape. Now, in the name of the goddess Erat, they will all be killed. The fugitives were caught between Lisha Marenti and a squad of knights. On one side were swordsmen ready to engage in battle. On the other side stood Lisha, burning with anger. And Lilim thought that this was the first time she had seen Lugo harmed. She remembered his strong hand with a bloody wound. And all this is because of her? The girl burst into tears again. Lugo asked if Lilim could raise his hands. The girl obediently raised both hands up. Queen Sylph immediately took the apothecary by her thin hands. Lugo told Temia to take care of Lilim. The fairy looked at the large group of knights ahead. She didn't know why everything was like this, but she knew exactly what needed to be done. Lilim shouted at Lugo not to dare die. Upon landing, he replied, "Of course not. He did not intend to die." The eye slits on the black helmet flashed. The holy knights, seeing the enemy, prepared for battle. Lugo raised both hands up. The knights asked if he was begging for mercy. But it wasn't like that. Lugo just used gravity magic. Lisha Marenti couldn't believe this was serious gravity magic. The fairy looked questioningly at Lugo. Was this really for them? She grabbed Lilim's hands tighter and closed her eyes. Tamia and Lilim suddenly flew at great speed. They couldn't stand it and screamed loudly. Lisha laughed. Lugo is attacking his own people? He's completely lost his mind. Flying up to the squad, the queen shouted to the knights, and they all ran in different directions. The knights decided that this was a body blow and that they needed to finish off the monsters. Lugo shouted to Temia that he was counting on her. The fairy grinned. Well, of course, he was talking to the queen of the sylphs herself. A green magic circle swirled in front of Tamiya. She called upon the wind, and the knights were blown away from the fugitive's path. The queen shouted at Lilim to hold on tight. Tamiya's eyes flashed and she commanded the wind forward. A green wind flew between the stunned holy knights. The fugitives had almost reached the front door. The fairy exclaimed, "She sees the teleportation circle. This is their salvation." Lisha shouted to the holy knights that the fugitives were trying to use the magic circle. The teleportation circle works in both directions. If the fugitives touch it before it disappears, they will be able to return. Lisha screamed for the holy knights to stop the fugitives. Tamiya smiled. It was too late to stop them. The fairy didn't know where they would end up, but once they passed through the circle, they were free. Lilim exclaimed, "What about Lugo?" He stood alone among a huge number of knights. He waved to Lilim and said he could handle the rest. The girl took one last look at Lugo before entering the portal. A second later, Tamiya and Lilim disappeared into the teleportation circle. Lisha shouted at Lugo to see if he realized what he had done. He made her, Saint Lisha Marenti, his enemy, and the whole holy church of Aratus. Lugo asked with a grin, "So what now?" Lisha growled. It seemed Lugo didn't know how terrifying she was. She is a saint, an adventurer who was in Luke's squad. A holy sword appeared in Lishi's hand. Lisha claimed to be a guardian of peace who destroys those who harm others. Luke remembered how she cut off his head and replied that he knew all this very well. The saint noticed that the wound on Lugo's hand was healing quickly. Clearly, healing without the use of magic. Lisha decided that this meant that not only Lilim, but Lugo too was a monster. She allowed the three monsters to enter the sanctuary. Lugo objected. He's not a monster. And even if Lilim and Tamiya are monsters, they help others and value peace. They definitely deserve to live alongside people. The saint shouted, "This is absurd. Even if Lugo is not a monster, he is with them, which means he is no different from them." Lisha's face twisted and she declared that Lugo would now become a stain on her sacred sword. But Lugo was surprisingly calm. Lisha raised her sword and took aim. She swung her sword, but Lugo dodged the blow. The saint was amazed. Gravity magic and healing? Yes, he is dangerous. And his ability to dodge the holy sword is amazing. He is a monster. Lugo grinned. A monster then. Lisha had already called him that. The saint continued to attack Lugo. She objected. "This is nonsense. She doesn't know him." Lugo asked her in surprise if she really didn't remember. Lisha said that monsters like Lugo should always be supervised. She did not let go of the holy sword. By thrusting the weapon into the floor, she created a trap for her opponent. Cutting streams of sword flashed around Lugo. Lisha exclaimed that she would definitely destroy every monster. Golden cutting streams swirled around Lugo, but he easily dodged them. No matter how hard Saint Marenti tried, she could not kill him. Then she decided to turn to the knights for help. She ordered the holy knights to kill Lugo, and the knights rushed to attack. Lugo turned to the squad. Knights with swords were already running towards him. He told them not to interfere and flashed the slits in his helmet. At that moment, the trap was activated and the knights were frozen. The fighters of the Holy Army waved their arms and legs helplessly, unable to enter the battle. Lisha was surprised that Lugo handled gravity magic with such skill. She asked him again if he would join her squad. Lugo again answered no. The saint swung her sword again as she had thought, but Lugo dodged the blow once again. Suddenly, Lisha saw a bright flash. Where her opponent had just stood, only a black mark remained. Marenti was confused about where he had disappeared to. One of the knights warned the lady about the danger behind. Lisha quickly turned around. Lugo was flying straight towards her at great speed. The saint called upon the wall for help. Lugo's fist met the protective wall erected by Lisha. But Lugo's pressure was too strong, and the wall began to crack. One more blow, and the holy wall shattered into pieces. Lisha thrust her sword into the floor of the sanctuary to stay on her feet. Lugo asked, "So now she can block blows this way?" Saint Marenti cried out that she could not lose. She rushed into battle again, shouting that she was fighting for humanity. But no matter how hard Lisha tried, she couldn't win. Lugo noticed that this was an attack using the holy sword, Seikoku. She wondered how Lugo knew this name, and he continued, The conditions for activation were to sign the seal in the air with a sword. Lugo moved forward, he concluded, meaning he was weak against close attacks. The enemy's fist approached Lisha Marenti's face. Blow after blow rained down on her. Naturally, she knows Seikoku's weakness, so she trained in defensive magic and swordsmanship. But this Lugo is too strong. He asked Lisha what was wrong. Everything she did was to defend herself. She replied that the saint was the shield of humanity and she would not fall for his provocations. The man in the helmet grinned, his eyes sparkling. Lisha narrowed her eyes in disdain. She remembered Lilim, a monster hiding its identity to be among people. It was a threat, and this man protects him, which means he's even more dangerous. Lisha once again put up a defense against the blows. She prepared herself to strike the decisive blow. The saint exclaimed that she would now curse him. The golden holy sword whistled again, but Lugo dodged the blow once again. Marenti was puzzled. He managed to dodge again, but how? Her opponent turned and struck back at her. She saw the threat too late and was unable to avoid it. The renowned great saint fell to the floor, dropping her sword. Stretching out on the floor of the sanctuary, she fell into thought. Where did she go wrong? She was a saint in the squad of the hero Luke. She dealt with all the monsters with the holy sword. Lisha even executed the hero himself by order of the kingdom. However, this resulted in the monsters becoming more active. Yes, Lisha was wrong. The one who should be cursed is herself. She is defeated by an unknown villager wearing a strange helmet. Well, being crushed by gravity magic is a fitting end for her. But suddenly, she felt Lugo pouring something on her. She raised her head and looked at him questioningly. Was this really a healing potion? Lugo told her that when you fight for a long time, your movements become less nimble. You lose focus when you believe you have an advantage. Lisha opened her mouth in surprise, unable to say anything. Lugo reminded her that he had always warned her, but she never listened. She screamed hysterically, asking who the hell he was. But then Lugo took off his helmet and Lisha saw Luke. He asked the saint if it was really so difficult to remember. Luke told Lisha that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She couldn't believe it. She was shaking with nervous tension. It was Luke. He left the bewildered saint and went to the knights. His gravity magic took quite a toll on the Holy Army. He apologized for such treatment and poured some medicine from the village doctor on them. The knights exclaimed, "So Master Luke is alive? That's wonderful!" Lisha was shaking as if in a fever. She was shedding tears and whispering, "No, Luke can't be alive. This must be a mistake." And yet she understood. It was really him, this power. It couldn't be anyone else. But how is this possible? She is sure that she cut off his head. The saint looked cautiously towards Luke. The same figure, hair, manners, voice. The same hard, piercing gaze. Oh no, it's really him. Luke is real. Saint Marenti fell on her knees before the renowned hero. He asked Lisha in surprise what she was doing. The saint bowed to the floor and asked Luke to allow her to apologize. She would explain everything. But Luke only remained silent in response. Lisha knew she had to apologize to him, a feeling that had haunted her since the day of his execution. The sight of his blood remained frozen in her eyes forever. Lisha said she took advantage of his vulnerability that day. She later burned his body to cover up the evidence of the execution. But this is all because the kingdom gave such an order. Luke calmly said that he knew it. He headed towards the exit of the church. Lisha called out to him. Without turning around, Luke calmly said that it was in the past. Lisha looked at this strong man in surprise. She screamed at Luke not to leave. She was terrified. Tears streamed down the saint's face as she begged him to forgive her. Lisha's personal knight rushed to her mistress, asking what had happened. And the saint rushed towards Luke and shouted for him to forgive her. Liz asked Mr. Luke and asked what was going on here. Luke turned and looked closely at Liz. A knight's sword gleamed on her belt. He asked if it was she who was with Lisha in the village of Azima. Liz Arke confirmed that she is Lady Lisha's personal knight. Luke asked Liz. She must have heard that he was killed, so it was Lisha. Liz looked at Luke in confusion. She didn't believe it. After Luke's death, Mrs. Lisha was very sad. The saint's body shook with sobs. After Luke Lisha's death, Marenti took action against the new monsters. She diligently took in children who had lost their parents. She also traveled the world in search of heroes. That's why she wanted to hire Mr. Lugo, Mrs. Lillim, and Tamia. Luke chuckled. How nice, a real saint. Liz looked at the celebrated hero in bewilderment. Finally, she asked if he really meant to say that this was all not real. Luke replied, Why doesn't Liz ask Lish about it? Saint Marenti lowered her head even lower. Liz turned to her saint and looked at her questioningly. Lisha bowed low, touching her forehead to the floor, and did not rise. Liz asked Mrs. Lisha if this was her answer. The saint said, in a barely audible voice, that she was very sorry. Liz Ark's eyes flashed with anger. She grabbed Lisha Marenti by the shoulders and shook her. Liz exclaimed, They, the Holy Knights, believed in her, and she. The monsters have increased in number, as have the poor orphans, and how many Holy Knights have died trying to replace the fallen hero. But it turns out it was all her fault, Lisha Marenti. Lisha remained silent. She had nothing to say in response to the angry Liz. The knight demanded that Lady Lisha look at her. The saint raised her tear-stained eyes to Liz. Lisha, bursting into tears, repeated again that she was very sorry. Liz gritted her teeth, her faith in the saint crumbling. Lisha continued to cry and ask Liz for forgiveness. The knight looked at the crying saint and did not know what to do. Liz's hand reached out to the sobbing Lisha. Luke asked Liz if she was being too cruel. He asked the knight not to blame Lisha for what happened. Liz Archie was confused, but she didn't understand how this could happen. Luke explained to her that it was a country order, so it wasn't just Lisha's fault. Liz lowered her head. If the country was the root of all evil, what were they, the Holy Knights, supposed to do? Luke sighed. There's nothing you can do against the country. They'll just bypass you. In the worst case, they might even kill you. What they did to him. Liz shuddered. Even Mr. Luke was killed. Luke made a personal request to Liz not to tell anyone that he was alive. The hero put his helmet back on and said that he was now Lugo from the village of Azema. Liz Arche promised to keep this secret. Now Luke turned to Lisha. He asked the saint not to touch Lillim and Tamia anymore. They do not harm anyone. Lisha promised to forget about them. And also, all the Holy Knights who are here must forget everything that happened today. If anyone betrays him, there will be no mercy. The knights unanimously responded that they understood. Liz thought that the threat was unnecessary. There were no knights who would dare to go against Luke Othade. Lisha knew this very well too. Luke asked Lisha if she would open the door for him, but she didn't immediately understand what he meant. He pointed to the high door in the sanctuary. Only she, the saint, could open it. Lisha Marenti stood up as if in a dream and walked silently to the door. She took hold of the large door handle and wondered where she had gone wrong. Why did she kill with her own hands the man she respected and trusted most? The saint opened the doors of the sanctuary and let Luke out. He walked out calmly, and she looked thoughtfully at his broad back. Luke turned around, waved at her, and apologized for the trouble. Lisha looked at her former comrade in confusion, wondering how this could have happened. The doors slammed behind Luke, leaving Lisha and Liz standing next to them. The saint burst into tears again, wondering what she had done. She fell to her knees again and began to sob, wondering what she should do now. The knights looked at their lady in confusion for the first time they saw the saint show weakness. Liz Ark tried to calm her mistress. The personal knight said quietly, "She doesn't ask someone like her to know everything. But what's the matter? And it's simply unbearable to see the lady like this. If the saint regrets what happened, then even now she can try to fix it." But Lisha cut Liz off. They've already tried hard enough. She again asked the knights for forgiveness. She was guilty before them. Then she said more harshly that she needed to be left alone and calm down. Lisha clenched her trembling hands into fists. Killing Luke was inevitable. After all, she was given a prophecy. The saint looked up at the holy scripture at the top of the stairs. Lisha Marenti remembered how she had addressed the goddess Arat. The saint asked the goddess to guide her on the right path. But when Lisha opened her eyes and saw the message, she was stunned. It said that she should kill Luke Othade. The stunned saint exclaimed, "But how could this be? The goddess sent another message that amazed Lisha." The message was that if she didn't do this, this country would perish. Lisha hastened to inform the sage Artram about the goddess's prophecy, but the saint was sure that this was probably some kind of mistake. The sage thought and concluded that this was not a mistake. They would have to kill Luke. Lisha was taken aback. She didn't believe that Artram was saying this. The saint exclaimed, "But Luke is their comrade, Artram's disciple. How can a sage speak like that?" He calmly replied, "The prophecies of the goddess Arat are never wrong. Lisha Marenti knows this better than anyone. They are true." Besides, as Artram noted, Luke seemed to be hiding his abilities even from them. Even they, his comrades, don't know who he really is. Yet Lisha cannot allow this. A fighting energy flared up around the saint. Artram told her imperiously to stop. The sage's eyes sparkled, but Lisha knew perfectly well that she could not defeat him. Artram rose from his chair and said that he was going to report the prophecy to the king. Lisha lowered her head and stood as if paralyzed. At the door, Artram turned around and ordered Lisha not to tell anyone about this prophecy. Marenti herself understood this perfectly well. As soon as the sage left, she fell helplessly to her knees. Lisha cursed, her hands shaking. She pounded her fists helplessly on the floor, not knowing what to do. And now, just like then, she was on her knees, powerlessly pounding the floor. Luke changed back into his village clothes and turned into Lugo. He ran through the streets of the capital and thought that there was only one problem left. He saw the prophecy that Lilim is not human, but who is she? After passing through the portal, Tamiya and Lilim found themselves on one of the streets of the capital. The fairy did not slow down, trying to get as far away from the church as possible. Lilim didn't understand why Tamiya was in such a hurry, since the holy knights weren't coming. But the queen grumbled. "Who knows where these churchmen are scurrying about?" Lilim asked. "But then where would they run?" The fairy wanted to escape to the neutral zone that exists in every city. And suddenly, she saw what they needed. Right in front of them was the sign for the Adventurers Guild. Tamiya ran at full speed towards the saving doors. The doors of the guild suddenly swung open. Everyone who was there turned towards the entrance. The confused fugitives landed in the middle of the hall. Everyone was talking to each other, not understanding who they were. Tamiya heard them called nun and saint. The fairy jumped up and apologized with a smile for their intrusion. She is Tamiya, a nun from the church, and this is Saint Lilim. The Sylph Queen asked if anyone important in the guild was here. Among the crowd, there were also inspectors. Garam, seeing the guests, was surprised. Wow. The adventurers advised the girls with a grin not to come up with clumsy lies. Tamiya was amazed that they had really screwed up so quickly. What should they do? Run away with Lilim, but where to? Suddenly, Lilim exclaimed that they were saved. Tamiya followed the girls' gaze and saw the guild inspectors. Luluel and Garam approached them. Tamiya sighed with relief. The fairy explained that Lisha had dragged them into the holy church of Arat by force, and that's where the problems had started. Luluel apologized. It was her fault this happened. Garam asked if since they came to the guild, it probably meant they wanted to become adventurers. Tamiya noticed, but Garam's target wasn't them at all, but Lugo's. The fairy said that they came here for another reason. The Sylph Queen handed them a letter, sealed with Lugo's seal. He gave this to Tamiya before Lisha came to the village. Said that if things get really tough, give it to an important person in the guild. Luluel said that she is not an important person, but she can convey this to an important person. The inspector said thoughtfully that she had a debt to Lugo. He had saved them twice. She hesitated for a moment, weighing everything. With Lugo, who possesses incredible strength, Luluel herself is unlikely to be able to handle it. She stood up resolutely and told Lilim and Tamiya to follow her to the guildmaster. Entering the next room, Lilim and Tamiya held their noses. The girl asked what that terrible smell was. Lilim chuckled. "They will get used to it, but at first it is heavy." The fairy's eyes filled with tears from the stench. She couldn't imagine how anyone could get used to it. Garam smiled. "Whether you like it or not, you'll get used to it. Here's the guildmaster's room." He opened the doors, and the fugitives from the church were very scared. A thick stench poured out of the open doors, and all the girls shuddered and held their noses. Lilim and Tamiya were arguing over who would go first, but Garam pushed them both forward so that they would go in already. Finding themselves in a spacious room, they saw the master. A fragile girl stood on a stand near a large alchemical cauldron and carefully stirred something. Lilim was surprised that the guildmaster was really mixing potions. And by the looks of it, she is a very young girl. Luluel respectfully informed the master that she had guests. The master tore herself away from the cauldron and looked questioningly at those who entered. She recognized Luluel and Garam, and next to them were two strangers. The master smiled. Everything was clear. Apparently they had problems. She stepped down from the small stand and walked towards the guests. The master said with a smile that there was no need to be so afraid of her. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. She, Lara Ledork, Guildmaster and Alchemist. Lara smiled broadly and said she was glad to meet you. Lilim and Temia couldn't believe that the person in front of them was an alchemist and guildmaster. Taking a closer look at Lara, the guests noticed that her face and body were covered with scars. But despite the scars, the guildmaster was beautiful and cheerful. And yet, Lilim found it strange. This girl is so young and even shorter than Lilim. Lilim noticed that Queen Temia also seemed wary for some reason. The fairy quietly told Lilim that being a guildmaster is not just a title. The queen asked Lara, "These scars, they are battle scars, right?" Lara confirmed with a smile. Yes, these were battle scars. Lilim admired, confidence backed by strength. Probably, Lara constantly participates in battles. But there is something else about the master. She looks like someone. It dawned on the girl that she did look like Lugo. Lara asked, "They have problems. Maybe they will get down to business." Temia handed the letter that Lugo had given to the master. After reading, Lara said that she understood everything. Lilim was very curious about what was in that letter. The master seemed to hear Lilim's thoughts and explained that Lugo was asking to protect them. Lara sighed. Lugo, as always, does not stand on ceremony with people. Temia was very surprised by all this. She asked Lara if she knew Lugo. The guildmaster said with a smile that Lugo was her fencing teacher. Lilim and Temia looked at Lara in surprise. Did Lugo really take the student? Lara laughed. Isn't that just like him? Lara had no talent for magic. Being an adventurer turned out to be difficult. Then she met Lugo, and he showed her what a sword is. Thanks to him, Lara rose to A rank, and then she was given the troublesome position of guildmaster. Lilim thought, "For the master, Lara seems young. How old is she?" Lara answered that she is 25. Lilim jumped up and Lara asked if she looked that young or the opposite. The girl was embarrassed, but like a master, she guessed what Lilim was thinking. Lara smiled. She was good at reading other people's thoughts, Lilim thought. So Lara also had a blessing. The guildmaster noticed, and this also means apparently that Lilim has a blessing. Temia thought, but still, whether it was some kind of strength or experience, it wasn't for nothing that she was the guildmaster. Lara Lurdoch concluded that since this was the teacher's request, she would take them under her protection until they returned to Azima village. She protected them even if the Holy Church of Arat was hunting them. The fairy asked. She also guessed this with the help of her talent. Lara chuckled. It's all simple here. When the nun runs into the guild, it is immediately clear that they have a conflict with the church. Garam asked what Lugo was doing there. It wasn't like him to leave them alone. Lilim replied that Lugo stayed behind to delay the holy nights. Garam sighed dreamily. A big mess with knights, just his style. Temia asked what he was talking about. Even Lugo couldn't handle that many knights. They needed to save him quickly. But Lara reassured the fairy there was no need to worry. The teacher was strong. But still, Lilim was very worried. Lara smiled and suggested that Lilim look back. Everyone turned their heads towards the front door. There stood Lugo, safe and sound. He looked at Lilim and Temia. They both seemed to be okay. Lilim asked Lugo how the wounds on his arm were. He replied that everything was fine and had already healed. All this is thanks to the potion and pills that Lilim made. The girl thought. She gave him a top-quality potion, but it was not able to heal such wounds so quickly. Lara told the teacher that it was not nice to make such a young girl worry. The guildmaster noticed that Lugo had changed a little during this time. He turned to his companions, and it seemed he had made them nervous. And he promised that next time he would be more punctual. Lara said with a smile, "Great, everything is here. And now it's time for them all to eat." Lilim remembered, indeed, They hadn't eaten anything since they came to the church. The master invited all the guests to their table to celebrate the meeting, but Lilim still couldn't calm down. The large table in the guild's dining hall was laden with various delicacies, and the guests' mouths began to water. Lilim couldn't eat a single bite. She cried all the time. Tamiya couldn't take it anymore and told Lilim to choose one thing, either eat or cry. The girl was sobbing. She was hungry, but she was so afraid that Lugo would not return. She couldn't stop. Tears were running in two streams. Lugo apologized for making Lilim so worried and asked her to calm down since he was safe. Finally, the dishes on the table were empty and the satisfied guests were full. Lilim sheepishly apologized for such a disgrace, and Tamiya exclaimed that she hadn't eaten anything so delicious in a long time. Lara Lurdock repeated that she and the guild would take Lugo and his companions under their protection. All three thanked the guild master. But first, Lara wanted to know what happened in the Holy Church of Arat. Why is the church against them? Lilim was sure that she was to blame for everything. After a hearty lunch, the master invited the inspectors and Lugo and his companions into the meeting room. She asked to talk about the conflict in the Arat church. It was quite strange that the church was persecuting them. Tamiya noted that it was good that Lara asked about it. The Sylph Queen was burning with anger, he exclaimed. Yes, this saint! Lugo briefly said that Lisha attacked Lilim. Lara looked at the teacher in surprise. Lugo explained to the master that this was the reason he fought with Lisha. The guild master was puzzled. The teacher fought with Lisha, but she is also a member of their guild. Lara bowed before Lugo and, as the guild master, asked for his forgiveness. But Lugo told her to raise her head. It was not her fault. Lara asked Lugo if it must have been hard for him. Lugo suggested that Lara step away a little and talk. Lilim realized that there was something between the teacher and the student that they should not interfere with. After hearing Luke's story, Lara sighed. What Lisha did was really terrible, but she was glad that he was alive. Luke said it didn't matter anymore, and besides, he had already talked to Lisha. Now she will no longer attempt on the lives of Lilim and Tamiya. Lara wondered if this had calmed Lugo down. If something is done to Lisha as a saint, it will affect others too. Lisha has her own position. However, thanks to the teacher's generosity of spirit, they remained alive in their time. Lilim listened attentively to the conversation between the teacher and the student. The girl did not understand what connected Saint Lisha and Lugo. She knew nothing about him at all. Why this was happening, Lilim really wanted to know about it, but for some reason she was very afraid. Still, Lara was curious why Lisha had attacked Lilim. After all, the saint specially invited the girl to the city, and Lilim was dressed in such clothes, which means she was a candidate for sainthood. Lilim lowered her head. Lugo remained silent. Tamiya confirmed that it was true. Before entering the sanctuary, Lisha praised Lilim, calling her a candidate for sainthood. But as soon as she stood at the altar, everything changed. It's scary. Lilim clenched her trembling hands into fists and said that it was all her fault. It is she, Lilim, who is terrible. Everyone looked at the girl in surprise. She didn't want to talk about it. She said that Lugo was suspicious because of his own fault. Lara noticed that Lilim was so cute and human-like. What could be scary about her? The girl, sobbing, said that she was a monster. Everyone present's faces lengthened. Lugo thought about it. Lilim explained that the altar saw the truth, which is why Lisha acted that way. The girl was shivering. She burst into tears and muttered that she didn't deserve Lugo and Lara to protect her. Tamiya rushed to calm Lilim. Everything was fine. There was no need to be afraid. They are all with her. She, Tamiya, is also a monster, but Lilim is a skilled apothecary. Lara said that as a guild master, she does not abandon the quests she takes on. But the guild needs to know about those they protect. She asked Lilim to tell her what kind of monster she was. The girl closed her eyes. She was very scared. Pulling herself together, Lilim said that she was an Impusa. Luluel was stunned. Wow, is this really true? Lugo looked at the girl silently. The inspector asked if this was the legendary Impusa devil. Lara thought, because of the damage done to them, there is even a reward in the guild. This is a very dangerous creature. Lilim confirmed that yes, it was indeed her. But when Luluel had a headache, Lilim helped her and nothing bad happened. This seemed very strange to the inspector. The peculiarity of the Empusa mana drain is that it is a power that takes away the magic of anyone it touches. It is impossible to remain unharmed after such contact. Lilim confirmed that they, the Empusa, take away magic through contact. This is a method of attack and food, but it will not work from a light touch. Lara remembered that on the western continent, such monsters are called succubi. Garam remembered when he was just starting out as a seeker. The elders often talked about it. He was easy to lure. He looked at Lilim with such a cute appearance, like a human someone would give in. Luluel pinched Garam painfully, and Tamiya covered Lilim's ample breasts and barked at where that pervert was looking. The inspector asked if that meant the Empusa could choose. Lilim replied that she had never chosen. Tamiya didn't understand what this meant. Lilim replied that she had never taken magic from anyone since birth, and until now. After some time, all three returned to the village of Azema. That day, the house that housed the Lilim pharmacy and clinic was closed. Lilim herself lay on the bed where her patients usually lay. Luluel and Lara stood next to the bed. Lilim's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. In the guild, she admitted that she had never in her life fed on someone else's magic. Everyone present was shocked by this statement. Garam asked, "But how is this possible? She is an Empusa." Luluel said it was worth exploring. Lara agreed. It was really interesting. Lilim was afraid of what it meant to explore. And now she is lying in the patient's place, and they are about to examine her. Lara carefully examined the girl. She looked human. Luluel agreed that if she used her blessing, she might notice, but she had no idea. The girl apologized that they had to make a special trip to the village of Azema. Lara said that the Empusa is a legendary creature, and if this is revealed, there could be a commotion in the capital. Luluel added, "But here in the village, everything is equipped, and Lilim is calmer here." Lilim agreed with them. Lara took out a stethoscope and suggested starting the examination. The guildmaster was very interested in examining the Empusa. Lilim closed her eyes and tried to relax. After examining her, Luluel concluded that there was nothing unusual and Lilim was completely healthy. Lara asked the girl if she had had any health problems before. Lilim said that sometimes after eating she still remained hungry. Luluel asked what she did at such moments. The girl went to the medicine cabinet. Taking out a bottle of pills, she said that she ate this. She handed the jar to Lara, and Luluel asked what it was. Lara assumed that these were pills made from the fruits of the loch with the effect of restoring magic. Lilim said that she came up with this composition herself. Lara took one pill from the jar and swallowed it. Her aura immediately sparkled, the guildmaster said. "Not bad." A soft warmth of magic appears in the body. The effect is much stronger than from the fruits of the loch in its pure form. Lilim said she came up with this remedy because she didn't want to use mana drain on people, and she didn't have the strength to kill monsters. It turns out she became a pharmacist out of necessity. Lara asked if it was possible to sell these pills in their guild. Luluel suggested making Lilim the guild's apothecary, as this would make the defense easier since she would be one of them. Lilim was embarrassed by the guild paying her so much attention. But Lara said that if they could sell such effective pills, it would bring great benefits to the guild. Luluel remembered that she had wanted to lure Lilim away from her right away. The inspector carefully took the girl by the hand. She asked if she could ask Lilim too. Luluel asked the girl to help them, and they would help her too. Lilim was moved to tears. She bowed to the guild representatives and said that she agreed. Lugo agreed. It was a good idea to make Lilim the exclusive apothecary. Lara smiled. From now on, anyone who harmed the Lilim would face the wrath of their guild. Lugo thanked Lara, but she replied that she owed a lot to the teacher. Then he turned to Lilim. He felt like he needed to apologize to her. He asked her to forgive him for dragging her into his old scores in Lishay. But Lilim believed that it was she who should apologize, because she suspected Lugo of something bad. He was very surprised that she suspected him. The girl said that he appeared unexpectedly in the village, and even while swimming he did not take off his helmet, and also has incredible strength. Lara agreed. It was indeed suspicious. Lilim lowered her head, but it was all because of her own feelings of guilt. After all, She hid the fact that she was an Empusa for a long time and was afraid all the time. At the age of 5, her parents were killed. There were monsters all around, and she desperately tried to fit into this village. Lugo tried to calm the girl down, but she cried and said that what was even more terrible was that she was afraid of herself. The villagers were kind, and she was deceiving them. Lilim sobbed, saying that she felt guilty all the time. That's why she shouldn't have suspected Lugo. Lugo told Lilim kindly that everything was okay. He carefully placed his strong hand on her shoulder. Stroking the girl on the head, he said that everyone has a past that they don't want to talk about. Lilim looked at her protector through tears. Suddenly, she hugged Lugo, pressed herself against him, and cried even harder. He was terribly confused and didn't know what to do, and she sobbed and asked him for forgiveness. Lugo looked through the slits of his helmet at the unfortunate Empusa. Finally, he hugged her lightly and stroked her head. Lara smiled. What a sweet scene. Lilim wiped away her tears and said that lately she was always crying in front of them. Luluel reassured the girl. Now they understand how much she suffered, but now she can rely on them. Lara asked Lugo if she could kidnap him for a minute. She called him outside, wanted to talk about the future. Lugo agreed. Of course they would talk. Lara lit her pipe and asked how they would explain the Lilim to the people in the village. Of course they will hide her true nature. Lisha and the knights will remain silent. Lara doubted that Lisha would be able to remain silent, but Lugo assured her that she could, and the guildmaster was surprised that he was so sure of it. Lugo explained, because of the prophecy. The goddess prophesied that the monster's daughter, living in the village of Azema, would bring salvation to the capital. At first, we thought it was about Tamiya. Lara said, but if it's Lilim, then Lisha will protect her with all her might. This was precisely what Lugo was not sure of. During the examination, Lilim Luluel saw terrible scars on her back. It must have been hard for Lilim to pretend to be human. The girl replied that she had no other choice. She pulled out her wings and it was very painful, but she thought that otherwise she would not look human. When I finally decided to enter the village, I realized that I had forgotten to pull out my tail. She hurried to tear it off so the scar remained in its place. The girl sighed embarrassedly. Luluel suggested that perhaps the scars could be healed with healing magic. But how healing magic intended for humans will affect Empusa is unknown. Lilim added that it was equally unknown how the application of magic to an Empusa would affect a person. Luluel asked what if the mana drain worked on its own. But Lilim was afraid of taking too much magic or that the healing would have an unexpected effect. The inspector said that the only way left was for the Empusa under normal conditions. Wouldn't it be better for Lilim to use the mana drain herself? The girl blushed and said that she would like to avoid this. She was afraid that it might harm whoever she tried it on. In fact, the mana drain method is special. Luluel was confused about what was so special about him. Lilim explained that one of them is a kiss. And the other one? The girl blushed. She couldn't say it. Luluel wondered what it could be other than a kiss. And then she realized what the girl was talking about. Embarrassed, Lilim said that it was somehow not very good to do this with a monster. But this can cause great harm to a person. Strong selection can threaten life. At that moment, Tamiya flew into the room. The fairy exclaimed that she had a wonderful idea. A contented Pasha appeared with the queen. Lilim looked at her assistant and asked where she came from. Sylph giggled. She had overheard their conversation from under the bed. Lilim turned purple with shame. Had she really always been under the bed? Tamiya reassured Lilim. Pasha is her housemate. She hides anywhere. Pasha stated that she knew almost all of Lilim's secrets, including her favorite color of underwear and the location where her favorite diary was hidden. Lilim's eyes flashed angrily. So that's what it was. Pasha had been spying on her. The fairy hastened to reassure Lilim and said that they knew the ideal partner for the mana drain. Luluel countered that if they had heard the conversation, they would understand that it was impossible to imagine an ideal candidate. Lilim confirmed that a kiss is only half the problem, but if you overdo it, it can be harmful to your health. But the satisfied sylphs insisted that there was no need to be afraid of overdoing it. On the contrary, it was better to go overboard. The fairies took Lilim by the hands and dragged her along with them. The girl couldn't keep up with the nimble fairies. She asked the sylphs where they were taking them. Seeing the head of the village, Lilim exclaimed that he would not do. The sylphs snorted. How could the girl think such a thing? Luluel smiled. Then there was only one answer. Lilim asked what was wrong with them all. The girl looked at Lugo in confusion. Lara looked at them in surprise. The Lilim, the sylphs, even Luluel was here. Catching their thoughts, the guild leader smiled. Everything is clear, she said cheerfully to Lugo. It seems these children have business with him. Pesha exclaimed. The guildmaster said it exactly. The apothecary's assistant exclaimed, Lilim wants to kiss Lugo! The girl's face lengthened in surprise. Lilim turned purple. She was ready to sink through the ground from shame. A satisfied Pesha smiled cheerfully. Lilim tried to break free from the fairy's clutches. Lugo was taken aback. He had not expected this at all. Red as a lobster, Lilim pounced on Pesha, asking what she was saying. Pesha winked at the girl and said that Lilim helped her. This is her way of paying back. Sylph explained that she said for Lilim what was difficult for her to say herself. The girl suddenly remembered Lugo's behavior in the church and blushed even more deeply. She didn't even think about it, and even if she had, it would have been an unnecessary intervention. Oh, these sylphs. Tamia grabbed Lilim's hand and asked what she was doing. The fairy stated that Lugo is an ideal partner for the mana drain. This body will not die. Even if you try to kill it, it has a huge supply of magic. Even mana drain will not harm it. Lara told Lugo to kiss Lilim if she wanted. He asked, is a kiss a condition of mana drain? Lilim confirmed sheepishly. Lugo stepped towards the girl and said, then we can try. Lilim's face was burning. She whispered what he was talking about. Lugo noticed that she had a fever. If she couldn't use the mana drain, then she was sick. Tamia confirmed that you can't go against nature. Pesha egged Lugo on to kiss Lilim already. But the girl exclaimed in horror, no need, she's fine, healthy as always. But Lugo told her not to lie to him. Her eyes were darting around. He asked her not to hesitate to use the mana drain on him. If it would help her, he would be only glad. Lilim was stunned. His face was so close. Everyone was waiting with smiles for the mana drain with Lugo. They stood so close that their knees touched each other. Lilim's head was spinning, kiss with Lugo. She trembled and took a step back. Pushing Lugo away, Lilim started to run, shouting that it was impossible. Lara sighed. Oh, how naive. Pesha asked if they had gone too far with the jokes. Tamia objected. She was completely serious. 2 weeks later, Lilim and Pesha finished preparing the first batch of pills for the guild. The neat sylph carefully packed the valuable goods. The door opened and Garam entered, asking if the pills were ready. The pharmacist replied with a smile that she had just finished. The adventurer sank wearily into a chair. Pesha brought several packages and apologized for the wait. Garam was surprised, so many. And how neat it is! There's even a handle. It's convenient. A pleased Pesha boasted that she had done the packing, and Garam praised the little one for her efforts. Lilim asked if this amount was enough. Garam replied that it turned out exactly as ordered. He exclaimed, these pills are just a godsend. They don't take up space like potions. They're cheaper, and the effect is better. The satisfied pharmacist thanked him for the praise. Garam quietly asked the girl if she would tell him the recipe. The apothecary and her assistant looked at the adventurer in confusion. Lilim asked Garam if someone had asked him about this. He sighed. It seemed she had noticed. Pesha was angry. What a mean thing. He's taking advantage of Lilim's kindness and wants to steal the recipe. The little sylph's eyes flashed with rage. With a battle cry, Pesha dealt a powerful blow to Garam's arm. Lilim stopped Pesha, saying that it was not what she thought. Garam confirmed that it was just a game. The girl said that if she gave out the recipe so easily, it would hit the guild. She asked to tell the master that she would not do this, because the guild protects her. Garam praised the girl. Although, even if you know the recipe, not everyone can make these pills. And yet Garam advised her to be careful. No one knows who will covet her and when. Lilim thanked for the advice. She asked Pesha to bring painkillers. The sylph became worried that Lilim was not feeling well. But the pharmacist pointed to Garam and said that his hand was swollen after Pesha's attack. Lilim carefully applied pain-relieving ointment to the wound. Garam said he had another reason to come here. He took out 2 packages. Lilim asked what they were. The adventurer said that these were letters. The first was from the Adventurers Guild, and on the second, Lilim saw with horror the seal of Lisha Marenti. This was a letter from the Holy Church of Arat. Lilim instantly broke out in beads of sweat. She looked at the letter from the church with horror. The messages lay on the table, but the girl didn't even dare approach them. The letter from the guild didn't frighten her, but the letter from the Holy Church of Arat made me shudder. After all, the churchman promised to leave Lilim alone. Garam said that Lisha herself asked him to deliver this letter. The girl's eyes widened with fear, and yet she plucked up her courage and approached the table. Lilim remembered Lisha, what she was planning this time. Garam understood Lilim's feelings, but she shouldn't be afraid. Lisha seemed to have her own circumstances. The girl glanced sideways at the letter, as if it could be dangerous. Garam said that Lisha really wants Lilim and Lugo to read this letter. Lilim was surprised, not only her, but also Lugo. Garam confirmed that the saint had begged him, a simple adventurer, to deliver it. Surely Lilim wouldn't take it. The girl shrank back, not daring to touch the letter. She was silent for a while, but finally made up her mind. Lilim said she would take the letter for Garam's sake. She asked what about the second letter. The seeker smiled. This is a message from the master for Lugo. Garam asked the girl to give it to him. Lilim was surprised. Why didn't Garam hand it over himself? He lowered his head in embarrassment. The fact is that Lugo had just gone out to hunt monsters. The girl knew about this. There was noise around the village. Garam admitted that he was a little afraid to approach the fighting Lugo. Lilim understood him. She had been scared before too, afraid of getting into trouble. Garamu needed to return to the capital by evening, and he begged Lilim to pick up Lara Lurdok's letter. Lilim smiled. Of course she would help him. The adventurer handed the envelope to the girl with a light heart. In the evening, Lugo returned from hunting and looked in on Lilim. She told about Garam's visit and the letters. First, Lugo opened Lishi's letter. Lilim timidly asked what was written there. Lugo said that he would take the letter from the Holy Church. Lilim did not need to read it. The girl was even happy she herself didn't want to deal with Lisha. Lugo said the real problem was the letter from Lara. Lilim read, Lara learned that in the depths of the forest behind the village of Azima, the grass grows stronger than the fruits of the loca. She needs to look for it. The girl had never heard of such a herb, but it would be useful. Lugo suggested going to look for grass together. Lilim happily agreed. It was dark and damp deep in the great forest. Crackling and strange rustling sounds were heard from all sides. Lilim was shaking with fear. Lugo calmed the girl down. He was with her, but Lilim was still scared. She had never gone this far into the forest before. In this thicket, it is very dark even during the day. Lugo said that as soon as they find the yellow flower, they will return immediately. Lilim asked the little spirits to find the right plant. But nothing came of it. The spirits couldn't find the flower either. Lugo reassured her that they would definitely find it sooner or later. The girl apologized that the spirits couldn't help, and then she caught her foot on a root. She screamed in fear. Lugo deftly caught the falling Lilim. The pharmacist apologized in confusion. It seemed she had tripped. Her companion said she was on the verge of danger. Finding herself so close to Lugo, Lilim immediately blushed. She muttered a thank you and jumped away from him. Because Tamiya brought up the kiss, Lilim now thinks about it all the time. Lugo realized that in such a thicket, Lilim was very anxious due to his unaccustomed nature. He decided to turn on the light. The girl asked Lugo what he was going to do. He took out his sword and told her to watch carefully. Lugo swung his sword with incredible force. Lilim was stunned. The sword burst into flames, turning into a torch. He explained that when heated, the sword collects dust and debris and produces a flame, useful when light is needed. The girl stretched out her hands to the flame, and indeed, it became warmer. Still, it's better not to use a flaming sword in such a thicket. Monsters living in the depths of the mountains attack when they see light. Lilim looked at Lugo in surprise. He was risking himself for her. She walked timidly next to her mysterious protector. The girl shuddered, and the bushes behind her began to move. She turned around and looked in horror at the thicket of bushes. Lilim was surprised because animals are usually afraid of fire. Lugo objected. The monsters living in such a thicket, seeing the fire, think that there is prey there, so they attack. He told Lily not to leave him. The trembling girl hid behind her protector. The branches of the bush were shaking. Someone was clearly hiding there. Lugo, covering Lilim with his body, prepared to attack. The frightened girl looked cautiously at the bushes. And then, a giant white wolf with a flaming horn jumped on them. Lilim screamed in fear. The monster bared his teeth and growled angrily. But Lugo did not kill him, but extended his hand forward. At that very moment, the beast was entangled in a strong, magical rope. The wolf barked pitifully and fell to the ground. The monster lay quietly on the ground, and Lugo removed the bonds from it. Lilim asked what kind of monster it was. Lugo answered, "It was a wolf stonerf, a wolf monster." These animals are cautious and fast, and can deliver a fatal blow with their horns and fangs. Unexpectedly, Lugo suggested that Lilim lightly pet the beast. The girl was confused. Could this really be it? Lugo confirmed that the wolf was now completely harmless. Lilim waved her hands. No, that was impossible. What if he stabs her with his rock? That would be mortally dangerous. Lugo assured her that as long as he was around, this would not happen. The girl timidly stepped towards the wolf lying on the grass. She was terribly scared, but at the same time curious. She asked Lugo if it was true that everything would be okay. He confirmed. Sitting down next to the wolf, Lilim timidly apologized to the beast. She quietly touched the wolf's white fur with her hand. She suddenly felt so good and pleasant next to the wolf. The pharmacist was surprised. This wool was so soft and fluffy. The wolf turned out to be unusually nice and shaggy. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes. He jumped back from the frightened Lilim. The wolf bristled and barked at the girl, and she apologized for touching him. The beast growled angrily. Lilim backed away towards Lugo. The slits of the black helmet flashed. Lugo told the wolf that he would kill him if he stabbed the girl. Lugo knew perfectly well that the monster understood him. The beast whined pitifully and looked questioningly at the man. To Lilim's surprise, the stone hour turned and ran away. The girl sighed. The wolf was so fluffy, would she really never see him again? Lugo said there was a way to meet him again. Magic can help with this. Lilim looked at him in confusion. Lugo said that this was a good opportunity to teach her magic. He told her to sit on the ground and concentrate, and the girl obeyed. The excited girl asked if that would do, and he confirmed. She noticed that it was careless to close her eyes in such a thicket. Lugo calmed her down. He surrounded them with gravity so that the monsters couldn't attack. Lilim must calm down and focus on the image. She's an Impusa, so she must have a talent for magic. The girl must imagine the words he will say now. Lilim closed her eyes and quietly repeated, "Fire, water, wind." The space around her lit up. Lugo praised her. Everything is going well. She needs to continue in the same spirit. The girl frowned, wondering what these words associated with. Fire is where the brew in the pot boils. The water in the pan is swirling. The wind is the steam swaying above the pan. Lugo said that this would not do. There is no hesitation in magic. Lilim sighed so her image doesn't fit. But the entire space around the girl glowed with magic. Lugo looked questioningly at the pharmacist. He asked her what she was just imagining. Lilim answered shyly, "A pot of brew." Lugo wondered if the girl really had such a rare talent. Seeing the magic swirling around, Lilim asked in confusion what it was, if it was really her magic. The companion explained that this is a very rare magic without attributes. Lilim sighed. Without attributes. It sounds somehow weak. Lugo countered. His gravity magic and capture magic also related to this. But this kind of magic consumes a lot of mana, so it's not for Lilim, but she has a very rare talent. This is a talent for everyday magic. The girl was confused about what it was. Lugo said that now he would show her an example. He stamped on the ground, causing a slight shaking. The girl jumped in fright. The ground beneath her feet vibrated. Leaves, branches, and debris lying on the ground began to disintegrate. Soon the clearing was clean. Lilim asked what it was. Lugo explained that it was cleaning magic. Very useful. The pharmacist sighed. Perhaps she was useful, but somehow it was boring. She would like some kind of finishing blow, like gravity magic. Lugo said that such magic also exists. He picked up a twig and sat down on the ground. Lilim watched with curiosity. The magician drew a circle and began to draw some signs inside the circle. Finally, he finished and said, "That's good enough." In front of Lilim, there was a rather large double circle with incomprehensible symbols, similar to a pattern. She asked Lugo what it was. He replied, "It is magic that will grant her wish, summoning magic." Lugo believed that this magic was ideal for the Lilim. The girl asked in confusion, "A call? It probably means summoning something. But what exactly does she need to call?" Lugo reminded her. She had just touched the stone earth. She nodded her head affirmatively. At that moment, Lilim received information about the sensation of stone-off and understood the object more deeply. Now she must take Lugo's hand, remembering that feeling. The girl glanced fearfully at the outstretched hand. He said calmly, "It's just a hand. She should think of him as a stone earth." Lilim countered, but Lugo wasn't fluffy or soft. He hurried the girl until she forgot the feeling of stone earth. Lilim timidly extended his thin hand towards Lugo's. As soon as she took the man's hand and thought about the wolf, a strange glow appeared. The girl also had an unusual feeling. She said in confusion, something warm coming from Lugo's fingertips. Lugo told Lilim to close her eyes and slowly feel the magic. The girl obediently closed her eyes and concentrated. A strange feeling came over her, as if she were floating in the air. The hand felt the same warmth as when touching the animal's fur. Lugo told Lilim to channel the energy into the magic circle. She extended her hand, and a stream of light flowed in the direction of the circle. The mysterious symbols lit up, and Lilim looked into the circle in surprise. Suddenly it flared up, and the girl closed her eyes. Lugo said approvingly that the summoning had been successful, and Lilim timidly opened her eyes. And indeed, a white wolf stone earth sat in the circle. It turned out that it was a she-wolf. She sat quietly and looked at Lilim. The girl couldn't believe it really worked. Lugo said that it was most likely that same she-wolf. She ran away last time, so she probably looks guilty. The man in the helmet advised Lilim to pet the beast. The girl gently stroked the stone earth's head, saying how good he was, and she immediately came up with a name for the she-wolf. Now she is Stona. Summoned monsters are called service beasts. They can fulfill the summoner's wish. Lilim was surprised, so she could ask about the flowers. She asked the she-wolf if she knew where the yellow magical flowers grew. Stona barked joyfully. She ran along the path, showing the way. After running a little, the beast stopped to wait for the summoner. The she-wolf raised her head and howled piercingly. Lugo assumed that the beast understood everything. Lilim asked the she-wolf whether they should follow her. The she-wolf waved her tail and walked forward, Lugo and Lilim following behind. Soon, they found themselves on the edge of a steep cliff. Lilim shivered in the piercing wind. The girl noticed that if grass grows in such a place, it is clear that it cannot be found. The she-wolf pointed her nose down to the edge of the cliff. Flowers grew on the vertical slope. Lugo chuckled. Even he would have had a hard time putting it together. Lilim asked what to do. Without thinking twice, Lugo jumped off the cliff. Lilim and the she-wolf looked down at him in horror. Noticing a thicket of flowers, Lugo took aim. With his incredibly strong hand, he broke through the sandy slope of the cliff. The cliff shook, and the girl and the wolf fell to the ground in fear. Having secured himself on the cliff, Lugo pulled out one bush of rare flowers and sighed with relief. "Well, that's all now," Lilim whispered. "No, that was impossible," the she-wolf agreed with her. Having received the plant, Lugo pulled his hand out of the soil of the slope. Using gravity magic, he rushed upward. A clot of rare magic swirled beneath his feet. Soon, he found himself back at the top, where the frightened Lilim and Stona were waiting for him. He jumped to the ground. "Everything is fine." Lugo praised Stona. It was good that she found it. Without her, he would not have even thought to look under the cliff. Lilim is also great. Summoning magic is difficult, but making a wish come true is even more difficult. They are probably connected with Stona. The girl was very glad that the first call was successful. She understood that without Lugo's incredible abilities, she would not have been able to obtain these flowers. Lilim heard that even the hero Luke Othide fell off a cliff and died. This means that Lugo's abilities exceed those of Luke himself. Lugo asked. Lilim seemed to say something, but she shook her head. So it's time to say goodbye to Stona, thank her very much. The magic of summoning is not eternal. As soon as the wish is fulfilled, the service beast returns to its place. As a token of gratitude, Lugo treated the she-wolf to meat. Lilim stroked the she-wolf and also thanked her. The girl really hoped that they would meet again. Stona barked happily. Lilim clearly liked her. The she-wolf wagged her tail and disappeared into the thicket of the forest. Lugo said that it was time for them to return to the village. Suddenly, Lilim saw something very strange in the forest. Lugo asked the girl what happened and why she was so worried. The pharmacist pointed to a small clearing in the forest. She wondered if this was really a grave. They came closer. There were flowers lying near the grave. Lugo lowered his head sadly. Lilim was literally drawn to this clearing with a grave. She found it very strange that someone was buried here. The place was very beautiful, and there was a bouquet of flowers nearby. Lugo looked at the tombstone in silence. The girl couldn't stand it and ran to the strange grave. She stopped near the monument and looked around. Oddly enough, the grave did not indicate the name of the deceased. Lilim noticed that it was neatly tidied up here. This grave was quite fresh, but the flowers have already withered. She asked Lugo if she could replace the flowers with fresh ones. Suddenly, Lilim saw a familiar sign and shuddered. The bouquet fell from her shaking hands. Lugo asked her what happened. She pointed to the coat of arms printed on the paper in which the flowers were wrapped. This is the coat of arms of the Holy Church of Aratus. Lugo confirmed that it looks like that. Lilim suggested that the grave was connected to the Holy Church, but her companion objected. He said it was a monument to a fool who mistakenly thought his friends loved him. Lilim looked questioningly at Lugo. She asked him what he had just said. Because of the wind, she couldn't hear anything. But Lugo replied sadly, "Nothing. It just seemed that way to her." Lilim suggested that they return quickly. She didn't want to get involved with the church. And the yellow flowers for which they went into the forest have already been found. Lugo agreed, that's right. Unexpectedly for herself, Lilim took her companion by the hand. She pulled him back away from the grave. He obediently followed the pharmacist along the forest road. Behind them, in the green glow, a lonely grave remained. Soon, Lilim returned to her village clinic. On the clean cloth lay a small bush of mysterious magical flowers. The pharmacist suggested that her assistant immediately check the properties of the flowers. But Lilim didn't have any special tools, and she didn't have any appraisal magic, and neither did Paisha. In this case, all we can hope for is the little spirits. The girl called her assistants and asked them to help her, and Paisha asked the name of this flower. The spirits answered something, but the sylph did not understand. Lilim was surprised. They don't know the name of the flower, but it looks like this flower can be eaten. To test the medicinal properties of a plant, the best way is to try it if there is poison. The little spirits will warn you. Spirits have shown that the healing properties are concentrated in the roots. Lilim knew that the properties of plants were often concentrated in the roots. She cut off a small piece of the root to try. The apothecary warned Paisha that if anything happened to her, she should call the village chief. Sylph was surprised at how the old man could help. Lilim explained that he was her teacher. The head was the chief pharmacist of the village for a long time. He knows a lot. Paisha began to whine. She wanted Lilim to be healthy. The girl smiled. Everything will be fine, she hopes for Paisha. To the sylph's horror, Lilim popped a piece of root into her mouth. 3 hours later, the girl woke up, shaking and feeling terribly nauseous. A frightened Paisha rushed around the room and begged Lilim to hold on. The village chief would come soon. The unfortunate girl asked Paisha to bring a vat and water. Sylph brought Lilim painkillers and water. Looking at the pill, the pharmacist whispered, "It's most likely not for stomach pain." The old man who entered the room assumed that it was an excess of magic. If there is an excess of magic in the body, it will begin to heat up greatly. Probably the area around the heart will be especially hot. Lilim confirmed. She asked the leader to do something. But the old man replied that he needed to lie down for a while. The excess magic would dissipate and everything would be fine. An angry Paisha shouted that the old man was of no use. And then it dawned on the sylph that if we were talking about magic, she needed to turn to that person. The weakened Lilim did not understand which person. Paisha exclaimed, of course, to Lugo, Lilim heard the chilling whistle of a huge sword. The father's strong arms stopped the adventurer's blow. Mom hugged little Lilim and pressed her close. The girl burst into tears and reached out to her father, while her mother tried to calm her daughter down. Father shouted at Lilim to run away and save her life. But the girl did not want to leave her parents under any circumstances. Mom gently took her by the shoulders and told Lilim to run and not to look back. The girl called out pitifully to her mother, tears running down her little cheeks. But her mother hurried her. She had to run faster. The little Impusa closed her eyes and ran into the forest as fast as she could. In her mind, she called out to her mom and dad. The adventurer cursed, and the child ran away. The knight exclaimed that they would punish the monster that had taken the form of a man and struck Lilim's parents with his sword. The girl ran and repeated through tears that she needed to survive. And now, in her sleep, Lilim repeated again, "We must survive." When she opened her eyes, there were tears in them. She remembered the death of her parents. The first thing Lilim saw was a black helmet leaning over her. He said with care, finally woke up. The girl screamed, blushed, and covered herself with a blanket. She asked in horror why Lugo was here. He heard about the excess of magic and decided to come in since he wouldn't be in the way. Lugo extended his hand to the girl, but she stopped him. She was ashamed that he saw her in her pajamas. Paisha was indignant. Now she shouldn't think about that, but about her health. Sylph asked Lugo to help Lilim quickly. He lightly touched her neck. She screamed in fear. Blushing with embarrassment, she asked Lugo what he was doing. He answered calmly. He just wanted to take her temperature. He didn't think she would be so scared. Lilim glanced at him in fear. She buttoned up her pajamas. "But if so, then please." The girl removed her hair and exposed her neck. He touched his neck and stated that the fever was very strong. Just like the symptoms of excess magic, the yellow flower root proved to be powerful. Lilim apologized. Since childhood, she had tested the unknown by tasting it. Lugo said that he understood everything, but it was still worth taking care of yourself a little more. Paisha asked what to do now. Lugo said that there was a way to help Lilim. He replied, "Yes, it's okay. It will make it easier now." Lilim was shaking with fear, but Lugo simply took her hand. The sylph was surprised. Could a handshake really help? Seeing the glow, Paisha realized that Lugo was releasing excess magic. Sylph was increasingly surprised at how easily and naturally this man handled magic. It is obvious that this man is not simple. Lilim thanked Lugo. She felt better. He said that if she slept, everything should pass. The girl smiled. Lugo is always so reliable. He reminded her that she could always turn to him and he would help. Lilim became embarrassed again. When Lugo talks like that, you want to relax. Ever since her mom and dad died, Lilim hasn't allowed herself to show weakness in front of anyone. The heat must have made her go a little crazy. Lugo calmly said that Lilim can be weak. She is still a child, and yet, as a pharmacist, she helps many people. So she can afford to show a little weakness in front of him. Lilim's cheeks flushed, and she looked at this strange, mysterious man in surprise. Suddenly, her face softened and she smiled. The girl timidly asked Lugo if she could hold his hand. It would make her feel calmer. She extended her trembling, hot hand towards him. Lugo looked silently at the timid girl. He took her thin hand in his strong one. The man in the helmet quietly said that it was a very easy request. Paisha watched in surprise as the two silently held hands. Suddenly, the sylph blushed and realized that she was out of place here. She shouted that she was going to get some water and ran out into the street. Paisha flew through the village and remembered what she had just seen. She thought Lilim's reaction to Lugo was rather strange. She has this expression on her face, she constantly blushes, and these clasped hands. Even Paisha understands it all. And suddenly, the sylph remembered the words of her queen. Tamia claimed that she would make Lugo her partner. Paisha was seriously scared that the queen would be in a terrible rage. The little sylph seems to have made a powerful enemy for herself. Meanwhile, sleepy Tamia was yawning in the village chief's house. In the morning, Lilim woke up very cheerful and got to work. She slept well yesterday and felt very fresh. The pharmacist wrote that the root of the yellow flower is superior in effect to the fruits of the loca, and when brewed, it will probably be even better. Having finished writing, She sealed the letter. The girl called Paisha and asked him to deliver the letter. The delighted Sylph rushed to carry out Lilim's order. She promised to deliver the letter to the cab driver going to the capital. Paisha asked Lilim how everything went yesterday. Sylph smiled cheerfully. Lilim seemed to be having a good time. The girl blushed, remembering how she held Lugo's hand. The apothecary muttered sheepishly that this was not so, but Paisha was pleased. Thanks to Lugo, Lilim came back to life. The girl's face was burning with shame. She asked the Sylph not to say such a thing. After all, she only asked Lugo. Paisha nodded her head. Yes, Lilim asked him to cure the excess magic. The pharmacist clenched her fists in anger. She was ready to sink through the ground. Sylph said cheerfully that she must definitely thank Lugo since Lilim allowed herself to show weakness. Paisha repeated the girl's words, which she had spoken to Lugo, asking if she could hold his hand. This was the first time the Sylph had heard such a voice from Lilim. The pharmacist shouted that it was because of the fever that she was acting strangely, and that she should stop chatting and deliver the letter. Sylph smiled. Yes, she understood. It was all because of the strange condition. Paisha promised to tell everyone. Lilim was furious. The girl sank helplessly onto the work desk. Indeed, and why did she say such a thing yesterday and take his hand? She covered her head with her hands, and at that moment a tomato shoot quietly crawled into the room. The plant stealthily made its way into the apothecary's house. Meanwhile, in the central square of the village, Azuma Lugo was conducting a training session. He warned Garam to get ready. The satisfied adventurer confirmed his readiness. Lugo snapped his fingers and used gravity magic. A huge piece of rock emerged from the ground right in front of Garam. A sword flashed in the guy's hands. Garam tensed, preparing to perform a difficult blow. He channeled magic into the sword and struck the huge stone. Everyone present was surprised to see that a cut had appeared on the stone. Garam watched in shock as half the stone slid down. He exclaimed joyfully. Yes, he was able to cut it. Lugo clapped his hands and said, "Well done." Garam shook Lugo's hand. It was all thanks to him. The boy didn't think he was capable of such a thing. Lugo discovered that Garam had a talent. He could enhance his physical abilities by wrapping his body in magical energy. Lara asked Lugo to teach her adventurers. After Garam's success, others were quick to try their hand. Garam was amazed by Lugo's abilities. He was able to teach even those who didn't know magic in just a few days. Lugo said there is magical energy everywhere. Garam disagreed. If Lugo hadn't transferred the energy to him directly, he would never have felt it. Lugo noticed that Tamiya had appeared on the training ground. The fairy used her favorite green magic. She exclaimed that weak magic would not penetrate her wind magic. The adventurers greeted the elder Tamiya. The fairy was indignant. You can't call her that. She is the queen of the sylphs. Garam exclaimed that he was challenging the sylph queen to a fight. We need to become stronger and protect this village from monsters. Lugo supported it. Lara wants it too. Garam walked bravely towards the mighty Tamiya. Lugo sighed as he watched the training. Suddenly, he heard Lilim's desperate cry. She was calling his name. The frightened girl ran towards him as fast as she could, and following the pharmacist flew a giant, monstrous tomato. Lugo looked at this strange picture in surprise. A frightened Lilim screamed for Lugo to help her. A giant tomato with glowing eyes was chasing after the girl. Everyone was stunned. No one had ever seen such a monster. Tamiya asked what it was. Garam replied with confusion. It looked like a huge tomato. The monster threw out green shoots. The tomato vine grabbed Lilim by the legs and stopped her. The girl screamed, her entire body covered in green tomato shoots. Lilim exclaimed that the tomato was going to eat her now. And indeed, a tomato of incredible size opened its toothy mouth, intending to eat the village pharmacist. Lugo raised his hand and made a cutting gesture. A stream of powerful energy flew towards the vegetable monster. The tomato growled questioningly, as if it had been cut with a huge knife. Lilim screamed as the huge tomato released her, and she fell. Lugo extended his hand, calling the falling girl to him. The next second, the frightened pharmacist fell into Lugo's arms. At that moment, the giant tomato exploded. A drop of tomato juice fell on Garam's cheek. Garam and Tamiya watched what was happening in surprise. But the next moment, Both Garam and Tamiya were covered in a layer of tomato juice. Everyone was asking each other in bewilderment what it was. Was it really tomato rain? Lilim noticed that things seemed to have taken a serious turn. The girl asked Lugo what it was. They were covered by a protective dome. He explained that it was gravity magic. Tamiya shouted at the two, "This isn't fair! They should take her!" But it was too late. Coming out from under the dome, Lilim asked Tamiya if she was okay. The fairy exclaimed, "Of course not!" The girl suggested that the queen take a bath at her house, and she sobbed, "Yes, of course, and her clothes need to be updated." The pharmacist promised the fairy to go shopping with her, and she would also treat her to one thing. Lilim smiled shyly. She was saved again thanks to Lugo. Lugo asked what had happened, and the girl said that she actually loved tomatoes. She grew them in the garden behind the clinic. The plants grew very well, but today, when she was alone, it suddenly attacked her. Lugo suggested that eggs had gotten into the garden among the seeds. Lilim said that it was a very expensive variety from the capital. She was so looking forward to the harvest. Black Helmet grinned. "This is definitely an expensive variety." Lilim and Tamiya looked questioningly at the defeated monster. Garam squirted some tomato juice from his cheek and tasted it. The juice turned out to be sweet. It's a Nordic tomato. The pharmacist asked Lugo what he was doing. Lugo pulled a branch of excellent tomatoes from the monster's body. He gave Lilim a tomato, saying it was her harvest. The girl admired the fruit. It was simply amazing. These were exactly the kind of tomatoes she expected to grow in her garden. Lilim couldn't resist and bit into the tomato. It turned out to be very sweet. She had never tasted anything like it before. Lugo said that the tomatoes that the creature fed on were tasty and good for the body. Tamiya demanded that she, too, be given a piece to try. Lilim handed the fruit to the fairy. She exclaimed, "It's delicious!" And the fatigue from the training disappeared as if by magic. The pharmacist smiled. "They say tomatoes help restore strength." Lilim asked the adventurers if they wanted to try everything. "It relieves fatigue, and there are plenty of supplies." The boys went to the pharmacist for some fruit. Garam admired what a nice village it was. Lugo noticed that the adventurers who were considered E rank turned out to have quite good potential. Garam replied that their guildmaster had a good eye, and besides, a lot depended on the teacher. Lugo objected. "It's just that Lara is talented. The rank promotion exam is coming soon. Garam would like to request one more training." The Adventurers Guild has begun its rank promotion exam. Adventurers lined up in a large arena awaiting tasks. The examiner announced that the promotion exam would begin from now on. Lara Lurdock watched the proceedings with excitement. There are ranks in the guild, and the name of the guildmaster, Farah Redlook, is the first thing that comes to people's minds. S-rank Luke Othide, but people like him are an exception. Lara waited to see what this exam would show. Most of the guild members are the weakest E-rank adventurers. Among these people, only a fraction are capable of rising to D rank. The chairman of the commission announced the start of the exam. The arena was filled with adventurers seeking promotion to D rank. One of the guys raised his hand. He wants to pass the exam first. Usually only a fraction of candidates are able to pass the exam. The examiner started the strength test. The young man concentrated. Now he needed to show everything he had learned from Lugo. The boy rushed to attack the experienced adventurer. The guy's fists emitted quite a strong energy. The examiner was surprised. It seemed the guy had mastered the art of a running kick. He shied away, thinking that such behavior was rather reckless. The boy flew further by inertia, and then the judge saw that the boy turned his body as he ran. Can this boy really deliver a direct blow? What happened horrified the examiner. A flame burst into flames in the young man's hand. He drew back the string of his fire bow and fired a flaming shot. A flaming arrow flew towards the frightened examiner. He jumped back in horror, dodging the shot. Does this child really have fire magic? The young man scratched the back of his head in confusion. His arrow had only slightly grazed the judge, but the D-rank wall was strong. The guy pulled the bowstring again and declared that this time he would hit the target. But the examiner shouted that the boy had passed the exam. He asked to stop the attacks. If an E rank can use magic, it automatically means surrender. The delighted young man shouted, "Hooray!" While the boy was rejoicing, the judge sighed with relief. The examiner did not understand what had happened. After all, this guy is an E-rank adventurer with less than a year of experience. And at the same time, he has mastered fire magic. The next girl to take the exam was a girl who used the call of the living dead. The examiner was terrified and was almost dragged away by the dead. No one expected this from E-rank adventurers. All these E-ranks turned out to be almost monsters this time. One of them possessed the power of plants and could attack with their help. Another one used the golem's power. The examiners were amazed at the level of the candidates. Lara asked. The results seemed impressive. The examiner asked the guildmaster what she had done anyway. Lara laughed. She just hired a special mentor. After the exam, the judges and candidates went to the Adventurers Guild dining hall. The examiners were puzzled by what kind of guys they were. They weren't E-rank power. And then Ellie Claire entered the dining room. The girl praised the guys. They were all great. They tried hard. Everyone stared at the guest in surprise. It was the renowned Elle Claire, a former member of Luke's crew and an A-rank adventurer. She told the guys to relax. She just wanted to talk a little. Everyone who took the exam today was an E-rank seeker, but they used amazing magic. Elle wondered where they learned to do this. One of the examiners told Elle that the guildmaster had hired a special mentor. People nicknamed this mentor the bodyguard of the village of Azima. Having learned everything she wanted, the girl stood up. She said with a smile that she too would like to learn from this mentor. The surprised examiner asked, "But El Aranka, she definitely has nothing to learn." The girl confirmed that she was indeed an A rank. The examiner noticed, but she still wasn't S rank. Realizing that he had said something wrong, the examiner stopped short. He laughed awkwardly, saying he was joking. Ellie Claire pressed hard on the table, trying to hide her anger. She quickly pulled herself together and apologized with a smile for provoking them. The examiners bowed politely to the illustrious guest. Elle thanked everyone for chatting with her and said goodbye. The boys looked at their pretty guest with sad eyes. It was still cool that she came in. Everyone wanted Elle to smile at them again. The girl left the guild's dining hall. She thought, 17 E-rank seekers passed the exam today. The examiners were C-rank. If the guys surpassed them, then it was a B-rank level and higher. Who can train such a number of people in a short period of time? Elle looked thoughtfully into the distance. This result is impressive, but also alarming at the same time. An explosion occurred in the great forest near the village of Azema, the robber's lair. The cutthroat cemetery was engulfed in flames. The robbers begged for mercy. From the raging flames emerged the formidable Lugo and Tamiya. The fairy queen exclaimed, stealing things from Azima village was like challenging her. Lugo remarked that a gang of robbers using teleportation magic was a good idea. The leader of the cutthroat cemetery asked to spare at least his life. Lugo asked if the bandit really thought they were interested in his miserable life. The leader was perplexed. Who would have thought that this bodyguard would be so strong? Lugo slowly approached the shaking robber. The bandit thought with horror that this was how his life would end. The scarlet slits of the helmet flashed as Lugo demanded that the bandit return the medicines that Lilim had made. The leader was stunned, so that's why the black helmet is here. Lilim sighed sadly, laying her head on the table. Paisha asked the pharmacist why she was sighing so heavily. The girl raised her head, and the sylph jumped back in surprise. Lilim's eyes turned completely red. Pisha asked what happened. The girl explained that robbers had recently stolen her medications. Among them were also rock tablets. It seemed she was starting to have a mana deficiency, Sylph said thoughtfully. But the eyes are so beautiful. Lilim stared at her assistant in surprise. And Pisha, as if enchanted, babbled that she wanted to look at those eyes forever. The girl looked tenderly at the Sylph, and she reached out to her as if she were her closest companion. And suddenly, Lilim realized what was happening. She closed her eyes and pushed the Sylph away, shouting for Paisha to move away from her. Pisha grabbed her head, not understanding what had happened to her. Lilim realized that it was probably the Empusa's eyes that had appeared, but the Sylph did not understand what was wrong with the girl. The pharmacist took a dark bandage and blindfolded her, saying that the red eyes were too noticeable. Also, the Empusa's eyes seem to have a charm effect, so it's best to leave them that way. Now, all that was left was to wait for Lugo, who had gone to the robber's lair to return the medicine. Paisha said that if Lugo doesn't return the medicine, we can just do a mana drain. Lilim exclaimed, exactly mana drain. But she immediately came to her senses. No, not that. Paisha said if you close your eyes, it won't be so awkward. You just need to kiss, and that's it. But Lilim was simply horrified by such a prospect. The girl imagined them with Lugo and her head spun. She screamed that this couldn't be done. At that moment, Lugo and Tamiya entered the house. He asked, Lilim, it seemed, called him. Black Helmet placed 3 pills of her medicine in front of the girl. He said with regret that this was all he managed to get back. The bandits teleported the stolen goods directly to their lair using teleportation magic. And there they were already selling everything to shady traders. Most of it was sold out. Lilim said, well, at least this remains. The girl swallowed the pill, and magic became golden around her. She removed the bandage to check the condition of her eyes. Everyone immediately said that her eyes were still red. Lilim usually drinks twice as much, but the charm effect still seems to have worn off. Lugo said thoughtfully, and yet, such eyes are too noticeable. Paisha added, it seems that only mana drain remains. Tamiya asked from whom. Assistant Lilim pointed at Lugo, away from him of course. The fairy was worried that Lilim would suck too much mana from him. Paisha then suggested using the queen, but Tamiya refused. She might even die. Sylph asked if Lugo could die, and he firmly replied that he would not die. Everyone turned to him in surprise. He repeated once again that he definitely would not die. Therefore, Lilim can very well use it to replenish mana. But the girl was still afraid of harming him. Finally, Paisha asked if it was because he loved Lilim. Tamiya also had her doubts, of course. Lugo was incredibly strong, but promising that he wouldn't die was too much. But then Tamiya remembered that he had already died once. Lilim asked Lugo what it all meant. He replied that this meant that he could not die. All 3 looked at him questioningly. He explained that he, like them, had a blessing. Lugo made a warning sign to Tamiya and said that he could not reveal the details. The only important thing is that even if every last drop of mana is drained from him, he will not die. So Lilim can feel free to act. The Sylph Queen sighed. She told Lilim that she would lend her Lugo for today only. Paisha handed the girl a blindfold and suggested that she blindfold herself so that she wouldn't be ashamed. Everyone turned to Lilim, encouraging her. Come on, she has to do it finally. The girl sweated with excitement and mumbled vaguely. The Sylphs and Lugo looked at her questioningly. But Lilim suddenly jumped up and screaming, "This is impossible!" started running. The screaming pharmacist ran out into the street and almost knocked down the adventurers. Garam didn't have time to dodge the running girl. She ran into him, knocking him down. Lugo ran to the door and asked Lilim if she was okay. Black Helmet looked closely at Garam and his companions. The boys ran up to Garam and asked what happened. Lilim invited everyone to come into the house because they were going specifically to see her. Garam asked Lilim why she was blindfolded. She replied that she was a little sick. Lugo and Tamiya asked why Garam himself and the guys with him were all wounded. Paisha noticed that these were the adventurers that Lugo had trained. Garam's companion introduced herself. Her name is Cecilia. She recently passed the exam and received the D rank of adventurer. The boy also introduced himself. His name is Friel. He also recently passed the exam for D rank. Garam took the 2 and set out into the Great Mouse Forest to hunt down the remnants of the band of robbers. They rushed after the bandits. They were assisted by a golem created by Cecilia. Friel launched fire arrows at the fleeing bandits. Looking at the guys, Garam quietly remarked that it seemed like he had nothing to do here. Cursing, the robbers decided to run away. They scattered in different directions, leaving their bewildered pursuers in the clearing. The boys were confused and asked Garam what they should do now. Garam thought. Deeper in the forest, there is a lair of A-rank monsters. Pursuing the bandits is dangerous. He asked if the guys could modify the golem. Cecilia dropped to the ground and filled the golem with new magic. The golem tried to get off the ground. Friel helped the girl by pouring more of his magic into the golem. Now the golem was not only able to fly, but also began to burn. Now the adventurers were assisted by a fire golem. Garam was pleased with such an assistant. He might be able to deal with A-rank monsters. They decided to make the clearing a base and first check the situation with the help of the golem. Tamiya admired it. A golem with fire, a good idea, yes. The depths of the Great Forest are too much of a zone. Even sylphs don't go there. Garam confirmed that in their guild, the difficulty of this forest is considered such that only A-rank adventurers can venture there. Lilim asked if it was really that dangerous there. Garam continued his story. Immediately after they sent the fire golem, a flame erupted deep in the forest. Lilim asked if it was a fire golem, but Cecilia objected that the golem wasn't that strong. Friel admitted that they themselves don't know what happened there. The young man put a piece of stone on the table. He said it was all that was left of the fire golem. Garam frowned and said, "A fire golem comparable in strength to an A-rank seeker in this state." So he took these two guys and ran from there as fast as he could. Cecilia added that they received minor wounds along the way, but Garam made the right decision. Lugo agreed. It was better to stay away from the unknown threat. Garam asked the boss what he thought about it. The black helmet looked thoughtfully at the stone, the high temperature capable of burning a golem enhanced by magic. Clear cuts, as if not crushed, but neatly cut. Only he can do this, but it's impossible. Garam asked with concern who was capable of such a thing. Lugo replied, "It's a dragon." Everyone was stunned. Could a dragon really have appeared here? Paisha carefully fed Lilim with fruits. The girl, sitting with her eyes blindfolded, obediently opened her mouth. With each fruit she ate, Lilim became better. Sylph suggested trying to remove the blindfold. The dark matter had fallen from my eyes, but there was still some redness left. Lilim asked how she looked now, and at that moment her eyes turned green again. Paisha exclaimed joyfully that her eyes were back to normal. "It's good that we managed to find the fruit of fate near the village, thanks to the sylphs. You don't even need to brew them. They work just fine." Lilim said that there is an effect, of course, but if you eat a lot of raw ones, your stomach will hurt. At this time, Lugo entered the room and asked if he would disturb. He asked Lilim if she was okay. The girl smiled. "Thanks to Lugo, everything is fine." Paisha whispered that they were greatly helped by the fact that Lugo had found the fruits of fate, but Lilim does not know about it. The girl asked what they were whispering about, but the sylph reassured the pharmacist that it was nothing like that. Lugo said that it seemed like they could create a mana barrier around the village. Lilim sighed. It seemed like everything was very serious. At the edge of the village, Cecilia commanded her golem, and the giant, having collected bricks, erected a huge wall. This turned out to be a great help. The tireless golems quickly completed the task. The elder walked up to the tall wall and sighed. "Who would have thought that a dragon would appear here?" Lilim called out to the elder, who greeted her kindly. The old man asked if the girl was okay. She smiled. "Yes, thanks to everyone. Everything is fine." Tamiya asked if such a huge barrier was too much. Lilim agreed with her. Such a wall was a bit oppressive. The sylphs were sure that the dragon was nothing to Lugo. He would simply swat it, and that would be it. The elder explained that it was not that simple. They could not desecrate the Great Mao's forest. Lilim didn't understand what this meant. The Great Forest is the place where Mao sleeps. He doesn't like it when the forest is harmed. Maus is the one who gave Tamiya a blessing. He cannot be angered. Lugo added, "So they decided to protect the village with a mana barrier." He touched the brick wall, and magical symbols began to dance across it. Lilim asked, "Perhaps this is a magic seal." Tamiya explained that this seal means mana repulsion. This way you can scare away the dragon without touching ordinary people. The symbols on the wall glowed as Lugo filled it with magic. He said everything was ready. Now the village would be protected from the dragon, at least to a certain extent. The girl asked, "So this is not full protection?" Lugo confirmed. "Because the enemy is a dragon," Paisha asked with fear. "What if he breaks through this degree?" Lugo clenched his fist. Of course the dragon would break through. The slits in his helmet flashed. He said that in this case he would finish him off. The sylphs exclaimed that Lugo was very cool. Cecilia called out to Lugo, suggesting that he not forget about her golem. If Lugo is absent, her golem will protect the village. Paisha reminded that the dragon had destroyed the fire golem with one blow. Cecilia smiled. She had thought of something. She asked Lugo to strengthen the golem. Now it's a golem with gravity magic from Lugo. Lilim was delighted. Amazing. Now everything is perfect. Lugo agreed. The defenses were indeed strengthened, but just in case he sent a message to Lara. He asked Tamia if she could watch the sky with the sylphs. The queen exclaimed, "Of course, this can be trusted to them." Lugo explained that they should keep an eye on the dragon, and if they saw a strange bird, they should let us know. The fairy nodded her head. Lilim was puzzled by this strange bird. Night fell, and the village of Azima fell asleep. Lilim and Paisha tossed and turned in bed and could not fall asleep. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang from the street. They immediately jumped up, asking each other what that sound was. The pharmacist and her assistant rushed to the window. Smoke was coming from the protective wall. Lilim pointed at it. Something happened there. They rushed to the wall in their pajamas. Paisha said, "Yes, it was a mana barrier." Lilim asked if a dragon had really appeared. The golem's heavy footsteps were heard behind him. Cecilia shouted at Lilim to mount the golem. The giant picked up the pharmacist and placed him on his shoulder. Cecilia told Lilim to hold on. They were about to fly. The golem lifted off the ground and soared into the air. Lilim was stunned. Wow, does this giant really have such powerful gravity magic? Cecilia asked where Lugo was. Paisha replied that he was not yet visible, and the fairy queen was not there either. The adventurer smiled. Then they will be the first on the spot. They flew over the wall to see what had happened. An unconscious wounded girl lay on the ground near the wall, with the magician's staff lying nearby. Lilim noticed that the dragon seemed to be gone. Paisha wondered what the man was doing here at such a time. The pharmacist sat down next to the wounded woman and asked if she was okay. The girl groaned. It dawned on Cecilia that she seemed to know who it was. This hair color, robe, and magician's staff, and also a characteristic stone and a sign, well, it's definitely her. Before them lay the A-rank adventurer Ellie Claire. Lilim and Paisha looked at the uninvited guest in surprise. With the help of the golem, the girls carried Ellie over the wall and brought her to Lilim's house. The late guest enjoyed drinking some aromatic tea. Elle thanked everyone with a smile for their help. Lilim asked Ellie if she was okay, and she replied that everything was fine. Cecilia asked Elle what she was doing in such a remote place. Ellie Claire was a little confused. Then she said that the village elder informed the guild that a dragon had appeared. The guild master asked her to go and check if this was true. And near the village, she came across this huge wall. Elle didn't understand what it was and poked her staff at it. And then he, bam, flew back and hit her right in the forehead. Well, that's how it all happened. Lilim thought. A-rank adventurers seemed to be all weird. Ellie smiled. The pain had completely gone away. It's not for nothing that Lilim is the famous pharmacist from the village of Azima that everyone talks about. Lilim was horrified when she managed to become famous in the capital. Ellie said Lilim is a superstar. Everyone wants to meet her. Cecilia asked what they say about them. Elle heard that the Azima searchers have been a godsend this year. Even Lara is counting on them. But most of all, Ellie was intrigued by the rumors about the unrivaled bodyguard and the queen of the fairies. They say their strength is incredible. At that moment, someone knocked on the window. Lilim and Paisha jumped up and went to see what was going on. The sylph queen Tamia appeared outside the window. She asked if they were all okay. Lilim reassured the fairy. Everything was fine. She arrived just in time. Ellie Claire looked at the fairy with curiosity. Tamia was surprised where the guest came from. The sylph queen took a chair and joined the campaign. She said when Lugo went out on his rounds, the noise scared her. But it seems like A-rank adventurers aren't that strong. Elle frowned. The fairy's words hurt her. She replied, "Yes, and this vaunted queen of the sylphs is some kind of short, petty thing. What a disappointment." Tamia frowned. The guest was asking for trouble. Elle objected. The fairy started it. Ellie and Tamia stared at each other as if an explosion was about to occur. Cecilia cried out. They clashed. Paisha cursed. "This is a disaster." Lilim stood between Ellie and Tamia and asked them to try to be a little more friendly. Both rivals looked angrily at the girl. She sighed and retreated to her place. Elle said she was trying to be friendly, but she didn't think the arrogant sylph queen was needed here at all. Tamia retorted, Do they need someone like that in the village who creates problems over nonsense? The fairy exclaimed that such A-rank shorties as Elle were not of use to them in Azam. Ellie replied, "Yes, Timia herself is small, and with such a hairstyle there is no grandeur. Her subjects are probably ashamed of her." The squabble became more and more violent. No one could stop them anymore. Tamia asked Ellie if she was so excited that meant she must be very strong. Ellie confirmed that she really is strong. Strong enough to be a mage on Luke's team. The Sylph Queen looked closely at Elle. Tamia slid off her chair and headed towards the open window. Ellie looked at the fairy in bewilderment. Flying up onto the windowsill, Tamia invited Elle to go with her to the square. The Sylph Queen will test her strength. Ellie agreed, and morning was already approaching. Claire chuckled and promised to show that red frog in the well how wide the world was outside. The rest didn't like this idea at all. An arena was built in the square, judges were chosen, and residents began to gather. Lilim was afraid that all this would not end well. This fight caused a lot of confusion. Cecilia announced that the battle for the title of the strongest beauty in the village of Azima begins. The beautiful Cecilia comments on the competition. And the role of expert is played by a wonderful old man, the head of the village. In the village of Azima, where there is little entertainment, a quarrel between two girls became a real sensation. In a battle, the one who flies out of the ring or becomes unable to fight further loses. Cecilia asked the girls if they were ready. A support group of sylphs immediately formed behind Tamia. Garam sighed. The fight between two girls had turned into a grand event. Lilim was surprised that the villagers had become so lively. Cecilia waved her hand, calling for her opponents to get ready. So the battle began. Tamia soared into the air, green swirls swirling around her. She directed wind magic at Ellie, shouting for her to receive. Two powerful green tornadoes rushed towards Claire. Cecilia exclaimed, "This is the secret technique of wind magic double tornado. Is the fight already over?" But Ellie wasn't about to give up. She waved her magic staff. Suddenly, a fire began to blaze inside the tornado, destroying the wind magic. The green whirlwinds slowly began to subside. The village elder declared the attack neutralized. The fairy asked what was wrong. Ellie really was strong. Claire reminded the Sylph Queen that she had warned her. Now Elle attacked Tamia with streams of flame. The Sylph Queen cursed. The heat from the fire disrupts the flow of faith. This is the worst compatibility. But if so, Tamia decided to try out her favorite magic. A golden stream flew from her finger to the magic staff. Elle watched in surprise as magic entangled her staff. The fairy pulled the staff towards herself and laughed. The signature magic of the sylphs is thief magic. Ellie clutched the staff, trying not to let it go. Tamia smiled maliciously. After all, she was stronger. The fairy continued to pull the staff and used wind magic again. A gust of wind passed by Ellie Claire. Cecilia asked if Tamia had missed, but the leader calmly replied, "No, everything was going according to plan." The wind currents picked up the cobblestones lying on the ground. Elle saw that all these stones had risen up and were pointing at her. Tamia's eyes flashed. Ellie was caught. All the stones in the area, driven by the wind, flew straight towards her. But Elle reached out her hand and created a wall of ice. All the stones crashed into the ice wall at the same second and got stuck in it. And this attack of Tamia was neutralized by Ellie. The Sylph Queen was surprised, so Elle mastered more than just fire magic. Suddenly, the fairy felt herself being pulled forward. Ellie exclaimed that the thief's magic had turned against Tamia. Claire swung her magic staff and tugged at the fairy, causing her to lose her balance. Elle slammed her staff onto the ground, and Tamia fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The magician flew up to the fairy and pointed her staff at her head. Ellie asked Tamia if the fight was over or not. The fairy looked up at Ellie Claire. There seems to be no point in fighting any further. Moreover, the Sylph Queen found herself outside the ring. She lost. Cecilia looked at her opponents in confusion. The presenter announced that the winner of the competition was Ellie Claire. The leader explained that when Tamia lost her concentration, Ellie used a staff bound with magic to push the fairy out of the ring. Elle extended her hand to Tamia and said that she was not the Sylph Queen for nothing. Her precise use of wind magic was impressive. Tamia replied, Elle uses several types of magic and confident physical skills. It's not for nothing that she was in Luke's squad. The opponents finally shook hands. Lilim sighed with relief. It was good that everything ended peacefully. Suddenly, the girl heard Lugo's voice. He asked what all the noise was about. She explained that Tamia and Ellie Claire were testing their strength. Lilim exclaimed with delight. It was that same Ellie, but Lugo interrupted her, saying that he knew. Lugo wondered what Ellie Claire was doing here. Lilim said that according to Ellie, Lara sent her to investigate the dragon's appearance. Black Helmet thought, yes, with Elle's powers she could handle the dragon without any problems. Yet her appearance in the village of Azema alarmed Lugo. Lugo doubted whether Lara had really sent Ellie. Lilim said she had a question for Lugo. The girl asked if Lugo really thought that a dragon had appeared in the great forest of Mouse. It seemed completely unbelievable. Lugo remained thoughtfully silent. Lilim found this magic circle around the village and that mysterious bird strange. The girl asked if this all had anything to do with the dragon. The Black Helmet tilted slightly. He cheerfully said that the girl had figured him out. Lilim smiled. Lugo is so easy to read. She understood everything, even with the helmet. Lugo admitted that he was indeed afraid of the dragon, but something else worried him even more. Lilim looked questioningly in the direction of Lugo's gaze. Does Ellie's presence here bother him? The barrier was created to keep the dragon out, but Lugo needed to know more. Lilim asked, but Ellie came here on Lara's orders, so she could probably be trusted. Lugo recalled that Leisha was like that at first too. The girl shuddered, remembering Leisha. These two are Luke's former comrades. Could it be that they are enemies? Tamia called out to Lilim. The fairy said that Ellie wanted to go to the Great Mouse Forest and wanted Lilim to guide her. Lugo was wary. Why Lilim? But the girl readily agreed to go right now. Ellie Claire smiled widely. A mage from the capital explained that if the monster is not destroyed quickly and completely, the ecosystem will be destroyed. Therefore, as soon as they meet the dragon, they will destroy it. Otherwise, a disaster will happen. Moreover, the catastrophe threatens not only the forest, but the entire state. Lilim was stunned really to the whole state. She asked Ellie if she could definitely handle it. She smiled. It was difficult, but she would try. Luke used to do this, but he's not around anymore. If you think about it, Luke leaving had a big impact on everyone. The girls walked carefully through the forest thicket. Suddenly, a huge crater appeared right in front of them. Ellie carefully approached closer. She took a bottle of some kind of potion out of her pocket. Ellie splashed the potion around herself. Lilim asked what it was. Ellie explained that this thing shows traces of magic. Claire took up her staff and cast a spell. A golden light of powerful magic flowed around the magician. The funnel began to glow with a bright blue light. Lilim was surprised at how bright it was. Ellie explained that it was the magic of the blue dragon Fulabrook. The pharmacist asked if this dragon was strong. Elle confirmed that this dragon had once broken Luke's sword. Lilim suggested running away from here, but Ellie objected. They had to collect samples of magic. The mage fell to her knees and suddenly asked Lilim to forgive her. The pharmacist was surprised that Elle hadn't done anything she needed to apologize for. Claire was silent for a moment and said that she apologized for Leisha. Lilim looked at her companion in surprise. Elle heard that Leisha had forcibly dragged Lilim into the church. The pharmacist didn't want to remember it and asked Elle not to apologize for it. The mage lowered her head and said that she apologized as a former member of Luke's team. Lilim said that she appreciated her words. She thought that Ellie was very kind. She had a good impression of her. Elle said in a barely audible voice, "Perhaps in the future everything will change." The pharmacist didn't hear and asked again, but Ellie smiled. Nothing special. The magician stood up and said that it was time for them to return to the village. Lilim was surprised, which meant they wouldn't look for the dragon any further. The girl opened the door and joyfully exclaimed that she was home. Lugo congratulated her on her return. Lilim jumped in surprise. Black Helmet said that he was already starting to worry. She needed to be suspicious of Ellie. Lilim objected. There was nothing wrong. She even apologized for Leisha. Lugo was surprised. Even so, very interesting. The girl added that they found out that there really was a dragon in the forest, but everything was fine because Ellie was with her. Black Helmet asked again why they thought there was a dragon there. Lugo would like to know more about Ellie's whereabouts now. Lilim said that Tamiya took her. It seems the fairy asked to learn magic. Lugo thought about it. He didn't like all this at all. Is it good that Ellie and Tamiya are together now? Lilim said. Ellie, she's a really good girl. Lugo looked thoughtfully at the pharmacist. And the girl continued to say that Ellie was very strong, kind. He could relax if she were here. Suddenly, Lilim swayed. Lugo grabbed her by the shoulders and asked what was the matter. Lilim's face suddenly became strangely similar to Ellie's. She said that with Ellie, Lugo would feel safe. Lugo asked what was happening. It was impossible. The pharmacist glanced sideways at the Black Helmet. She asked if something was wrong. She just tripped. Suddenly, a strange thought came to Lily that Ellie was she, Lilim. But she said Lugo that he was being dramatic, it's okay. Lugo asked Lilim if Ellie had apparently given her something to drink in the forest. The girl looked up at him in surprise. He was talking about the potion. She seems to remember something in a small bottle, as if when they were sitting on the ground, the bottle was full. But Lilim was sure that she had not drunk the potion. She said cheerfully that even if there was a potion, Ellie didn't use it. Lugo shouldn't worry so much. You need to relax a little. He agreed with her. He was just very nervous. The girl smiled. That's for sure. Lilim said again that as long as Ellie is there, everything will be fine. Tamiya perfected her shot under the guidance of Ellie Claire. She used wind magic again. The Sylph Queen summoned a hurricane. She directed the action of the hurricane at the bottle that stood on the table. The epicenter hit the bottle directly, breaking it into small pieces. Tamiya was delighted. The power and accuracy of her shot has really improved. Ellie is simply amazing. Ellie Claire smiled. As expected from the Sylph Queen, Tamiya is a quick learner. Lugo and Paisha, sitting under a tree, watched the couple. Sylph quietly said that she didn't like them. Lugo looked at Lilim's assistant. He asked if Paisha was jealous that someone took the queen. It was very sweet. Paisha was indignant. Lugo misunderstood her. Sylph sighed. It was something completely different. Ellie smells really bad. Lugo wondered what that smell was. Sylph frowned and fell silent. Then she quietly said, "Blood smells very unpleasant." Lugo didn't understand. Blood. Did Ellie really smell like blood? Paisha noticed that he didn't know the Sylphs at all. Although Paisha may look like this, she is close to the queen and has an excellent sense of smell. Lugo understood. So that's why Ellie avoids Paisha. That's exactly why. He lowered his head. Then only Ellie from the whole team defended him. However, time changes people. Lisha is a clear example of this. Lugo said that he doesn't know everything and why Ellie actually appeared here. But one thing is certain. Ellie Claire is a mage of such a level that she can wipe this village off the face of the earth with just one wish. The little Sylph's face stretched out in horror. Lugo told her to pretend she hadn't heard anything. He would deal with it later. But Paisha objected. She couldn't pretend that she didn't know anything. This village is important to both humans and Sylphs, and Paisha can also help save the village. Lugo looked silently at the little faithful Sylph. Paisha looked at him calmly and confidently. He said, "Okay, then all he can do is rely on her." Lugo stroked the little Sylph's head. He asked her to protect Lilim. Lugo felt that the girl was in trouble because of Ellie. Paisha smiled back. She exclaimed that Lugo should trust her. She would do everything. Sylph returned home and kept a constant eye on Lilim. The girl was in the kitchen cooking soup, and it spread an enticing aroma throughout the house. Lilim stood by the stove and quietly hummed something. Paisha looked into the kitchen. She didn't hear what the girl said, but it seemed like nothing strange was happening yet. The girl continued humming and suddenly reached into her apron pocket. She took out from there a bottle of the potion that Ellie had. Lilim poured the contents into the pot of soup. Sylph cursed. "What is this? Such a terrible smell." Paisha noticed that the smell disappeared surprisingly quickly. Lilim continued to stir the brew. The Sylph could not understand what had happened. The girl turned off the heat and poured the soup into 2 bowls. She apologized to Paisha for keeping him waiting and wished him a pleasant meal. Lilim folded her hands in prayer and gave thanks for the food. Paisha looked at the plate. It looked like an ordinary soup, but then what did she add to it? The girl asked the Sylph why she wasn't eating. Peisha asked Lilim if this was a normal soup or not. Lilim asked if there was something wrong. There were a lot of vegetables here, just like Peisha likes. Sylph asked. Lilim seemed to have added something there. The girl smiled. It was a seasoning. A kind person gave it to her. Peisha asked to show her this seasoning. She wants to make sure that it is safe. But Lilim resisted, and the Sylph insisted that the girl show her the bottle. After a short silence, the pharmacist said that she had thrown it away. While stirring the soup, Lilim asked if it didn't look delicious. It's good for both the mind and the body, and it tastes wonderful. Lilim scooped up some soup and brought it to her mouth. Peisha shouted, "Lilim, no!" and knocked the spoon with soup out of her hands. The spoon fell to the floor, splashing its contents around. The girl looked at the splattered soup in bewilderment. She frowned and looked menacingly at the Sylph. Lilim told Peisha that she was neglecting her care. Since when did she become so naughty? The girl bent down to pick up a dropped spoon from the floor, and in a different voice, Lilim said that this was all not true. She turned to the Sylph, and she recoiled in surprise. Peisha looked at Lilim in horror, her eyes turning red again. The girl said that Peisha was like that from the very beginning. The whole squad was like that. And now they need discipline again. Sylph tried to reach Lilim, but she seemed to have been transformed into an Empusa again under the influence of the potion. The girl grabbed her assistant by the throat and slammed her into the wall. Sylph cursed, trying to break free from the tenacious hands. Peisha felt that Lilim suddenly became very strong. That was the power of an Empusa. The girl asked with a smile why Peisha didn't run away anymore. When an Empusa's survival instinct is triggered, its eyes glow red, radiating immense power. Lilim took Ellie Claire's potion out of her pocket. She took Peisha by the face and told her to take the potion. Her red eyes blazed with anger as she insisted that the Sylph relax and drink. Peisha thought that even in another situation, this potion would look suspicious. Lilim yelled at Peisha to take a sip. The girl said tenderly, Peisha had always been an obedient girl. She removed her hand from the Sylph's throat. She smiled. Lucky. I need to take advantage of the situation urgently. Sylph hit the Lilim with wind magic. The girl covered her face with her hands and took a few steps back. Peisha cursed. Lilim withstood the blow as best she could. The girl's scarlet eyes flashed angrily. She said that she was very angry. The girl knelt down. The Sylph looked at her questioningly. Lilim began to draw a magic circle. Soon, the double circle with magical signs was ready. The girl called to the Stoneorf, asking the she-wolf to give her strength. The Sylph's face lengthened. Lilim calls the Stone Wolf. Peisha was terrified. The Stone Wolf is an incredibly dangerous monster. Lilim used summoning magic. If a wolf appeared, the Sylph would be finished. Peisha realized she had no choice but to use her last weapon. Sylph told Lilim that she would fight. The girl grinned. This was her last resort. Apparently, she would beg for mercy. But it was too late. She raised her red eyes to Peisha and said goodbye to her. But what Lilim saw shocked her. Peisha had her favorite pink panties in her hands. The girl was stunned. These were the very panties she had worn this morning. She suddenly realized that she was left without underwear. Lilim blushed and asked when Peisha managed to steal them. The pharmacist angrily shouted at her assistant that she would never forgive her. Peisha said, "Oh, Lugo is coming." Lilim was ready to sink through the ground from shame. Meanwhile, Sylph had managed to take off her shoes. By putting Lilim's panties on her leg, Peisha dealt her a love blow. Attack with favorite panties. The girl gasped in fear as the Sylph hit her with her own underwear. A pleased Peisha landed, returning the shamed girl's underwear. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed with relief. The danger had passed. Peisha looked at the unconscious Lilim and said that she would not have managed without Lugo's request. Sylph remembered their conversation under the tree the day before. Lugo then asked Peisha to protect Lilim, to do everything possible. Peisha then assured Lugo that he could rely on her. And if something happens to Lilim, she must give her this. Lugo handed the Sylph a small bottle. Peisha asked what it was. Black Helmet explained that this was an antidote, and Peisha had to force the girl to drink it. Sylph took out the antidote and told Lilim that the thing didn't taste good, but she had to drink it. She carefully poured the contents of the bottle into the girl's mouth. Morning came. The sun turned golden on the window panes. And in the pharmacist's house, the rolling snores of a little sylph could be heard. Lilim sat up in bed and looked at her assistant in surprise. Paisha was snoring sweetly and had no intention of waking up. Looking around, the girl asked in bewilderment. It seemed like she had done something. She turned her head from side to side and couldn't understand anything. The whole house was in disarray. Lilim couldn't understand what the hell had happened there. Why is everything lying around, as if there was some kind of massacre here? The girl touched her head and screamed, "What is it?" There was a small mirror on the table. Lilim reached for it. Looking in the mirror, she discovered that she had a bandage on her face. How strange. It must be a dream. Could this be a result of exposure? Lilim decided to wake up Paisha. She probably knows what happened. Sleepy Paisha rubbed her eyes. Seeing Lilim next to her, the sylph shuddered. She immediately flew away from her just in case. The pharmacist asked Paisha what had happened yesterday. Sylph looked at Lilim in silence. The eyes don't seem to be red. There's no choking and no one is calling. Paisha sighed with relief, which meant everything was okay. She flew to her favorite pharmacist. Sylph hugged the slightly confused girl and tenderly said that she had returned. Lilim hugged her faithful assistant and asked what had happened. After hearing Paisha's story, the girl was shocked. No, this is impossible. Was she really like that? Paisha cried out. Lilim even choked her. The girl saw the consequences around her, but she couldn't believe it. This picture looks terrible, but Lilim did not have a single memory. She asked Paisha to forgive her, but the sylph objected. Lilim had nothing to apologize for. She placed a bottle of Ellie Claire's potion on the table. Paisha said it all happened because of this potion. The apothecary's assistant suggested studying this potion. The evil potion stood on the table. Lilim took a pipette with a special reagent. She added a few drops to Ellie's potion. The room was immediately filled with thick, dark smoke. Paisha asked what it was. The girl explained that there was undoubtedly a reaction taking place. This means that this potion contains an extract of caught herbs. It looks a lot like perfume, but it's definitely an intoxicant. Sylph asked if this was an intoxicating drug, then that was why Lilim had suddenly become like this. The girl was silent. She was remembering yesterday, the hike into the forest with Elle. It looks like Ellie Claire used this potion on Lilim, and Lilim, in turn, tried to use it on Paisha. The girl didn't want to believe it. It couldn't be. Maybe it wasn't Ellie who gave her the potion, but who else could have done it? Paisha looked closely at Lilim. She once again asked the sylph to forgive her and thanked her assistant for her help. Sylph exclaimed that Lilim shouldn't apologize. She didn't need to apologize for something that wasn't her fault. Besides, she should thank Lugo first and foremost. The girl was stunned, and what does he have to do with it? Paisha explained that he had asked her to protect Lilim. Sylph laughed. Lilim immediately blushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. The girl was surprised who could come at such an hour. The sylph assumed it was probably Lugo. Just in case, Paisha decided to look through the crack to see who was there. But suddenly, the door swung open. The pharmacist and her assistant cried out in surprise. A very strange guy stood on the threshold with a backpack on his back from which some sticks were sticking out. The stranger chuckled and asked Lilim if she was really wounded. The girl replied with confusion that a lot had happened yesterday. The pharmacist asked the man who he was. Paisha shouted, "It was definitely an enemy. He came for them." Lilim also found it all suspicious. How did the man know her name and why was he here? The guest said that he was a doctor, famous even in the royal palace. He came to give Lilim something. He made a special thing for her. This is a magic wand. It is made of orichalcum. Lilim and Paisha opened their mouths in surprise. This was a precious thing. But where could such value come from in Azem? Lilim warned that selling counterfeits is prohibited. An angry Paisha exclaimed that the man could have come up with a better story. Sylph stated that this wand would not withstand Paisha's blow. She struck, but the wand didn't even bend, and the sylph screamed in pain. Paisha groaned. The stick was so strong, the stranger grinned. It was orichalcum. He told Lilim that if she wanted to learn magic further, this wand would be the best choice. The girl asked how he knew about magic, what he knew in general, and where he got it from. The stranger was a little confused. He then pointed to the third book from the left on the bookshelf. This is a book about magic. It stands out from the rest. Lilim was puzzled how he recognized the book from afar only by the spine. She persistently asked who he was and how he knew about her training in magic. The stranger apologized. He completely forgot to introduce himself to them. He elegantly removed his hat from his head and bowed. The man said he was a member of the king's protection squad, and his name was Lopos Albats. This is a group of magicians who stood up to protect the king. They are even higher than Luke. They are geniuses of the same level as Artrum. Paisha exclaimed, "Such a person would definitely not go door to door. He is a swindler." Lilim agreed with her assistant. An angry Paisha shouted, 1,000 years would not be enough to deceive the sylph. But Lilim stopped Paisha. She asked the court magician what he wanted from them. She doesn't believe that he really does sales, going door to door. The magician was silent for a moment and replied, "That's true." Lilim knew that court magicians wear white and green clothes with an emblem. He is a liar, but he looks confident. Apparently, he needs it. The man confirmed that he had come to see Lugo and wanted to know where he was. Lilim said that Lugo went to the capital of the kingdom. Surprised, Paisha opened her mouth to object, but the girl covered her mouth and reminded her that her leg hurt and she needed to apply ointment. She whispered to the sylph that this suspicious guy couldn't know where Lugo was. The man thanked Lilim for her help. The girl nodded her head. Apparently, this was all this guy needed. Lopos put his backpack with chopsticks back on and got ready to leave. He handed Lilim his magic wand. The man said that he would like to thank the girl, but Lilim thanked him and refused. The strange guy sighed, "What a pity," and said goodbye until the next time. Finally, the door closed. Lilim had the feeling that he was forced to go sell wands. Okay, they need to clean the house, and suddenly there was a knock on the door again. Lilim and Paisha jumped in surprise. There was a rather persistent knock on the door. Paisha was surprised who it was, and an angry Lilim said that they would sort it out now. She threw open the door and blurted out to Mr. Lopos that they had already said everything. But a knight stood at the threshold and greeted Lilim. The girl was dumbfounded. It was the holy knight of the Arat church. The knight said that Lilim did not recognize her. The girl took off her helmet and said that it was she, Liz. She is Lady Lisha Marenti's personal holy knight. Liz greeted Lilim and Paisha with a friendly smile, and the pharmacist looked at the holy knight in confusion, wondering why she had come here. The girl immediately remembered that it was Liz who accompanied Lisha and commanded the detachment that attacked them in the sanctuary. With a trembling hand, Lilim grabbed the handle of the front door. The girl quickly slammed the door right in Liz Ark's face. The knight pounded on the door, screaming for Lilim to stop and begging her to open the door. Liz asked why Lilim was bandaged and why the room was destroyed. Paisha quietly asked who it was. The guest asked if the enemies had already captured them, but Lilim replied that Liz was the enemy. Liz stopped mid-sentence and banged on the door. Lilim became wary as the knight suddenly stopped knocking. Instead of knocking, Liz bowed to the girl and apologized to her. She took out her sword and decided to cut her way through with the weapon. The knight screamed and rushed at the door. Lilim threw the door open and shouted for Liz to stop. Lishi's personal knight glanced at the apothecary. Her sword stopped a couple of centimeters from Lilim's head. Liz asked the trembling girl if she was safe, and she replied that she was safe until Liz arrived. The knight asked why they didn't open it then. It seemed they had problems, but Lilim and Paisha replied that the problem had been solved. The guest was seated at the table. Liz said with a smile, "Lilim tea is wonderful, so tasty, and the aroma is simply incomparable." Now she understands why Lady Lisha Marenti praises her so much. Paisha watched the guest silently. This girl was bothering her. Sylph stood up and said, "Lilim is silent, but then she will speak. What the Holy Knight wants to say instead of discussing the taste of tea." Lilim tried to stop the emotional assistant, but the Sylph continued. Last time they kidnapped Lilim, it is unlikely that they decided to attack, but there must be a reason. Liz Arke looked at Paisha silently, wondering how to respond. Meanwhile, wind magic began to spin in the Sylph's hand. Pointing her hand at the knight, Paisha exclaimed. She was sure that Liz was their enemy. Lilim grabbed Paisha by the hand, but the Sylph asked the girl to sit down. Liz replied to the Sylph that her words were true, the knight was too rude. To Lilim and Paisha's surprise, Liz left the table. She fell on one knee before Lilim and said that she apologized for what happened. She also asked to accept her apology for Lady Leisha's actions. Lilim exclaimed that Liz didn't need to apologize for Leisha, but Pisha shouted that this was not enough. Sylph demanded that if Liz apologized, she should give Lilim the sword that was hanging on her belt. The knight looked at her sword. Lilim tried to stop her assistant, but she did not stop. Sylph stated that Lugo asked her to ensure the safety of the Lilim. Liz silently unfastened her sword and handed it to the Sylph. She apologized again, and if this was the only way she could prove the sincerity of her words, then Pisha could take the sword. The surprised Sylph silently looked at the weapon held out to her, but Pisha removed the green whirlwind swirling around her hand. Lilim asked the assistant what she was going to do, and the Sylph simply returned to the table. She told Liz that she could keep the sword, but if she used it, she would lose her head. The knight thanked Pisha for his generosity. Sylph sighed and lowered her head. She quietly told Lilim that she had probably gone too far. The girl replied that everything was fine and thanked her little protector. Lilim invited the knight to sit at the table again, and she thanked him. Sylph asked what Liz meant by the enemy. Lilim would also like to know. The knight replied, "This morning Lady Leisha learned of the prophecy. The goddess Arat gave it to her, and it will definitely come true." Lilim asked if this was all true, but were they involved in the contents of the prophecy? Liz nodded. The prediction was related to them. Leisha decided that they needed to know about it. Pisha asked if the saint should not appear in person in that case. Liz explained that Lady Leisha had promised Lugo that she would not approach the village of Azima and Lilim. So, to keep her promise, she sent her personal knight Liz Ark in her place. Lilim was surprised. What kind of promise was this? Practical Pisha asked what the content of the prophecy was. Inside, there were two messages first. A friend of the saint from the village of Azema was in danger. Lilim thought, Lishi has 3 acquaintances here. That's her, Lugo, and Tamia. The second message stated that the village of Azema would be drawn into the battle. Lilim and Pisha froze, and what will happen next? Liz added that there would be casualties as a result of this battle. The news brought by Liz Ark shocked the pharmacist and her assistant. They couldn't believe that a bloody massacre could happen in their quiet village. Lilim was horrified, but what should they do now? Pisha exclaimed, "But this is only a prediction. It will not necessarily come true. There is no need to be afraid." Liz sighed and shook her head. No, the saint's prediction was accurate. Therefore, regardless of form and content, it will definitely come true. Sylph quietly said that it was impossible, wasn't it, Lilim? But the girl remained thoughtfully silent. Pisha plaintively asked Lilim if all this would come true. Liz said that as soon as she heard about it, she went here. She was surprised that the Lilim clinic was in such a state. And the girl herself is in bandages. It looks like the prophecy is already beginning to come true. Lilim and Pisha lowered their heads in silence. Liz apologized again for the inconvenience and thanked them for their generosity. The knight clenched her fists convulsively and said that it was time to repay the debt. Liz stood up from the table abruptly. The knight exclaimed that from today on she would stand guard over Lilim around the clock. Lilim replied that it was not necessary. Liz noticed that someone had poisoned the girl. The holy knight noticed an unusual book in Lilim's closet. She pointed her finger at the very book the strange guest had spoken about. Liz asked the girl who she got that book from. Pisha asked what book exactly the knight was talking about. Liz Arku clarified, "That one, 3rd from the left." Lilim immediately remembered the words of the man who introduced himself as Lopos Albats. Sylph took the book and asked if it was this book. Liz confirmed. Lilim said it looked like an ordinary book about magic. Liz praised the girl for mastering not only medicine, but also magic. Pisha asked the knight what was so special about this book. Liz explained that the book had a magical crest engraved on it. It's a kind of magician's mark. Lilim could see this on Lady Leisha when she used the transfer spell. The mark is activated when a sequence of magic symbols is connected. Lilim remembered that Leisha had created 2 movement marks, and that was how she and Tamia had managed to escape. Pisha clarified that if the marks were not destroyed, then it would probably be possible to continue moving. Liz admitted that she did not know this. Liz said that the creator of the mark must be somewhere nearby. because it is necessary to see the mark with your own eyes. Lilim was surprised. Liz knows so much. The knight smiled. Being next to Lisha, she observed a lot. Sylph asked, "So if the creator is not nearby, then the mark is safe." The Holy Knight confirmed that this was true and that the book was now safe. Liz smiled cheerfully. But suddenly, something popped and Liz Arcu disappeared. A book fell onto the chair where she had just been sitting. Lilim and Pisha jumped up, wondering where Liz had gone. An open book and a magic wand slid off the chair. The pharmacist and her assistant kept their eyes on the strange book. And where did this magic wand come from? Lilim dropped to her knees and reached for the mysterious object. But Pisha shouted at Lilim not to touch anything. Sylph said, "But this wand was not here." So Liz disappeared and the wand appeared, but what happened to their guest? Did she transform or move? Pisha was sure that this stick was from that suspicious man. That's right, Lilim remembered that right away. The backpack of the strange Lopos was filled with such sticks. That man was truly strange and possibly dangerous. Lilim told Pisha that they needed to leave here quickly. Sylph exclaimed that at times like these they needed Lugo. Meanwhile, Lugo watched as the Queen Sylph practiced her magic. Ellie Claire asked Tamia if she could handle it. The fairy snapped her fingers cheerfully. Several green tornadoes immediately began to swirl around her. Tamia shouted to Ellie, "And what does she think?" The wind magic of the Sylph Queen on the one hand, and the fire and ice magic of Ellie Claire on the other, clashed. Lugo sighed. She tries without getting tired. Suddenly, he heard Lilim calling him. Lugo turned around and saw a bandaged girl. They and Pisha ran towards him as fast as they could. Ellie and Tamia also came to listen to Lilim's story. Lugo thought, so that's how the intoxicating potion appeared first. Then, a book about magic and a magic wand appeared in the girl's house in Liz's place. And in the morning, a mysterious magician came to see them. And all of this somehow revolves around the Lilim. Pisha told Lugo that the village would also come under attack. Lugo thought, the king's protector mage is walking around the village. Interesting. He turned to Tamia and Ellie, who listened attentively. Lugo realized that this mysterious man was an enemy. He needs to be found urgently. He gave the task to Tamia first. We need to check the safety of the villagers and gather information about this person. The Sylph Queen smiled. They will find this Lopos, Tamia asked. He can probably be beaten, but Lugo categorically forbade it, if the fairy discovered him, not to come closer, but to let Lugo know. The villagers also need to stay away from Lopos and make sure no one leaves the magical barrier. Tamia exclaimed that she understood everything. The queen's favorite wind magic began to flow around her. She called Pisha with her. Her help will also be needed. 2 nimble sylphs rushed to carry out the task, leaving a barely noticeable trace in the air. Ellie asked Lugo what she needed to do. After thinking for a moment, Lugo ordered her to follow Lopos with him. Ellie Claire's eyes sparkled with joy. She smiled and replied, "Okay." Lugo understood perfectly well that Ellie's strength and experience could help in the fight against the unknown magician. Ellie clutched her staff, ready to rush into battle right now. Lilim thought that it wasn't very good that Lugo and Ellie were together. But, on the other hand, as long as they are together, Ellie cannot do anything bad. As for the villagers, Tamia and Pisha took on their protection. Suddenly, the girl heard Lugo calling her name. He approached her again, asking her to clarify the situation once again. First, someone gave Lilim a potion and she attacked Pisha in the clinic. Just as the two of them realized what had happened, Lopos appeared, followed by Liz. Lishi's personal knight told them about 2 of the saint's prophecies. First, Lishi's acquaintance is in danger. Second, deaths are expected as a result of the battle in the village. Lilim confirmed that everything was correct. Ellie listened attentively to everything Lugo said. He added thoughtfully that this is where things get weird. When Liz held the book about magic in her hands, it disappeared and a magic wand appeared in its place. The pharmacist confirmed that everything was exactly like that. And this stick looked just like many others Lopos had. But the girl didn't understand what all this meant. Lugo explained that if this was true, then shouldn't there be other disappearances of people? Lilim and Ellie were horrified by this. The pharmacist's eyes widened. Was Lopos's backpack really full of people? but Temia and Pisha had already gone to check on the villagers. Lugo said that in any case, there is such a possibility in the future. Lilim was very scared. What a terrible person came to see her today. Lugo moved forward resolutely. He needed to find Lopos as soon as possible, otherwise something terrible would happen. Stopping in a clearing, Lugo lightly kicked the ground. At the same moment, magic circles began to spread out from him. Lilim remembered, this is, as Ellie suggested, cleansing magic. Black Helmet warned the girls to keep their eyes open. The waves spread in all directions. They record any movement. These waves catch anyone. There are many ways to use clearing magic. He turned to Ellie. Lugo told her not to be prejudiced by the fact that it was a simple spell. The main thing was to use your imagination. Ellie wondered how he would use this spell. And then it dawned on her. Reverse discovery, exactly. After all, these waves scan the entire land in the village. Thus, a high-level mage will definitely react to the release of magical power. Lopos was trying to escape from the village when he was overtaken by magical waves. He felt the waves and tried to protect himself. The mage immediately generated a shield that hid him. But looking at the ground, I immediately realized that I had given myself away. He cursed. This is cleansing magic. Lugo and Ellie instantly turned in the direction of movement. Black Helmet said the mage was there. Ellie added he needed to be on guard, but he didn't know they were using clearing magic. Lugo noticed that simple spells were often very effective. He extended his hand and prepared to attack. Lilim looked at the two in silence. The slits in the black helmet flashed with a blood-red light. The pharmacist thought that the magic of these two was on a completely different level. Lugo told Ellie that he would attack first. The mage replied that she would help in any way she could. The black helmet concentrated and a magic rope appeared in front of him. He commanded her forward and she rushed towards the unknown magician. Lilim remembered, this is capture magic. She has seen it once before. Lugo confirmed that it was true. The girl remembered it well. The rope rushed towards its intended target. Ellie was amazed. He removes all obstacles for the shortcut. Amazing control. Suddenly, the rope trembled. Lugo asked Ellie if she noticed. She confirmed. He was caught. Now, Ellie Claire raised her staff and entered the fray. The mage called upon powerful lightning for help. Lugo advised Lilim to sit down. It was dangerous here. The girl obeyed. Now Ellie commanded her lightning to move forward. She touched the rope with her staff and it sparked with electricity. A powerful explosion was heard behind the trees. Lugo told Ellie it was too much, and if he died, the mage apologized, but Lugo himself said that he was an enemy. Lugo took hold of the rope. Let's see who he managed to catch. Soon, a tied man in a black cloak and hat lay before them. A light smoke was coming from the captive. Lugo asked Lilim if it was him. She confirmed. Yes, it was Lopos. Ellie noticed that he was not moving. Maybe he was dead. But the prisoner's ear moved slightly. The man stood up and said that he was alive. Lopos indignantly asked Lugo if he understood that he was the protector mage, Lopos Albats. Lugo replied, if so, then where is his emblem? Lopos cursed. The black helmet was indignant. Posing as a court magician is a serious crime. Besides, Lopos reeks of dark magic a mile away. The slits in the black helmet flashed angrily. He asked the captured magician who he really was. The captured magician looked at Lugo silently, and suddenly his face twisted into a malicious grin. He replied, the black helmet wants to know if he's a dark magician. Well then, let Lugo check it out for himself. With these words, Lopos launched a fireball. A magical flame flew along the rope that Lugo held. Lilim screamed in fear, but Ellie reacted to the attack immediately. She put out the flames with her ice magic. Lopos cursed how such a brat could stop his spell. Ellie looked menacingly at the captive. The strange magician continued to curse. Lilim thought how good Ellie was. If it weren't for her, Lugo might have suffered. Ellie continued to hold the prisoner at gunpoint with her staff. Lugo pulled Lopos closer to him. He moved forward reluctantly. Black Helmet told him, this girl is an A rank. Does he still think he was defeated by a child? Ellie smiled and blushed slightly. Lopos looked at Ellie with disbelief. Could she really be an A rank? Lugo tightened the bonds even more. He said menacingly that he was asking politely who Lopos really was. The prisoner stammered that he should not answer this question. Lugo promised that Lopops would be arrested as a fraudster who pretended to be a protector mage and would become a gift from the guards. The black helmet flashed angrily again. "Lopos will not escape the death penalty!" But the prisoner smiled. If so, then there is nothing to worry about. Lugo was surprised, a strong guy. Lilim had a strange feeling about Lopos. Something unpleasant was spinning in my head, and also as if something was wrong. And then she remembered. Ellie noticed the girl's thoughts and asked Lilim what was wrong. She replied that she thought something was wrong here. She turned to the prisoner, who looked at the girl questioningly. Lilim asked Lopos where his magic wands were. The prisoner's face lengthened. The pharmacist asked if he had dropped them, but Lugo shook his head. He no longer had them with him. But where could such a large number have gone? Lugo thought about it. This was really strange. It looks like it's just a double of the magician. The prisoner smiled crookedly. What good, guys. You quickly figured out what was going on. Lopos's body began to swell sharply, like a huge ball. Lugo shouted at Lilim and Ellie to move away. He himself ran up to the swelling captive and swung. Lugo delivered a powerful blow to the swelling Lopos to prevent him from growing any larger. There was a deafening explosion. The stranger told Lugo that he probably already realized what he was capable of. There are other doubles in this village, and there are many of them. Lilim and Emmy listened to the terrible voice in horror, and the magician asked with a grin if they could find the real one. Lugo asked Lilim to immediately inform the guild about what was happening. He warned everyone that they were facing a battle. Lilim said that she would immediately inform Garam about everything. Soon, all the members of the Adventurers Guild gathered in the square. Lugo told the fighters what had happened in the village. Garam drew his sword and addressed his team. He exclaimed that protecting the village was their guild's job. The village of Azema is in danger. It was time to pay their debt to Lugo, who had prepared them so well. Everyone shouted in unison that they would find Lopos's doubles. At Garam's command, all the guild members rushed forward. Cecilia went to look for the doubles on the golem, and Friel armed himself with a fire bow. Very bright rays also helped in the search for the hands of the dead. Lugo noticed that the boys had become more focused. Garam smiled, all thanks to the mentor. Ellie told Lugo that she also wanted to join the search for Lopos. The magician asked if she could go with them. Before giving permission, Lugo wanted to ask Ellie something. The mage was surprised if she could use projection. But why? Lugo explained that they needed to create birds that could be controlled. Ellie Claire looked at the black helmet in bewilderment. She calmly replied, "Yes, it could be done." The girl stuck a small copy of her magic staff into the ground. Sitting down next to him, she immersed herself in the spell, streams of magic flowing around her. Soon, a sphere began to form above the miniature magic stone. Lilim admired how beautiful it was. Lugo added that it is not only beautiful, but also very convenient. Ellie concentrated mana on the tip of her index finger. The mage drew a glowing magic circle in the air. At that very second, a white bird flew out of the circle, and Lilim was stunned by surprise. The bird circled above Lilim, who screamed in fear, and Ellie laughed. Lugo asked Lilim to calm down and look at the magic ball. The girl turned to the sphere Ellie had created and opened her mouth in surprise. She asked, confused, what it was. The magician explained that it is a bird that displays the space around it, which is why it is called a projection. The stunned pharmacist said that now she understood. It really was convenient. The bird Ellie created soared into the air. Lugo said that there are guild members and sylphs on the ground, and this bird will watch from the sky. Black Helmet was sure that they simply had to find Lopos. In the northeast of Azema village, guild members were actively destroying Lopos's clones. Seeing his pursuer, the mage's clone fired a fiery volley at Friel. The young man was confused. What a double. The dark magician laughed evilly, but the boy's actions suddenly cut short his laughter. Friel pulled the string of his firebow and exclaimed that the magician was celebrating too soon. The burning arrow destroyed Lopos's fiery volley and rushed towards him. The Lopos clone screamed in horror and exploded. Friel wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed with relief. -1. Cecilia was chasing another dark mage's double, sitting on the golem's shoulder. At the girl's command, the stone giant dealt several crushing blows to the copy of the magician. Another one was finished off by an adventurer with a powerful beam. The dead hands also caught a clone of Lopos. The bird soaring in the sky saw all this and was able to transmit what was happening. Lugo, Lilim, and Ellie watched the battle from the other end of the village. Lilim noticed that the guild members were strong. She even felt sorry for Lopos's doubles. Ellie asked in bewilderment if this was really D rank. Ellie was surprised to see it with her own eyes. It seems like it's at least rank C, or even possibly rank B. The magician asked Lugo. It was he who trained them. The black helmet corrected her. He was rather bringing them up to speed. Ellie didn't understand how they had such skills, Lugo explained. Each of them was developing their own strengths and talents. However, there are people who have almost no magic, Lilim remembered. Garam couldn't use magic. And then they saw in the sphere how Garam was chasing Lopos's double. The adventurer sighed. Apparently there was no other way. The guy put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Garam assumed a fighting stance and concentrated his magical energy. He did everything as Lugo taught him. And so Garam swung his sword, directing damaging energy at the enemy. Lopos's double howled in pain. Garam was pleased. His attack was successful. The evil enemy was defeated. Ellie couldn't believe her eyes. Since when had Garam become so strong? Lilim was surprised. Only a few days had passed, and he could already do this. Lugo objected. Garam had good potential. Ellie glanced sideways at Lugo. Garam had grown a lot thanks to his training. He was a very dangerous man. The black helmet seemed unperturbed. Lilim, looking at Ellie, said that the same thought had occurred to her. The magician looked questioningly at the girl. The pharmacist asked Lugo if these doubles were really that dangerous. Lugo confirmed that at first he thought Lopos's goal was to attack the village. Lilim noticed the strange movements of the doubles. They hardly hide from their pursuers. It feels like they're deliberately trying to attract the guild's attention. Lugo didn't like all this either, so she decided to protect Lilim. Raising his hand up, he used his favorite form of magic. It was gravity magic. Lugo set up a gravity barrier around the entire perimeter of the village. Ellie was shocked. Such a barrier requires a lot of strength. She had never seen anything like it before. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion. They were now under a protective dome. Lilim whispered in admiration, "Wow," and Ellie thought that this magic was much stronger than Achatam's. Lugo told Ellie to prepare for a fight with the mage. The girl looked questioningly at the black helmet. She asked Lugo what she needed to do. He replied that Lopos was outside the village and needed to be destroyed. Lilim asked what she should do. Lugo gloomily advised her to prepare to receive wounded people and, most importantly, she must protect herself. He put his strong hand on the girl's shoulder. More gently, Lugo reassured the girl that everything was fine. The main thing was that she was safe. He immediately covered Lilim with another gravity barrier. The girl asked if this was her personal gravity barrier. Lugo explained that this barrier would protect her from both humans and demons. He asked Lilim not to go beyond the barrier. The girl's cheeks flushed and she quietly replied, "Okay." Ellie looked at this strange couple with a smile. The mage took out another copy of her magic staff. Lilim looked at her questioningly, not understanding what she was doing. Turning to the girl, Ellie explained that through the bird, she would see Lugo, so there is no need to worry so much. Lilim sincerely thanked Ellie for this opportunity. The girl said sheepishly that she was not worried about Lugo at all. She herself did not understand where such a strange feeling came from. Ellie looked questioningly at the pharmacist and asked what was wrong. In fact, Lilim was worried about Ellie. She herself didn't know why, especially considering her A rank and abilities. Ellie asked Lilim, confused, what she was talking about, but she replied that she was simply too worried. The magician asked if she had done something wrong. Lilim shook her head. On the contrary, thanks to her bird, she would be able to watch Lugo. And then suddenly the girl remembered Lugo's recent words. He told Tamia, "If you see a strange bird, let me know." What kind of strange bird is this? Could Lugo have been talking about Ellie Claire's bird? Lugo told Lilim to quickly return to the protective barrier. The girl obediently agreed. He turned to Ellie and said that it was time for them to leave the village. The two of them rushed towards the village gates, and Lilim watched them go. Lilim again remembered Lugo's words about the strange bird and the translucent bird on Ellie's hand. She looked at the magical spheres and quietly said, "This can't be. There are no casualties yet. Ellie is with Lugo." Lilim watched the movements of these two without taking her eyes off them. Lugo rushed forward like the wind. The pharmacist quietly asked whether Ellie should be suspected of betrayal. Tamiya flew up to Lilim and asked if something had happened. The girl screamed in surprise and asked the fairy what she was doing there. The Sylph Queen replied, "She checked that the villagers were safe and came to help." "And where was Lugo?" Lilim explained that she and Ellie were outside the village and pointed to the sphere. Tamiya asked if it was a projection. Lilim confirmed and asked if the fairy knew anything about her. The Sylph Queen admitted that she was seeing it for the first time, but it seemed convenient. The fairy tried to call Lugo, but Lilim said that he could not hear her. In another sphere, they saw Garam catching up with the dark magician's double. The boy cried out to everyone to look at the art of fencing that his teacher had taught him. Lilim sighed. It was a shame that all doubles ended the same way. The girl turned to Tamiya and asked if all the residents were okay. The fairy remembered. Exactly, she came to tell about it. The head of the village was nowhere to be found. Lilim's face lengthened. The head of the village. But where is he? Tamiya said that the sylphs had now gone to look for the old man. Lilim remembered that the leader had weak legs. The girl reassured the fairy. Everything would be fine. The queen did everything possible. Now Ellie and Lugo are chasing Lopez in the forest. Tamiya understood, so that's why they left the village. The fairy shouted to Lugo that she was rooting for him. Lilim reminded him that he couldn't hear Tamiya. Lugo and Ellie continued running through the forest, going deeper into the thicket. Suddenly, the nearby thickets of bushes began to move. A giant, monstrous bear jumped out right at them. Lilim and Tamiya shouted for Lugo to be careful. Two bright flashes of fire flashed. The monster fell dead, and Ellie and Lugo continued on their way. Lilim exhaled. It was over. Tamiya was horrified. But soon, Lopos's pursuers were subjected to a new attack by monsters. A swarm of winged monsters, huge bees, flew down on them from above. Ellie reacted instantly and waved her magic staff. She struck the buzzing swarm with lightning, and Lugo finished off those monsters that remained alive after the lightning. As soon as they finished this fight, new monsters appeared. This time it was a deadly worm of gigantic size. Ellie stopped Lugo, asking him to provide the monster to her. She pushed off the ground and rushed to attack. Little Ellie found herself right in front of the worm's toothy face. The monster growled angrily and rushed at her. Lilim screamed in horror at Ellie to be careful. The girl dodged, forcing the monster to bury its face in the ground. Cold magic swirled around the magic stone on the staff. Ellie directed a stream of ice straight into the deadly worm's unprotected belly. She pursed her lips and her eyes flashed. The worm could not withstand the impact and broke into pieces from the severe frost. Leaving the dead monster behind her, Ellie returned to Lugo. An unusual bird circled above its creator. Ellie smiled and waved cheerfully at Lilim. Tamiya exclaimed, "They did it." Lilim even felt a little sorry for the monsters. The fairy was surprised where so many monsters came from. There are too many of them even for the forest, and it is daytime now. They are too fierce for this time of day. Ellie and Lugo were constantly attacked, sometimes by bears, sometimes by wolves. Lugo, killing another monster, noted that this was certainly not just a coincidence. Lilim realized that this seemed to be Lopos's merit. The fairy supported it. It is quite possible, but this is still not an obstacle for these two. Lugo told Ellie that they were too slow and needed to speed up. They quickened their pace. Ellie Claire's bird kept pace with them. The girl said that while Lugo was away, she improved her skills. Lilim noticed that Lugo was pleased with Ellie's work. Suddenly, the magician stopped and said, "But as Artram said." Lilim shuddered. The great sage Artram, so it was he who sent Ellie. Tamiya realized that Ellie was not Lugo's ally. She was his enemy. Ellie said that to save many, one must have the confidence and determination to sacrifice a few. And she, Ellie, has enough strength and courage to do it. Having said this, she generated a huge blast of fire. Lilim couldn't believe Ellie would shoot Lugo in the back. Tamia screamed at Ellie to stop. The mage said that the Sylph Queen, Lilim and Lugo together are too strong. Turning to the bird, Ellie said that they were interfering with her mission, and so she will kill all three of them. Lilim and Temia were terrified, so she initially wanted to kill them. Lilim screamed in desperation at Lugo to save himself. He turned around to see a wave of fire sent towards his back by Ellie's hand. Shortly before these events, Lopos Albots visited the royal palace. He was kneeling before the great sage Artram Hampel. The cunning old man himself summoned this villain to himself. He told Lopos Albots that he was a very talented magician. The villagers of Azema that he captures must be brought to the castle. Lopos asked if it was true that people and monsters coexisted peacefully in this village, and Artram confirmed it. The dark magician said with a smile that if Artram orders, he will do everything. The sage warned, however, that there was a problem. Lopos did not understand what kind of obstacle there could be in a remote village. Artram warned that this interference could kill Lopos. The villain said that he was a low-ranking mage, and it would be quite difficult for him to cope with such a task alone. The sage reassured him that he would give him an assistant from among his students. Lopos doubted whether this was good. His witchcraft was extreme. Techniques of pain blocking, ecstasy, changes, and even spells related to personality. Most people are psychologically broken by this. Artram said that Ellie Claire would help him. Lopos jumped in surprise. Ellie Claire herself, a former member of Luke Othide's team. The enemy of demons, the girl with enormous magical power, could it really be her? Artram confirmed, yes, it was her. Lopos could do whatever she wanted, even if she broke down. The dark magician's face stretched into a satisfied smile, everything as Mr. Artram wished. Ellie stood next to the huge hole left by her impact. In some places, the ground was still burning, and a huge part of the forest was destroyed. An unusual bird named Ellie landed on her shoulder. The dark mage praised her. Well done. He didn't even cross paths with this in the helmet. Ellie asked Lopos what she should do next. Lopos replied that they should have brought the monsters to the village. That was the plan, but he and Lugo had already defeated the monsters. Ellie said she had to make Lugo let his guard down. She had no choice. Lopos quipped, which means she will need to work with her hands instead of monsters. Ellie didn't understand what he was talking about. The bird continued to circle above the girl. Lopos explained that she would have to become a monster herself, aka the powerful Ellie Claire. She must cut those idiots from the Adventurers Guild into pieces. Of course, it is necessary to burn all these vile sylphs. And then you will need to capture the villagers and bring them to the palace. Surprised, Ellie asked if that was the mission. Lopos confirmed, but for her it was easy. Or she developed feelings for the Sylph Queen and this healer. Ellie fell silent. She remembered the fairy and the girl. Lopos remarked caustically, well, that means she did get it after all. Couldn't Ellie cope with the two creatures that helped her? Ellie frowned and casually said that they were just small fry. A delighted Lopos said it was time to begin. And suddenly, Ellie Claire stopped. Lopos asked her what was wrong, whether she could hear him or not. Ellie couldn't believe it. It was impossible, Lugo asked her. They can talk, but the projection doesn't have the function of broadcasting dialogue. She explained that this was a different kind of magic, for which it would be necessary to make a magical mark on the eardrum. In this case, even at a distance, you can hear another person. Lopos became worried and asked Ellie Claire what she said. Lugo noted that it was an interesting spell. It used the same principle as when moving, but magic still needs a lot of studying. The magician asked Lugo why he was still alive. And indeed, Lugo stood before her, although his clothes were badly damaged. He didn't think that Ellie was the kind of person who was capable of such a thing. It was shameful. Lopos became worried since Lugo was alive and whether Ellie had attacked him with a spell. Ellie replied that she attacked, even up close. The dark mage screamed, "Then why is Lugo still alive? She must kill him right now." Ellie snapped back. There was no need to say that and hit the ground with her staff. The girl folded her hands and immersed herself in the spell. The staff sparked and streams of magical power swirled around Ellie. Her body began to fill with additional magical power. The girl's arms and legs were ablaze with powerful energy flows. Lugo noted that this is Ellie Claire's own style. Little Ellie prepared for a fight with a strong opponent. She said, magic filling her arms and legs, she protected herself to the maximum. Ellie smiled. Warrior, that's her style. Luke is the one whose work she continues. He is the one who shaped her style. Lugo shuddered. In that case, he couldn't pass by. He clenched his fists and prepared to repel Ellie's attacks. She frowned. This fight would not be easy. The enemy's face was hidden by a black helmet, and Ellie didn't know that it was that same Luke in front of her. Both opponents were at the start, ready to begin the fight. Lilim and Temia stared at Ellie's magic sphere. Suddenly, everything went dark, and the Sylph Queen became worried about what it meant. The fairy screamed into the sphere, calling for Ellie and Lugo, saying that nothing more could be seen. Tears streamed down Lilim's face, and she quietly asked if Lugo was okay. Temia looked at the girl carefully. She was really worried. The fairy frowned. Something strange was happening in the forest. She clenched her fists in determination and said that they had to find those two. Suddenly, they saw that a powerful burst of energy had occurred outside the village. The frightened Lilim stammered, "This can't be." The Sylph Queen calmed the girl down. This means only one thing. Lugo got angry. One day, Luke told Ellie to become the people's weapon, to fight demons. This is her main mission. But Ellie shouldn't use magic in the usual way. The girl must develop her own fighting style. The one who showed her the way to use magic, how to become the best in battle, was none other than Luke Othide. The girl clenched her fist, greatly strengthened by magic. She was sure that this time she would definitely kill Lugo. They stood opposite each other, former comrades and friends, ready to fight each other to the death. Lugo beckoned Ellie towards him with his finger. She pushed off the ground and rushed into battle. Even a simple push from Ellie was so powerful that an explosion occurred and stones flew. The bird was thrown aside, and Lopos could no longer see the battlefield. But Lugo did not move. He was ready to repel the attack. The girl flew towards him, her fist burning with excess magic. Lugo put his palm forward and blocked Ellie's punch. The girl continued to press. The ground cracked under Lugo's feet, but he did not retreat. The mage frowned and increased her pressure, the raging energy lifting the stones into the air. But this did not impress Lugo. Finally, he threw Ellie away from him, and the girl sank to the ground. But the stubborn warrior pushed off the ground and soared into the air. She decided to try to attack her opponent from the air. Ellie swung her magically enhanced leg at Lugo, but the black helmet dodged, and Ellie's blow created a hole. While the girl hesitated, Lugo counterattacked her. But Ellie got her bearings and pressed herself to the ground, avoiding the blow. She quickly assessed the situation and attacked the enemy again. Ellie twisted and tried to trip Lugo. He looked at the little warrior in surprise. She sat directly opposite him, her fists clenched tightly. The girl smiled and swung, trying to hit the helmet. A bolt of magic flared, and Ellie's fist flew towards Lugo's face. But suddenly the girl shuddered. She did not expect this. Her fist hit the huge sphere Lugo had created. Ellie was surprised how he was able to cast a gravity spell in 1 second. Lugo warned Ellie that he would crush her. At that very second, the sphere crushed the girl, spreading her out on the ground. She gritted her teeth, trying to get up, but the pressure was too much. In this position, Ellie couldn't even breathe. She realized she had screwed up by focusing on close combat. Lugo offered her the choice that if she left the village now, he would not pursue her. Ellie realized that Lugo didn't trust her from the very beginning. She lost. The slits in his helmet flashed, but if Ellie didn't back down, he wouldn't show mercy. The girl screamed in pain. The bird hovered over the battlefield. Lopos saw everything. He reminded Ellie Claire of the mission. Lopos told her that if she couldn't win, she should try to get information out of him. The girl whispered, but she was pinned to the ground. The dark mage reminded her that Luke died for her, so that she could become a weapon for this country. Ellie gathered her strength and whispered her favorite name, Master Luke. Lugo didn't understand what Luke had to do with it, why she suddenly remembered him. The girl strained her last strength and began to rise. Her whole body was wounded, but she still rose despite the pressure. Blood was streaming from Ellie's mouth and sweat was pouring out from the intense tension. But she clenched her teeth and stood up. Now she stood up on trembling legs. The girl screamed wildly and lifted the sphere that was crushing her. Lugo was very surprised where she got so much strength from. He jumped to the ground and looked at Ellie in shock. She was covered in blood, very weak, but still not broken. Lopos exclaimed, "Amazing! Luke is watching her from the sky. She must show that she continues to work." Ellie whispered with a smile so that Master Luke could see how hard she was trying. Lugo asked the girl what she was saying. The mage looked at the incredibly strong opponent in confusion. She can't beat him in close combat, and ranged attacks won't help. But she can attack him in a slightly different way. Ellie raised her hand up and summoned the strongest lightning possible. The girl thought that if they clashed with magic, she would overtake the enemy first. She screamed and rushed desperately into battle again. When Ellie woke up, she found herself lying on the ground, completely exhausted. It was pouring rain. She didn't understand what was happening, why she was on the ground. And Lopos shouted at Ellie to get up immediately. The girl tried to get up again. Yes, she had to get up. But her body doesn't obey her at all. She can only crawl a little. Lugo told Ellie to stop trying, but she whispered that she would not stop for anything in the world. Her wounded body shook with weakness, but she still tried to get up. Lugo sat down next to her and asked why she didn't stop fighting. The girl raised her small, blood-covered face from the ground. She said in a barely audible voice, "It's all for Luke. He once told her that she could be a good person." Luke, under Lugo's mask, looked silently at his former squad mate. And the bird kept circling and circling above the exhausted Ellie. Lopos shouted at the girl, demanding that she get up and fight. She's just a puppet and must follow her master's orders until she breaks. The dark magician told the girl that she needed to try so that Luke in heaven would forgive her. As she lost consciousness, Ellie whispered Luke's name again. She suddenly remembered what happened in the capital of the kingdom several years ago. Ellie, with a basket in her hands, ran briskly through the city streets. The girl dived into one of the quiet alleys. This road led her to the house of the person dearest to her. Seeing Luke Othade's house, Ellie shouted that she was back. She opened the door and called out to Luke, loudly announcing that it was she, Ellie. But in response to the greeting, the girl heard a loud snore. Luke buried his face in the pillow and pulled the blanket tighter over himself. Ellie rushed to him, shouting that if he slept like that, he would catch a cold. She pulled the blanket off him. Sleepy, Luke asked what happened. It was still early. The girl advised Mr. Luke to go wash up. It was already noon. The hero looked out the window indeed. The sun was already at its zenith. The guest threw open the windows and let in some fresh air. Then she carefully folded up the pastels Luke had scattered. Still sleepy, Luke went to the bathroom to wash and brush his teeth. Ellie quickly covered the dining table with a clean tablecloth. She asked the guy what he would like for lunch. Luke looked out of the bath and said it would be great to eat manju. A satisfied Ellie clenched her fist in victory. She thought so. The girl placed a basket filled with Luke's favorite treat on the table. He couldn't believe it, manju, Ellie confirmed. Yes, these are his favorite manju. Luke picked up the pie and chuckled, wondering if it really was them. Ellie blushed a little and said that she made them herself. The guy ate the pies with pleasure, and the girl looked at him with admiration. Luke asked if she had come to him on business. Ellie replied that she would like him to teach her magic. The guy asked, "Apparently, Artram is not strong in teaching." Ellie smiled. Something like that. Luke was not at all opposed to sharing his knowledge with the girl. He asked if she would like to study magic as part of an experiment. Ellie didn't understand how this could be done within the framework of an experiment. They went down to the basement of Luke's house, and he drew magic circles to demonstrate summoning magic. The boy touched the floor with his hand and filled the symbols with magic. Everything around started to shine. Ellie was taken aback by the surprise. Luke's magic is so strong that even Artram would envy it. She looked into the circle with interest, waiting to see who he was calling. But suddenly, the glow disappeared. Ellie asked in confusion what it was. Luke shrugged. It didn't work. The girl asked who Luke was trying to summon here. He answered thoughtfully, "The ideal wife." Ellie looked at her favorite hero in surprise. Luke explained that she must be strong, kind, and try as hard as he does. The guy was puzzled as to why it didn't work. Ellie, flushed with embarrassment, suggested that this was too vague a formulation. Or maybe there was already a strong, kind girl next to him who was trying as hard as he was. Luke asked who it was. Ellie blushed and quietly said that it was her. Luke's face fell. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. He asked what Ellie meant by that, which was sweet, of course. But maybe he should try again. The girl's hands began to shake, and she began to fidget with her clothes in confusion. Luke looked at her carefully. He asked Ellie why she was paying so much attention to him, since she was only in the squad with him. Ellie reminded Luke that 2 years ago he had cut down a slave trader. The guy confirmed, well, yes, that happened. The girl said that she was one of that slave trader's goods. She calmly threw off her magician's cloak. Luke looked at the skinny Ellie with confusion. What he saw shocked the guy. Ellie lifted her shirt and revealed a frail body covered in scars from numerous whip blows. The girl, with tears in her eyes, told Luke that he saved her. She added that Luke didn't just hack that villain to death. He also came to an agreement with the king, and the slave trade is now prohibited. Ellie explained that she has elven blood and is good at magic. Tears streamed down the girl's face, and she sobbed as she said that she was desperately training and had become a member of Luke's squad. The boy picked up the cape that Ellie Claire had discarded. He threw the blue magician's cloak over her shoulders again. Luke warmly told the girl to keep working hard. Ellie raised her tear-stained face to him. Suddenly, the girl couldn't resist and impulsively hugged her dear hero. He stroked her head and said that she shouldn't feel obligated, that she shouldn't be tied down by anything. And she doesn't have to constantly cast spells. She can just be a good person. Ellie clutched Luke's snow-white shirt tightly. She timidly asked if she became a good man, he would marry her. Luke was confused. Ellie was much younger. To calm her down, the guy said he would wait until she grew up. They looked at each other silently. Luke added with a smile that he hoped Ellie's feelings wouldn't change. The girl exclaimed confidently, "Of course they won't change." Lugo asked Ellie if that's what Luke said so she could become a good person. The dying girl called for Mr. Luke almost in a whisper. She asked her hero if he would take her to his place. Ellie tearfully whispered that she tried her best to do everything right. Tears ran down the girl's face. Mixing with blood, Ellie said that if she died, she would go to hell, and Luke would be in heaven. Luke stroked her head and told her tenderly that she never did anything bad. Ellie started to cry. She always wanted to apologize to Luke. He said that he was grateful to Ellie. She was strong, and he was weak. And it was Ellie who was able to stop him. Luke, without removing Lugo's helmet, carefully took the girl. He picked her up in his arms and carefully carried her towards his house. The bird Ellie had created was still circling above Lugo. The black helmet flashed with scarlet fire. He loudly told Lopos that he would regret this. Lugo felt that Ellie was dying. He promised Lopos that he would answer for everything very quickly. The dark magician saw Lugo in the magical sphere and heard his threats. But Lopos only laughed. He was not afraid of the village magician. In the end, it wasn't he who harmed this girl. He only pushed her. According to Lopos, she wasn't that strong after all. The legendary mage from the Demon Defense Squad, who even with her magic couldn't catch him, Leposa. The gravity magic should have stopped her, but she stood up. The dark magician didn't understand whether she had run out of strength after that. Lugo relied solely on physical strength, but she still lost. Lopos laughed. He was sure he saw the end of Lugo. The dark mage could still see the slits of the black helmet burning with hatred in the sphere. But suddenly, Ellie's magical sphere began to crack. The ball disintegrated into streams of energy that quickly disappeared. Lopos gave a dramatic yelp and stated that Ellie Claire was dead. The dark magician was in an excellent mood. Taking off his hat, he said loudly that Ellie might rest in peace and that the great Venex would guide her. He said with a laugh, "May her soul meet Luke in heaven." An angry Lugo watched this whole performance. Looking sideways at him, Lopos asked if Lugo had come for revenge. Lugo's aura glowed a bloody red. He asked Lopos if he was ready to answer for his evil. The dark mage answered with a smile, of course, and snapped his fingers. A crowd of monsters appeared behind Lopos and he pointed them at Lugo. Lopos told Lugo with a grin that he was the one who killed Ellie and offered to go to her funeral. The man in the black helmet clenched his fists angrily. Lopos mockingly asked Lugo if he realized he was an idiot. After all, it was he who brought Ellie to this state. It is entirely his fault. Lugo replied that he understood that. Ellie was strong, but he was weak. He couldn't stop. Lopos chuckled. That's all true, but Lugo doesn't know anything. The one who sent thieves into the village and caused a dragon to appear in the forest stands before him. He, Lopos, forced Lugo to fight with Ellie. The magician laughed. He exclaimed that it was all his work and no one could have prevented it. Lugo took a bottle of intoxicating potion out of his pocket. He asked Lopos if he had made this potion too. The dark mage shrugged. The fact that Lugo was holding the potion in his hands meant that Ellie couldn't get rid of it. Lopos snorted. This Ellie is a useless girl. Lugo's anger grew stronger. He barked that Lilim had suffered because of this potion. The dark mage made a surprised face. So Lilim is Lugo's lover. How cute. Well, for her age, she has quite a seductive body. Lopos exclaimed. He had a great idea. If the mage kills Lugo, he will also kill Lilim and then bury them together. So they will be connected forever. Isn't that wonderful? Lugo swung his fist and rushed towards the villain, but his blow was stopped by a giant bear standing behind Lopos. The dark mage noticed, and Lugo is hot-tempered. How funny. Lugo growled that he didn't have time to deal with Lopos's nonsense. The giant stone bear moved towards Lugo with a growl. The masked man struck the monster with one blow and killed it instantly. Following the bear, a huge, deadly worm attacked Lugo. He wrapped his terrible, strong body around the man. The monstrous insect curled up and began to crush Lugo. Suddenly, the monster's green blood spurted out. The worm growled angrily and froze. Lugo struck the monster with his fists, breaking it into pieces. Lopos frowned. This one in the helmet destroyed his favorite monster so easily. But this is not the end. The dark mage exclaimed that things would get even better and released the wolves on Lugo. Lugo cursed. There are too many of these creatures. Several monsters simultaneously attacked the man in the black helmet. Lugo decided to use gravity magic again. But at that moment, Lopos himself shot at him, wounding him in the shoulder. Black Helmet cursed, glancing sideways at the bloody wound. And the dark magician continued to shoot at Lugo with laughter, while he was held by huge wolves. Lopos's magical shots pierced Lugo's body, causing bleeding. The man in the mask began to cough, blood filling his lungs. The dark mage laughed as he finally struck the renowned guardian of the village of Azema. Several wolves latched onto the man's wounded body, but Lugo still continued to fight off the monsters. Lopos cried out, "It's all over!" Lugo's legs gave way and he fell to his knees. The man in the black helmet cursed. A smile played on the dark magician's face. He told Lugo that he was in a hopeless situation. Blood was oozing from the man's numerous wounds, and he was growing weaker with each passing minute. A pack of monstrous wolves surrounded Lugo, protecting Lopos from him. The dark mage laughed. The invincible Lugo turned out to be such a weakling. The man in the black helmet looked at Lopos silently. Lugo cursed as he felt blood gushing from under his helmet. She looked at the scarlet stream. This wound prevented him from breathing and deprived him of his last strength. The amused magician exclaimed that he had pierced Lugo's lung. He was delighted with himself and shouted that this was his victory. After Lugo uses a gravity spell, his reaction speed decreases. Lopos noticed this and used it against Lugo, and he had no idea. He has Ellie to thank for that. The enraged man in the helmet swung at the dark magician again, and he cheerfully shot him in the hand, saying, "Pow!" A scarlet stream of blood gushed from Lugo's wounded palm. Lopos asked with a smile why Lugo no longer uses that spell. The magician stroked the wolf's head and said, to tell the truth, he really wanted to hear Lugo's cry of pain. But Lopos still didn't want to let his guard down. The magician's eyes flashed with anger. He said that now they would end everything once and for all. He commanded a pack of wolves to tear the man to pieces. The animals pounced on the wounded man and began to tear him apart. Lugo dealt several powerful blows to the fanged monsters. Lopos shouted that Lugo was wasting his time and shot him again. Magic rays pierced the arms and legs of the village's mighty protector. And then the largest wolf, the leader of the pack, rushed at Lugo. He grabbed the man's shoulder, blood gushing from under his wolfish teeth. The wounded man coughed heavily and swayed. A satisfied Lopos shouted that Lugo was finished. And suddenly, the magician heard someone approaching him. Before he could figure out what was happening, he received a crushing punch to the jaw. The stunned magician fell to the ground, losing his hat. Lopos plowed the forest clearing with his nose, raising clouds of dust. He couldn't understand where Lugo came from. He had just defeated him. The dark mage rose from the ground and looked at his opponent in confusion. Lugo stood before him, safe and sound. The man in the helmet grinned. "What is this? Is Lopos really surprised?" The dark mage glanced sideways at the pack of wolves tearing apart another Lugo. "So there are two of them." Lopos trembled. "What the hell is going on here?" Lugo asked with a grin. The villain apparently forgot that he was good at magic. Lopos exclaimed that it was impossible. Lugo had used cloning magic. He confirmed, of course, and looked at him. Lopos. Albats didn't believe it. Lugo was bluffing. You can't use the spell just by looking at him. Even Luke Othide couldn't do that. Lugo said it was interesting with Lopos. The dark mage frantically thought, Lugo doesn't use magic, then he can still be killed. He shouted at the monsters to kill and eat the man. Lugo looked at the wolf pack approaching him. There were a lot of them. He began to draw a glowing magic circle in the air. The village protector raised the circle above himself and began the summoning spell. Lopos screamed at the wolves to kill him before he finished. The wolves rushed forward but suddenly stopped, tucking their tails between their legs. Lopos didn't understand what was happening, why the monsters were shaking and their ears were lowered. Meanwhile, the magic circle was filled with special symbols. The dark mage understood that this was a summons. Lugo called out loudly for Lala. Lopos didn't understand anything. What kind of Lala was this? What did it all mean? Suddenly, the frightened magician heard a voice. Lala was talking to Luke. He rarely calls her. Apparently, there was something interesting going on right now. The magic circle shone even brighter and turned into a huge window. A huge white dragon's face began to appear from the window. Lopos stepped back in horror, muttering that Lugo could not summon the dragon. Snow White Lala looked out of the window and looked around. Looking at the forest clearing, Lala immediately understood everything. The dark mage fell to the ground in fear and instinctively crawled back. He muttered under his breath that it was a bad joke. People don't summon dragons. Lala looked silently at this despicable, frightened worm. She lifted her beautiful muzzle and took a deep breath. To the mage's horror, Lala belched a huge stream of flame in his direction. Lopos Albat screamed in fear. He was not prepared to meet the dragon. A wall of fire flew into the forest behind the dark mage, who froze in horror. Lopos looked around in confusion to see what was going on. The pack of wolves, obediently standing behind him, burst into flames, turning to ashes. The magician was perplexed as to how Lugo had managed to achieve this and why he had killed his monsters. Lugo stroked Lala's muzzle and thanked her. She helped him. He saved energy on the gravity spell. Besides, her monsters were bothering him. Lala replied that Lugo hadn't lost that much. Lopez screamed, "The damn lizard killed his beautiful monsters!" Lala frowned. She was a damn lizard, not even a dragon. She looked questioningly at Lugo, waiting for his command. Lala's eyes narrowed in anger, and she asked Lugo if she should destroy this worm. The dark magician jumped to the side in fear, but Lugo replied that this was not necessary. He still had a lot to ask him. Lala sighed. Well, okay, let him live for now, but it's time for her to go back. Lugo stroked the dragoness, and she said that he could call her if he needed her. The magic circle disintegrated, and the dark magician was still looking at it. Lugo said to Lopos, "Well, now it's time for dessert." The magician asked him to stop. He lied. He only needed to defeat the demon. He already understood how strong Lugo is. He's able to create a huge magical barrier. Surprisingly easy to control gravity magic. And this summoning of a huge dragon is completely out of bounds. Lopos Albats tearfully muttered that he was not going to fight Lugo. The village defender chuckled. After all, Lopos was slippery like a frog. Does the villain really think he can get away with everything he's done? Lopos backed away cowardly, still hoping to escape from here. But he suddenly felt as if his feet were stuck in a quagmire. He exclaimed, "What is this? Why can't I move?" Lugo explained to the magician that he had used a lot of magic and had become weak. Clenching his fist, the village defender exclaimed, "Gravity!" The dark mage cursed and screamed, feeling incredible pressure. Lugo clenched his fists. He really wanted to beat up this bastard. He commanded the mage to create his shield and grit his teeth. Gathering his last strength, Lopos created a shield in front of himself. Lugo punched, and cracks immediately appeared across the shield. One more blow, and Lopos's magical shield shattered into tiny pieces. The dark magician screamed. He couldn't understand what this madman was trying to achieve. He saw with horror that Lugo's heavy fist was approaching him. The village defender hit the villain under the jaw, knocking out several of his teeth. The powerful blow sent Lopos flying, spraying his own blood. Lopos Albats lay helplessly on the ground, coughing up blood. And then Lugo saw that the villain had a magical mark on his tongue. This position of the mark explained a lot. Lugo moved towards the magician, but he had a mark on his tongue, which meant he was giving orders to Ellie. And it's entirely possible that Lopos could have silenced her. Horror flashed in the evil and vile eyes of the dark magician. He fell on his knees and begged Lugo to spare him. Pointing to the seal, Lopos said that he had simply made a mistake, and because of the mark, he could not resist. The scoundrel whined humiliatingly, begging Lugo for mercy. The slits of the black helmet flashed with angry scarlet fire. Lugo demanded that the magician answer. The dark magician obediently nodded his head, just to save his life. Lugo asked if Ellie had come to Azima's village of her own free will. The magician tried to say something, but moaned helplessly, and blood gushed from his throat. He grabbed his neck as if someone stronger was strangling him. Lugo realized that it was a powerful seal, and to cast one, great strength was needed. Luke assumed it was his mentor's doing, but Lopos muttered, "Not at all." But blood began to pour from his eyes too. Lugo told the magician that he understood everything so he could shut up. The village protector said with a grin that Lopos was probably tired and needed to rest. And then Lugo remembered. He had completely forgotten about one thing. The beaten magician looked questioningly at the strange man. Lugo waved his hand and called Stona to him. The bushes rustled, and a snow-white she-wolf ran out into the clearing. She waved her tail in greeting to her old friend Lugo. Lopos was delighted. It was a stone wolf, which meant his monsters had survived. The magician didn't know what Lugo had planned, but he was sure that if he could buy himself a little time, he would be able to escape. He reached out his hands to the she-wolf, trying to pet her. Lugo said it was the stone wolf that Lilim summoned. She named her Stona. Lopos didn't understand how that girl could summon monsters. Lugo turned to the clever Stona. He said that this magician Lopos had harmed the Lilim, and Stona could do whatever she wanted with him. The she-wolf raised her fanged mouth and howled threateningly. Lopos carefully moved away from the dangerous beast. Stona's eyes flashed and she growled at the evil magician. Lopos Albats realized that he could not be saved and screamed piercingly. His cries for help echoed throughout the forest. Phoenix convinced Luke that Ellie was badly injured. It was too risky, but he insisted that he would do it anyway. He was ready. Phoenix asked if Luke would really go to all this, and he replied that if Ellie had held back, she would have lost, including the village of Azima. Venex sighed. Luke wanted to protect the girl so badly. The black helmet that transformed Luke into Lugo lay in the corner of the room. Phoenix noticed that it was all because of the continuation of his work. Luke didn't understand what Venex was talking about. The candle flame flared brighter, and the Phoenix became indignant. Venex explained that Luke was desperate to protect his country and people. He had fought many times before. He was wounded, his bones were broken, and he was even betrayed. When the country decided to kill Luke, what could he do with this girl? He could run away with her, protect her, but it was impossible. Luke couldn't go against that cunning old man, Artrum. The guy looked at the dead Ellie Claire in confusion, and the Phoenix continued, which is why this girl was chosen to continue Luke's work. Luke asked Venex how he knew this. Venex was indignant. Luke apparently forgot who he was, forgot that he was a Phoenix. The boy glanced sideways at the fiery wings of his divine patron. Luke asked the Phoenix if it was he who helped him, not Ellie. Phoenix Venex burst out laughing. This girl went to church every night. She kept asking herself if she had made a mistake, if she had made the right choice. And although she was a little girl, there were so many adult thoughts in her head. The guy convulsively clenched his hand into a fist. He asked the Phoenix how Lisha had behaved. Luke remembered the tear-stained, remorseful face of the saint. Venex replied, "The only god of Lishiarat. Her prayers did not reach Luke." But Luke doesn't need to know that, does he? The guy didn't understand what Venex was talking about. Phoenix chuckled. Luke had always known Saint Lisha's thoughts. The guy frowned. Yes, his patron saint was right. Lisha Marenti always said she felt safe with Luke. He remembered how she once handed him a bag of his favorite pies. Lisha then said that she had been a saint since the moment she was born, and Luke was the only one she could talk to on an equal footing. The saint playfully called out to Luke and smiled coquettishly. She suddenly stated that she was constantly thinking about him. The guy almost dropped the pies in surprise, and Lisha came up and gently took her powerful comrade by the hand. Blushing slightly, Saint Marenti asked Luke if he was thinking about her. Luke frowned. The memory still hurt him. Phoenix Venex laughed and asked, "Apparently Lisha is special." Luke asked to stop this. "Lisha is just a friend to him, that's all." Luke's patron suggested that they talk about other things. For example, about Tamiya, who has the audacity to call herself the queen of the sylphs. Today she saw Luke with Ellie's lifeless body in his arms. When she saw the girl's body, she was simply horrified. Is this sylph queen really that impressionable? Why did this happen? Luke replied that Tamiya was always very concerned about her friends. Phoenix laughed. Yes, she really is very different from Mao. Luke asked if Venex was talking about Maos from the Great Forest. He thought it was just a fairy tale. Phoenix Venex objected. This tale is connected with him, with the Phoenix. Luke's patron deity tossed him his fiery healing feather. He said, "That's it. Enough chatter. It's time to begin the ritual of revival." Luke must share his blessing with this girl. It's very risky, just like the guy said. But Othade asked Venex not to repeat it. He already understood. Phoenix warned that Ellie would stop growing. She would lose the power that was predicted for her in the future. Her body would not grow, and her magic would diminish. It's not a blessing, more of a curse, but Luke said it's okay. It's Ellie's choice. Then the Phoenix decided to ask Luke something else. Isn't he upset about such a sad ending? Luke replied that he couldn't behave like that. He had no right to do so. Ellie's body seemed to be in life-giving water. Her numerous wounds instantly healed. The girl heard some strange voice calling her by name. The divine Phoenix Venex asked her if she wanted to meet Luke Othide. Lugo's house stood on the edge of the forest outside the village of Azema. On the threshold of his house sat a saddened Tamiya and muttered, "Lugo, it can't be." A few minutes before, the fairy had been flying around the house, wondering where Lugo had gone. It was already dark, but neither he nor Ellie were visible. Tamiya remembered Ellie's fire shot, and yet she still hoped that Lugo would return. And suddenly the Sylph Queen heard Lugo's voice. He asked Tamiya in surprise why she was here. The fairy turned around and saw Lugo carrying a bloody Ellie in his arms. At first, she was glad that they were both safe. Otherwise, she had been worried. But when she looked more closely at Ellie, the words died on her lips. The girl was covered in wounds and seemed to be not breathing. A stunned Tamiya asked Lugo if Ellie was alive and if she was okay. There were tears in the eyes of the little Sylph Queen. Lugo was silent for a moment and calmly answered, "Of course, Ellie is alive." But Tamiya didn't leave him alone and asked what happened. Lugo replied that Ellie needed treatment. The fairy asked how to treat her. The village defender asked to leave the treatment to him and close the door behind him. And now, sad Tamiya sits on the threshold of Lugo's house and thinks silently. She squeezed her own shoulder. It was difficult for the restless sylph to stay in one place for long. She decided that she probably needed to check on Lugo and Ellie. The fairy was about to knock when she heard Lilim's voice behind her. Tamiya turned around and looked at the girl. Lilim said she came to see the Sylph Queen. The fairy reported that Ellie seemed to have betrayed Lugo, but she was seriously injured and needed treatment. Lilim said that she was a pharmacist and could probably help. True, Lugo said that he would deal with Ellie himself, There was no point in interfering. Tamia looked closely at Lilim. She was most likely right. Suddenly, the fairy exclaimed, most likely Ellie and Lugo conspired to distract Lopos. Lilim timidly agreed. It would be good if so. Tamia shook her head. Yes, of course. Ellie wouldn't betray them. She's so good. The fairy remembered how Ellie taught her magic. The Sylph Queen looked silently towards Lugo's house. But if he was betrayed by such a good person as Ellie, Tamia's heart suddenly sank and tears welled up in her eyes. How painful it was for Lugo to realize this fact. Lilim, seeing the tears in Tamia's eyes, rushed towards her. She hugged the little sylph and held her close. The fairy sobbed and asked Lilim how this could happen. The girl reassured Tamia, this happens sometimes. It's okay. If Lugo brought Ellie home, then this difficult issue has already been resolved. And anyway, just because she's the queen of the sylphs doesn't mean she should take everything on her shoulders. Tamia buried her face in Lilim's shoulder and said, that's right. The fairy couldn't believe that Ellie had actually caused Lugo so much trouble. Tamia suddenly smiled. When Ellie recovers and returns to them, the fairy will definitely catch her and beat her up. Lilim laughed through her tears. That was a fighting spirit. Nothing could break it. The girls calmed down a little and looked at each other with smiles. It's still so good that they have each other. They couldn't believe that such a good man had betrayed them, and under such circumstances. That's why both Tamia and Lilim urged Ellie to return. They stood, hugging, near the door of Lugo's house and waited. Suddenly, a bright light streamed from behind the door of Lugo's house, and the ritual of Ellie's revival began. Lilim and Pisha returned to their home after the battle ended. The pharmacist took out her diary to record the turbulent events of the previous day. Thus, it became clear that no dragon had settled in the great forest of Mouse. Instead, one of the former members of Luke Othed's squad, Ellie Claire, was there. Ms. Ellie used a powerful force and attacked the village's defender, Azema Lugo. Lopos Albats claimed that all this happened due to the manipulations of Artram Hampel. Lilim's hand with the pen froze in the air, wondering what else to write down. A curious Pisha peered over Lilim's shoulder. Sylph said thoughtfully, they say that Ellie was manipulated. The pharmacist's assistant glanced sideways at Ellie, but it was unknown how much control she was under. After the revival ritual, Lugo placed the girl in the Lilim clinic. The pharmacist looked at her patient. Maybe it wasn't so, but Ellie didn't seem like a bad person to Lilim. Pisha frowned and said that Ellie was just sucking up to Lilim. Sylph stated that she would not forgive Ellie until she heard her apology. So Ellie needs to wake up soon. Luke's former comrade was definitely alive, but she was sleeping very soundly. The pharmacist and her assistant looked at their new patient with a smile. Suddenly, Lilim hugged Pisha and thanked the Sylph from the bottom of her heart. Pisha was very surprised that Ellie didn't have even a single scratch after the fight with Lugo. And indeed, there were no traces of the fight on the magician's body. Lilim assumed that Lugo had healed her, but the Sylph was surprised that he could really do everything. The pharmacist shrugged. Lugo is Lugo! Lilim thought that Lugo really was capable of anything. He is incredibly strong. It seems that there is no kind of magic that he does not know. He also defended their village of Azema single-handedly. He's just like the legendary hero, S-rank adventurer Luke Othide. But for some reason, Lilim began to feel as if Lugo was about to disappear. Lilim's big green eyes became dreamy when she thought of Lugo. Pisha bothered the apothecary, perhaps undoing Lopos's spell was too difficult even for Lugo. It was a transformation after all. Exactly. Lilim wanted to think about this question. The problem remained with Liz and the village chief, whom the dark magician turned into wands. Apparently, transformation magic was used. Lugo and the guild leader Lara are looking for a way to bring people back. Lilim wanted this to happen with all her heart. Suddenly, the clinic door swung open with a loud noise. An excited Lugo appeared in the doorway and exclaimed that he understood everything. Lilim poured Lugo some tea and asked him to explain everything clearly. The village protector said he wanted them both to come with him. The pharmacists looked at Lugo in surprise. Lilim noted that it was unexpected, why also Pisha. Lugo explained that there was only one way to bring back Liz and the village chief. Transforming a person into an inanimate object greatly disrupts the magical cycle. Simply put, its restoration may be the solution. Lilim understood that he was talking about an excess of magical power. Sylph was very surprised. This is too radical. Paisha asked if Liz would be okay after this, if she wouldn't become like Lilim then. The apothecary flushed with shame and lightly slapped her talkative assistant, telling Lugo that everything was fine. He looked at them in confusion and continued explaining. When the cycle of magic is broken, if it is damaged further by an excess of magic, it can return to its previous state on its own. Lilim replied that then she would need yellow and in large quantities. Lugo nodded his head. They would go to the great forest of Mouse, but something was bothering him. The fight with Ellie has affected him, and the forest monsters can trap him. Paisha reassured him that as long as they were close, he would be fine. But Lugo didn't agree. Perhaps this time they had awakened the mistress of the forest. Paisha was stunned. Could this really be the same legendary fairy queen? She is considered the ancestor of the Sylphs, Lilim asked. Is she kind? Paisha chuckled. She doesn't give that impression. Lugo sighed. Yes, unlike Tamia, she's more warlike. In fact, Lugo wasn't sure he could defend himself. Therefore, he would like to rely on Lilim and Paisha. Lilim will be able to search for monsters using their little spirits, and Paisha can do reconnaissance. As he rose, Lugo asked them to lend him their strength. He asked the girls what was wrong with them. They were looking at him so dumbfounded. Lilim explained that she couldn't believe that Lugo was relying on them. Paisha added that, moreover, he wants to use their powers for protection in the forest. The pharmacists laughed. Now they and Lugo had changed places. And this is surprising, because everyone was already accustomed to Lugo deciding everything himself. Lugo was very upset by this, but the Sylph said with a smile that Lugo was still a human being and he might need help. And now, Lugo has become just Lugo and not some legendary figure. The village defender was embarrassed, and the Sylph asked when they were leaving. Lilim firmly told Lugo to leave all the enemies to them. The village defender sighed heavily. Lilim suddenly felt like she saw an embarrassed Luke sitting in front of her. She looked at her interlocutor in confusion. Lugo asked her what was the matter, why she was looking like that. But Lilim waved her hands and said, "Nothing, it just seemed that way." From that moment on, the girl had an inner certainty that Luke was under the helmet. She stood up and said that they needed to get ready for the journey. They will probably be very tired, so you need to be prepared. Lilim looked out the window. The forest was visible in the distance. The girl smiled welcomingly at the great Mouse forest. They will go there as soon as the weather improves. Meanwhile, the great forest lived its normal life. The stone wolf Stona took a bouquet of magical yellow flowers in her teeth. She walked slowly towards the lonely grave in the forest clearing. There was still a dried bouquet of daisies from Lisha lying by the tombstone. Stona carefully placed yellow flowers nearby. There was still no inscription on the gravestone. The wolf stood there for a while, then turned around and ran away. And on the gravestone appeared the inscription, "Phoenix, reborn again and again."